Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Sweep down again from Roderick. You think the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point and right between them, and that's raced away twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county, in the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.
Larry was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry
Good morning, welcome to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to begin on day one of the final Rothesay County Championship game of the season for Worcestershire. They are playing Sussex and they have lost the toss and been put into bat. It's the usual story that we expect, I suppose you would say, at this time of year. And play is about to get underway. We've had a minute's applause in memory of the great Dickie Bird, the umpire, who passed away yesterday. And both the two sides have lined up in front of the pavilion to observe that. They are now out in the middle. Sussex have won the toss and chosen to bowl, as I say. Not much surprise about that, I don't think. And Worcestershire opening batsman Rehan Adavalath and the captain Jake Libby are out in the middle. Adavalath, a young man who's just finished his finals at university this year, came in for the last championship game against Notts here at New Road and did okay, and then went and made his first 50 in the championship in the away game at Durham. And he it is who's on strike now, facing the first ball of the game from the England seamer Ollie Robinson, and he is hit on the pad, and there's a massive shout for LBW, and it looked pretty close to me from here. Well, I say looked pretty close, looked a good shout anyway. Ollie Robinson certainly thought so. Hands on hips as he walks back past umpire Graham Lloyd, who turned it down. Can't quite believe it. Yes, Adavalath 61 in that game at Durham last week, but almost on his way from the very first ball of the match here today. And I would imagine, given what I've seen this season here at New Road, batting is not going to be easy in this first hour or so, first session or so, while the ball is new. Second ball is defended by Adavalath off the back foot. I've yet to see a replay, but I think it's fair to say that Ollie Robinson was a bit disappointed by the umpire's decision on that first ball. It took an age to get back to his mark. They've got to be careful what they say these days, of course. Bowlers don't want to get in trouble with the match referee, but his body language, shall we say, expressed a certain amount of disappointment. 4 slips in place as Robinson comes in from the Diglis end and bowls again to Adavalath, who is out this time, caught behind, pushing forward to a good delivery which bounced and left him a straightforward edge, and the first Worcestershire wicket goes down. Rehan Adavalath is the man to depart. Caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson, and it's a tough ask for the batters at New Road in the early part of the day. It's even tougher if you're as young and inexperienced as Rehan Adavalath. It's hard work, and he's facing a top class bowler in Ollie Robinson, who in these conditions will be a very, very challenging prospect in this morning's session. And Worcestershire lose their first wicket. Rehan Adavalath caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson without scoring. So 0 for 1, and Isaac Mohammed is the new batsman coming out to join Jake Libby. Isaac Mohammed, just 17 years old, and very inexperienced. And in terms of the championship, I think I'm just going to check my records. This is his championship debut, I think. So championship debut for Isaac Mohammed. Played T20 and one-day cup cricket for Worcestershire, but this is a championship debut for him. Been in the England under-19 side this summer in the series against India, and Bangladesh. Likes to play his shots. This is a different prospect altogether as he lets this one go from Ollie Robinson outside the off stump, and through it goes to John Simpson. So yeah, just 17 years old he's at Mohammed, only 17 in April, but a very talented stroke maker. But this early morning September against an international bowler, a much more challenging prospect. He's off the mark, however, tickling this one around the corner down to long leg, where Jada Unadkat is the fielder, and through they go for a single. So the first run is on the board. 1 for 1 Worcestershire. Just received a message from somebody who says that he had a look at the a replay of the initial one from Ollie Robinson, and it was missing leg. Doesn't matter anyway, does it? It was out third ball, so I don't think Ollie Robinson will be too bothered. Comes in now to bowl to Libby, and he bowls him. Jake Libby's gone first ball, stumps out the ground, and it's all going wrong for Worcestershire. Jake Libby, the absolute linchpin of this Worcestershire batting lineup for the most part, has been removed. First ball by Ollie Robinson. Absolutely cracking delivery. What a start for Sussex. And Robinson hastening Worcestershire into a bit of a heap here. Off stump, out of the ground. Libby gone. 1 for 2 in the first over. What an over from Ollie Robinson. And Jake Libby loses his off stump, and I suggested that it might be tough for the Worcestershire batsmen in this first period. I perhaps didn't expect that it would be quite as tough as it has proved to be, and it brings in yet another very young batter, Dan Latigan. So you had a 17-year-old still out there. A Davalath removed first, replaced by a 17-year-old, and now a 19-year-old out there. So very, very inexperienced Worcestershire lineup. But you've got to learn somewhere, and the best place to learn is out in the middle. And we have Latigan and Isaac out there now. Both very, very inexperienced players. So 21 Edevalath, 17 Mohammed, and 19 Latigan. And it's Isaac Mohammed on strike now. And it's going to be Jada Unadkat from the New Road End. Comes in now, left arm over the wicket and bowls. His first ball is dropped down on the onside by Mohammed, and there's no run. 1 for 2 then Worcestershire. Just run through the team for you. Worcestershire with 3 changes to the side that played the last championship game. Dolliver out injured, Kuram Shazad and Kashif Ali also missing. I'll go through the whole team after this next delivery, which is again played defensively back up the pitch by Isaac Mohammed. So the Worcestershire team then in full: Adavalath, Libby, Isaac Mohammed, Latigan, Jones, Roderick, the keeper, Brooks, Waite, Taylor, Allison and Gibbon. And the Sussex team: Hughes, Haynes, Carter, Coles, Alsop, Simpson, Carson, Lamb, Robinson, Carvelis and Adkat, who's in now and bowls. And this one down the leg side, an appeal as John Simpson takes it, but it came off the thigh pad of Isaac Mohammed. And through to the keeper. So no danger. Just have a look at a replay of that first one. Yeah, I think it was going down the leg side actually, despite Ollie Robinson's body language. He got his man 2 balls later anyway, so it doesn't matter. As Latigan is in and bowls, and Isaac pushing this down on the onside. And there is no run, so Worcestershire remain 1 for 2. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and I've just been joined for the first time this morning by Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, who was updating the listeners to BBC Radio Sussex as the wickets fell. Great news for the listeners down in the southeast, Adrian, as Anadkat is in again. Bowls, and Isaac is again playing this defensively back up the pitch.
Yeah,
morning, Adrian.
Yeah, morning to you, Frank. Lovely to see you. What a treat to be here at Worcester. Not just because I'm here, but this is my favourite cricket ground. I love coming here. And on a beautiful sunny day, the cathedral, it's just lovely. I hate the last game of the season in many ways, because it means it's all over for another year.
I agree.
But if I've got to finish it anywhere, Frank, I'd like to finish it here.
Well, it's gone by in a flash this season for me. Adcat in again, bowls, and Isaac is beaten outside the stump by an absolute beauty that pitched and left him, bounced a bit as well, and through it went to John Simpson. And a great start for Sussex, Adrian. Ollie Robinson thought he got a wicket first ball.
He did.
Looked very disappointed, but as I say, just seen a replay of that. I think it was going down the leg side, but didn't have to wait long. Got his man 2 balls later. That's a very good maiden over from Anadkat to start. Worcestershire 1 for 2 off 2 overs. And very inexperienced Worcestershire top 4. Adavalath, 21 years old, just playing about his 3rd game, I think. The big man Libby, that's the big wicket. Losing Libby first ball is a real shocker for Worcestershire. And now you've got a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old out there in the middle. Isaac Mohammed making his championship debut, and Daniel Latigan about to face his first ball.
And it won't be easy against Robinson and Nudcat, who are a good opening attack. They've barely bowled together this season. I'll talk about that as we go through, as Robinson is in bowls to Latigan, who's forward and drives nicely down the ground. He's going to pick up runs here. Ari Cavalis is in hot pursuit down towards the long off boundary. In fact, it's going to go all the way for 4. Yes, it does. Cavalis makes a sprawling attempt to field the ball. That's a nice shot, drilling the ball away through the cover mid-off for 4 runs. Can I just say, before I say anything else, Frank, I was absolutely thrilled that Worcestershire won the One Day Cup at Trent Bridge. There's no disrespect to Hampshire, and Hampshire's skipper Ben Brown was at Sussex for a good many years, and I like Hampshire, but I just thought it was just lovely for Worcester. The way that you won it, and the celebrations and the presentations and everything that went with that was absolutely wonderful. So well done to everyone at Worcester. In comes Robinson, bowls, and down the leg side, taken by Simpson.
Yeah, it was a great day, Adrian. It was a great day. It was a topsy-turvy game, and it was rain affected, as everybody knows, but it was a super day. And from a Worcestershire point of view, I've said this a few times, it sounds a bit defeatist, but there are 3 competitions, but Worcestershire can only really win 2 of them. I don't think realistically Worcestershire can think they can win the championship with the resources that they have, certainly not as things stand at the moment. So it was a great effort.
Robinson again bowls, but I think who's forward punched into the offside. There is no run. No, and in fact, I have to say, I was working in the studio on Saturday. Brighton were playing, and so I was back at base, and I saw the first rain break, and I thought, looking at the weather forecast, well, that'll be that, and they'll be back tomorrow. So I was some amazed. But nice to see Ali Orr, former Sussex player, scoring 100 as well,
really well actually.
For Hampshire. Things haven't gone all Ali's way since he's been down at Hampshire. He's had a couple of injuries, so always nice to see old players doing well, as Robinson is in bowls and forward comes.
Yeah, I subscribe to that, except maybe when they do well against you, like when Josh Tongue came and blew Worcestershire away a couple of weeks ago. And and I have to say, and I don't want to sound churlish, and we've just been talking about winning something, and it was a great day for Worcestershire, and it will go down in history as one of the big trophies. It'll be on the
It's a trophy.
on the wall in the pavilion and everything else. But it's also a tiny bit galling to see Notts leading the championship with 4 members of the Worcestershire side from recent years in the side as well.
Robinson in again, bowls Latigan. Well, he gets an inside edge. He didn't know much about that. Ball comes down to fine leg. Nothing J. David Lucat could do to cut that off. And Ollie Robinson, I remember bowling down here 2 or 3 years ago, picking up a stack of wickets.
8, I think, in one day.
He very nearly bowled Sussex to victory on that occasion.
Yeah.
And he's had an injury-ravaged season as Robinson. I don't think he's ever looked 100% fit, if I'm being perfectly honest. But he's still a very fine bowler.
Yeah, and he doesn't mind New Road in September, I should think, with a new Duke in his hand. It's been difficult for the batters here all season. It's not just September, believe me, because of the floods and the re-sowing of the square very late on.
Here comes Robinson bowls. Short pulled away by Latigan. That's too short. That's a good shot. Nothing wrong with that. He's actually heaved that one away over the wicket for 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Couple of boundaries in the over. For Latigan, he goes to 8, and Worcestershire 2, 9 for 2. So, I think it was universally well received. So no disrespect to Hampshire in any way, but and I think back to Worcestershire. I mean, 2018 you beat Sussex in the T20 final. So you
lost in the T20 final 2019 as well, very narrowly to Essex. So but it's been a long way, and it was the first one-day sort of 50 over involvement in a final since 1994, believe it or not. So. First one they'd won since 94, first involvement since 2004. So, it was a great day. Dan Latigan then, off to a good start. 3 boundaries in that over from Robinson. He's 12. 13 for 2. Your scoreboard, you'll get the rhythm of it. It just takes a tiny little bit of time after each scoring shot to update. Isaac Mohammed pushes forward to this. Out it goes on the offside. I mean, Robinson, he's done very well on this ground, hasn't he, in the past? And he's a top class performer. There's no question about it. But I think the pitch here against Notts was a little bit better than the ones that we had earlier in the year for the championship. The one before against Surrey wasn't too bad, but early on, we'll just break off as an Adcat bowls again. That's an absolute beauty past the outside edge of Mohammed. Early on, it was almost, well, I wouldn't say impossible to bat here, Adrian, but it was extremely difficult. Not anybody's fault. The grounds were trying to get the best pitches out that he possibly could, but he had to re-sow the entire square in March, I think.
Wow.
Which he would normally, that's work done in October.
Yes.
So the root growth isn't there, and the balls just seamed around all through the season, even with the Kookaburra, especially with the Duke, and I'd get in again bowls, and again Mohammed beat him outside the off stump. It'll nip, I reckon, for most of the game. It will nip around, and even when a batter's been out there for an hour or two, they never really feel in. It's tough, and my theory is that if you've only got a bat here twice, then bit of luck, get dropped or play and miss a few times, you might get away with it. But if you've got a bat here week after week after week after week, it gets into your head a little bit, and I think that has happened a tiny bit with some of the Worcester batters. Not these two, because they haven't been playing very much. So Nadcat bowls, and Isaac drives up to mid-off. So a 17-year-old Isaac Mohammed picked up about halfway through the season from the Warwickshire Academy. Moeen Ali's nephew, and nephew of Kadir Ali, Worcestershire's assistant coach, and brought in and came more or less straight into the T20 side. Had one or two quite striking starts, but never went on to anything significant. England under 19s most of the summer, got runs against India and Bangladesh for them, but a championship debut. Likes to get on with it, as we see there, as he takes a big swing at this one, trying to hit it over the leg side, gets a top edge and it goes over the slips and down to third man for 4. He's trying to hit it over square leg, so you can picture exactly what happened there for yourselves. But he gets his first boundary, but he'll clear the ropes. He's got a great record in league cricket. He's got a great future, I'm sure, but he probably a bit of work to do to tighten up his technique against the moving ball at the top of the order, and that's why he's been given the opportunity. The man at the other end, Daniel Latigan, connections with Sussex, believe it or not, Adrian.
Oh,
I don't know
really?
if you know this, but
Okay.
it's quite a story, really. He's 19 years old, and he's of South African. Well, he's an overseas player. He's South African. That's a lovely shot from Mohammed, but a very, very good diving stop at mid-off.
Danny Lamb in there.
By Danny Lamb prevents any addition. That's the end of the over. 17 for 2 off 4. And he came over to England and went to school at Brighton College, where he impressed and did very well. But his parents happened to have relocated to Worcestershire, and therefore he became part of the Worcestershire pathway and academy, and earlier this year was playing for the seconds on a regular basis and working on the bar here at New Road, believe it or not. And after a string of impressive performances, they gave him a contract, a 3-year contract, and he'll be an overseas player to start with, and then he'll qualify. And he's come into the one-day cup side and played absolutely brilliantly. And
Did he play on Saturday?
Played on Saturday. He's a good fielder. Looks a very, very capable batter. Don't want to say too much, but high hopes of these two, I would say.
He's facing Ollie Robinson, which is tricky in September, on a pitch that's giving help to the seams. The first delivery is outside the off stump. There is no run. I want to mention there's a couple of changes for Sussex from the game against Hampshire last week, and indeed Yorkshire the week before. No Sean Hunt, which is a real shame. Now I understand Sean, who's missed much of the season, he took 9 wickets in his first appearance against Somerset, the second game of the season, got injured in that game, injured his shoulder and his arm, and he's picked up an elbow injury. Come back to that in a moment, as here comes Robinson again, bowls, and Latigan is forward and works this one wide of backward point, going to pick up at 1. That's it, because Tom Alsop fields, it's just a single. I understand his elbow was giving him a little bit of discomfort last week in the game against Yorkshire, but he came down here, was expecting to play this morning, but there's clearly the injury is worse than they thought, so poor old Sean Hunt misses out, and it's a great shame because he's a lovely fella, and he's when a young cricketer gets injuries, it's difficult. And I thought his parents just arrived actually to watch the game, and they were given the bad news that Sean isn't playing, so we wish him well. Let's hope he has a good winter and comes back fit and raring to go in April. As in comes Robinson bowls. Latigan lets that one go outside the off stump and no run. The other change is Danny Lamb is into the side as a replacement for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Danny Lamb hasn't played an awful lot of championship cricket this season, but perhaps being the last game of the season gets an opportunity to come in for Finn Hudson-Prentice. The other relevance of the game for Sussex, well, the relevance of the game is a professional game of cricket, but Sussex still not totally guaranteed First Division cricket next season, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, as we go through the day. Sussex needing 6 points to be certain of playing in the First Division, as Robinson is in bowls to Latigan, who's struck on the pad, and this time he's given out. And Ollie Robinson picks up his 3rd wicket of the morning. When I say this time he's given out, because of the very first ball of the match, Ollie Robinson thought he'd got an LBW decision. That wasn't upheld by the umpire. This one was. And Latigan goes for 30.
Isaac, I think.
Oh, I apologise. Who enjoys bowling here at New Road, has picked up his 3rd wicket of the morning, and a very impressive 3 gives of 3 for 14.
Yeah. I had a look at a replay of that first one. I think it was actually just sliding down the leg side, but he clearly thought it was out, didn't he? His body language suggested as much. Took an age to get back to his mark.
It's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's on the scoreboard. It's
wrong.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely
Isaac
who has been dismissed, I think. And like I say, it's a tough, steep learning curve for these young lads, and. Yeah. At the moment, despite the fact that Latigan struck Robinson for 3 boundaries in the previous over, he has been an absolute handful. Almost every ball. Isaac Mohammed, who's hardly faced him actually, mainly been facing Gunadket at the other end, is now replaced by Rob Jones. And Rob Jones has not been in a great nick this season in the Championship. Just 1 half century in the Championship. Made 100 in the One Day Cup. Was great in that run to the final, and his fielding, of course, is always absolutely electric. But with the bat in the red ball game. He has been struggling this season, so it's a very testing time for him to come in at 18 for 3. They're really making the most of these conditions.
So here comes Robinson. 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Jones is beaten outside the off stump. And Robinson is in one of the. Robinson's got his tail up here, and he's running in, and he's bowling with good pace. I mean, there have been times this season when Ollie, I think just through little niggles he hasn't really been flat out, but he's his tail's up here today.
Sure is.
And he's bowling really. He's a high class performer, Ollie Robinson.
Well, we've seen this before on this ground, haven't we? It is deja vu, isn't it? Really, just every ball is a challenge.
Here he comes again. Bowls. Jones digs that one out. Plays to mid on. There is no run, and there's no respite with Jadev Udcat, who has come in for the last 2 seasons, the Indian seamer, for the last 3 games of the season. Is a fine bowler as well, and it's been a problem for Sussex this season. Keeping Robinson fit. They were meant to have Jaden Seals for the first 7 matches of the season, but Jaden was then called by the West Indians because of a rearranged schedule. So they've had to rely on Ollie Robinson, and he I don't think he'd mind me saying he's had these niggles and hasn't quite been at his best this season. But he coming to the end of the season, you think if Sussex wanted a good winter from Ollie Robinson and back, because he's got plenty of wickets in him still. There's no question of that.
If there's, we often you find yourself having conversations during the day about things you change in the game, don't you? And things. If there's one thing I would change about our Championship cricket, and I'm not going to go into scheduling and all that because that's way beyond my pay grade, but just somebody have an opinion about Championship cricket and having watched it closely for quite a few years. One thing I would change. Break off as an ad-cap bowls this ball to Latigan, who plays defensively out on the offside. I would change the rules around registration and loans and short-term loans and how quickly and easily you can bring somebody in. The idea that Surrey for this final game have signed a bowler as they did last year for the last game, to me is ludicrous, and I'm not having a go at Surrey. They are perfectly within their rights to do it because the rules allow it, and Worcestershire themselves this season have brought in players on short-term deals, sometimes just for 1 game. Latigan defends again on the onside, but it's a nonsense, isn't it? And we talked earlier about the scheduling. I also think any league where you don't play all the same teams the same number of times is nonsensical as well. You imagine a football league where you play the top teams twice and the other teams once. It's nonsense. And the idea that you can bring a test player in for 1 game is madness to me.
Well, you were saying, Frank, that Worcestershire have played Surrey twice this season. Sussex have been quite fortunate in that they played Surrey only once and Nottinghamshire once, so the fixture schedule was actually quite kind to Sussex.
Yeah, actually I was wrong about that, and I'd into bowl. Latigan drives through the covers for 4. Slightly over pitched, doesn't miss out. Big strong boy, driven through the covers. His 4th boundary goes to 17. Yeah, no, that's not true. They have actually only played Surrey once. They played Essex twice, and they played Warwickshire twice. Played Somerset only once.
Right.
Anyway, but yeah, there you go. It's a nonsense, isn't it?
It is.
It's just silly. It can't be right.
And there's talk around the ground. There's absolutely nothing official that the schedule's going to stay the same for next season after all the that seems to be the talk around the press box this morning.
Definitely, I've heard that. There's an Adcat. He's in again and bowls, and that. Oh wow! What a response that is from an Adcat. This one, having been driven through the covers, the previous delivery. Comes back in at the left-handed Latigan off the pitch, goes past the outside edge, and then John Simpson moving quite sharply away to his right. That's an absolute beauty from an Adcat, and Latigan, he did exactly the right thing there. He missed it because that's just what you want to do when you get one like that. A really good delivery from an Adcat. So he answers back after that dismissal and now takes Latigan on the pad, and there's a massive shout from everybody, but the umpire, who's the man that matters, David Milnes, remains unmoved.
Was a big shout. I have to say, Frank, with regard to the schedule, if indeed it has remained the same, my personal view, I don't think it's a great look, is it? This is all being announced in the last round of matches. I mean, this has been
nonsense.
It's been a topic of conversation
for months,
all season, and here we are at the end of it. And there's, apart from a reduction of 2 games in the T20 Blast, all that chatter and
I couldn't agree more, Adrian. It's just nonsensical, isn't it? Going down the leg side, by the way, that one, having looked at the replay, a single for Latigan off the next one, which is a length ball on off stump, pushes out on the offside, takes a single, keeps the strike, which may not have been the wisest thing to do, given that Ollie Robinson's got his tail up, but one more to the total, 23 for 3.
I'll make way at the end of this over, Frank, but an email has come in from Mark Cumber. Hello, Mark, and he says, "Hi, Adrian, I hope all are well. My father Cliff watches and listens to all of your Sussex County Cricket Club match commentaries. If Bruce Talbot is there today, he might well remember him from the East Court days." Yeah, Bruce isn't here today, but Cliff is 75 years old today. It would be greatly appreciated if you could wish him a happy birthday from all the family. So it's Cliff Cup. I think I don't know if it's Cumber or Cumber, Comber, but Cliff, very many happy returns on your 75th birthdays. In comes Robinson bowls, and Latigan is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. If you want to get in touch, email sussexcricket at BBC. Well, actually, no, it's wrong. I'm sorry, we've changed it. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk.
Or with me on X or Twitter, it's at Frank Watson 58. Sussex Sport at Gmail.
Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk.
bbc.co.uk or at Frank Watson 58. I've been a bit remiss today, Adrian. I'll explain why in a minute.
Robinson in bowls, Latigan who's forward and punches that firmly to mid off. There is no run.
So this every day this season during the Championship, I've had a quiz question, which I've put out there. Usually something to do with both teams, and invite people to answer. I've tried to make them quite difficult and almost Google proof if you can, which is not easy. I haven't done one today. I've been very, very lazy. I will sort that out tonight. I'll have a quiz question tomorrow.
Robinson wheels round. That's the Digley's end, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
I'll ask you a question in a minute. As Robinson is in bowls to Latigan, who's crunching this away. That's a lovely looking shot. That's 4 runs. He's a good player, this lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
A bit too short from Ollie Robinson. He's absolutely belted that away through the covers for 4 runs out towards the Cathedral. Lovely shot. He goes to 19 and Worcestershire to 27 for 3. At the Digley's end, there's some green netting.
Yeah.
I haven't noticed that before.
No, it's a new hospitality facility.
Right.
So there were 2 more horse chestnut trees there years ago, both killed by disease, so we've got 1 left, and that's been a bit of an eyesore, that gap really, over the last year or 2 through to the car park. But new hospitality facility with sort of sails on the top, a bar underneath, open to everybody. It's not for members or anybody, it's open to everybody, so it's and it's a good view actually. It's a nice place to look from. It's fairly well elevated.
I hadn't seen the
close.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the balcony. You used to be able to see through to the car park there. Here comes Robinson round the wicket bowls. Latigan shoulders arms, lets that go through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. Latigan to me sounds like is there any sort of Irish connection to that? It just sounds, you know.
Yeah, don't know. Not that I'm aware of. I think he's from Cape Town. I said to him the last time a batter from your part of the world fell into Worcestershire's lap, things ended rather well, because Graham Hick wasn't meant to come to Worcester. Came because Leicestershire didn't want an off spinner, so they said, "Oh yeah, anybody fancy him?" So Hick arrived, and Latigan.
Robinson in bowls. Latigan's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Robinson and through to Simpson.
Not quite the same, but came to school at Brighton, and the only reason he's here is because his parents happened to relocate to Worcestershire for whatever reason. But he is, like you said about a couple of the Sussex, just an absolutely charming lad.
Yeah.
And working on the bars in the T20s and so on, got the contract, and then they stopped his sessions on the bar, and he said, "What's going on?" And they said, "Well, you're a pro now." And he said, "No, I still need the money from working behind the bar."
Robinson in bowls. Latigan, who's forward, punches into the offside, picks up a single. I think Ollie Robinson was desperately happy about that single. Daniel Hughes fields. It is the end of the over. Time for me to take a breather with Worcestershire 27 for 3. Latigan on a very impressive 23 not out. Rob Jones yet to score. and the 3 wickets all taken by the equally impressive Ollie Robinson.
Thanks to Adrian Harms on his way, and I will shortly be joined by Nathan Johns, who will be with us for this game, having been here for the previous one against Nottinghamshire, so he's getting to know the Worcestershire players very, very well indeed, and they're up against it again, having lost the toss here, 28 for 3. Robinson on fire, has got all 3 wickets. Here comes a Nadcat yet to take one himself, and his first ball is driven out on the offside by Latigan, and they come through for a couple of runs. Tom Alsop, the fielder, running round and making the sliding stop in front of the Ladies Pavilion. 30 for 3 then. Latigan has 25 of them, and Nathan, he's making it look a different game from everybody else.
It's bizarre, isn't it? From memory, that game against Notts, I think he came in quite early, a similar situation. It was Pennington was doing the early damage for Notts a couple of weeks ago, and from memory, Latigan played an absolutely glorious shot down the ground to get off the mark after and then got out. But he for 5 minutes he looked far more comfortable than everyone else, and today that's proved the case again.
Taken on the pad by this one though, runs out on the offside. He's a big strong boy, and he puts away the bad ball. That's what he's done today. It's not as if he's played any shots that have been extraordinary. He's just basically, every time the bowler has erred, he has capitalised, and consequently he's made 25 with 5 boundaries. Nobody else really has made any impression at all. In fact, only one of the batter has got off the mark, and that was the 17-year-old Izzat Mohammed. But Adavalath, Libby and Mohammed all gone. And that is another magnificent shot from Latigan. Over pitch slightly, but beautifully driven straight down the ground. Minimum of fuss. I think one of the things I have picked up about Latigan is that, and I've watched him every innings that he's played for Worcestershire, I think bar one, there's an economy about the way that he bats. I think he doesn't sort of overdo anything. Even when he hits it big, he's a big strong boy. He times it well, and there's a stillness about him and a balance. That was a cracking shot. 34 for 3. And Nadcat in again, bowls, and that's another one punched away off the back foot, half stopped in the covers by Ollie Carter, the wicket keeper really in the field, playing as a batter in this one. Simpson, obviously the captain, senior man, has the gloves now, and they take a single. Latigan goes to 30, 35 for 3, and Rob Jones will face an Nadcat for the first time.
I suspect it's an issue of height and bat speed and the way he long arms the ball, bat comes through the ball. He just hits the ball effortlessly hard, doesn't he? There was one shot in the previous over from Robinson, Latigan, where he just punched it off on a length. Punch
is the word that comes to mind all the time, I think, when you watch him batting, I think. And it's a word I often use when I'm describing the batting of Matthew Waite as well, who's a different sort of stature but big strong batter, as we saw in that one-day final on Saturday. And Nadcat in again, bowls, and Jones is beaten outside the off stump, and that one going across the right-hander. But the ball, sometimes I've heard people say it stays hit, and what they mean by that is, he doesn't. I don't know how I'm trying to describe it. I started off talking about economy of movement. He will drive a ball down the ground, hit it really hard, and it will race to the boundary, but there isn't a huge follow through. That's probably it. It's a punching shot, kind of check, but he hits it very hard. Anyway, we'll say no more because we'll talk him out. He's on 30. He's only faced 24 balls in the circumstances. Quite surprising. And Nadcat decides to go round the wicket now to Jones. 4 slips waiting. Jones yet to get off the mark, and Nadcat is into him. He's off the mark now as he turns a ball of full length on leg stump to square leg, where Tom Alsop does the fielding, and they go through for a single. Jones will keep the strike, so he's off the mark, and Worcestershire, reeling at 1 for 2 in the very first over, have recovered to some extent to 36 for 3.
I made the mistake of turning my back on the first over, because I was at the coffee machine, pouring myself a cup of tea, and I heard the big appeal first ball, turned around, okay, not out, didn't miss anything there, and then by the time I started taking the tea bag out, it was the third ball, and he had nicked off, and I'd missed that one as well.
At Avalath it wasn't out, it was going down, having watched the replay, but Ollie Robinson certainly thought it was. He was very disgruntled.
Ollie Robinson is going to continue here. 4 slips in waiting, and that's turned away. Half a thought of a single. I think that might have hit him on the glove. Rob Jones, he's just shaking his hand out there, but square leg keeps it to no run.
And then he got him third ball with a good one, which bounced and left him a bit caught behind. And then Jake Libby lost his off stump, completely uprooted. So it was 1 for 2. And Robinson, who's done it here before 2 years ago, I think it was 2, might have been 3 years ago, in similar circumstances towards the end of the season, had a great game and picked up probably 10 wickets in the match, I think.
That's defended on the front foot by Jones this time, safely negotiated, no run.
So he's a handful when he gets going in these circumstances, I think, Ollie Robinson, and Adcat's bowled pretty well from the other end as well, gone past the bat lots of times. Very inexperienced Worcestershire top order. At Avalath 21, he's that championship debut for him, only 17 years old. Latigan 19. That kind of game, isn't it? End of season, Worcestershire already relegated, can afford to blood a few youngsters.
Robinson comes in, hits him on the pad. There's half an appeal from behind the stumps, but Robinson wasn't too interested. Big stride forward, might have gotten outside the line.
It's tough out there. I have every sympathy for the batters at the moment. It's one ball at a time, it really is, particularly against Robinson. I think he hits those areas, he hits the seam. It could go either way, and you've just got to play it literally one ball at a time, I think, at the moment.
Well, I wonder if his extra height compared to an Adcat just adds a different element as well, a bit of extra bounce. Well, he's bowled quite full so far today, and he comes, and that's full again. This one is hit on the pad again, and this time the finger goes up. Rob Jones is dismissed, LBW, and that is the 4th Worcestershire wicket to fall. Hit on the back leg. It looked pretty adjacent from our angle here. Worcestershire 36 for 4 now.
Yeah, like I say, every ball is a real challenge from Robinson, and that looked, well, as I've said to you before, Nathan, I always get in trouble. People complain, they say, I watch the replay and I go, oh, that looked a good shot, but it did, as you say, back leg, nip back, and well, you know, I don't know how you play those. I really don't. I don't see what you can do.
Well, so somebody should ask Dan Latigan how he's playing them, because it's amazing. He's 30 off 24 at the non-strikers end, watching absolute carnage down the other, and it's difficult to remember. He's been a few play and misses outside off, but he hasn't. Maybe it's because he's so tall and he gets a big stride in.
I think that's the key. I mean, he's been beaten as well a few times, but I think his height is key, and maybe, you know, the bowlers, because of his height, have not quite got their lengths as spot on as they would do otherwise. Gareth Roderick is the new man. Worcestershire wicketkeeper, batting down at 6, has opened for much of the season, so he may have come this morning hoping that he wouldn't have to be out there too early, but finds himself out there just before 11:15.
Well, this is not a dissimilar situation to the last time I saw Gareth Roderick in the flesh, which was a fortnight ago roughly, when he came out to bat against Notts, and he came out to bat on a hat-trick ball, if you remember, and Josh Tongue wrapped him on the pad, and he was convinced he had him and that he had him for a hat-trick, but the shout was turned down, and from a Worcestershire point of view it's a good thing that he was, because he went on to make 61 off 110 deliveries, and that kept Worcestershire in the game, as they, what were they, 37 for 4 at that point, 36 for 4, a near identical situation, and his 61 gave them a reasonably competitive total of 182, so he's in good form, century last week as well, but he's going to have to do another rebuilding job here as he faces his first ball to Robinson. He walks down the pitch, I suspect in a bid to counteract any movement, and he plays and misses outside his off stump. A few heads on hands and the slip cordon as that flies through to Simpson.
It's a little bit obvious, really, to say this, but you know, you could have predicted this morning. I could go back through my book here and look at all of the championship games this season. In fact, I'll probably do it. All of the championship games this season here at New Road, and it's been a similar story every single time in the first innings. I think almost every single time.
Well, it is phenomenal. The last game here, Worcestershire with 37 for 4, and now they're 36 for 4. So that's edged, but on the ground it lands short of the man at fourth slip. Ollie Carter sticks out a despairing left hand as he dives, but it flies away to the boundary at third man. So Roderick is off the mark with a nick through the slips. He's on 4. That is the end of the 9th over. Worcestershire are 44-4.
In the Surrey game, which was the one before that was here, they were 77 for 4, 87 for 5, eventually made 209. In the Warwickshire game, which was here, they were actually, that was the one game, I think that was one of the Kookaburra games. That was probably the one game where there were some decent scores.
Yeah, they're difficult to get a read of, those Kookaburra games, aren't they?
It's just been hard work here, and hard work at the best of times when you get bowlers like Ollie Robinson with his tail up. Very hard work indeed. First bowling change of the day. Ari Carvelis coming on at the New Road end to replace a Nadcat, who might feel disappointed that he hasn't got on a mark in the wickets column. As Carvelis comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Latigan leaves alone, taken by Simpson. So Robinson 5 overs, no maidens, 4 for 23. And Nadcat 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. And a sorry card for Worcestershire. Davalath out for 0, Libby out for 0, Isaac out for 5, Jones out for 1, the one shining light. Daniel Latigan, 30 not out. He's only faced 25 balls. The tall left-hander. There comes the high-stepping Ari Carvelis in from the New Road end. Bowls, and Latigan is pushing this one behind square on the leg side and takes 1. Fancied 2, but Tom Alsop out on the third man boundary, very wide, quick to the ball, and they only take a single.
Remarkable, really, when you look back at that game versus Notts. We mentioned a few minutes ago that Gareth Roderick survived a big LBW shout first ball that would have been a hat-trick for Josh Tongue. I mean, he went on to hit 61 in that game, and then 151 last week in Durham. Sometimes in cricket you need a bit of luck, but he got that luck, hit himself into some form, and he's cashed in the
and found himself unlikely in an unlikely fashion in the one-day final on Saturday. Wasn't expecting to play. Dot ball here as he drops this one down on the offside. Wasn't expecting to play because he hadn't played in the one-day cup all the way through, but Brett D'Oliveira brought on to bowl at Durham in that championship game because they didn't want to give any work to the seamers or any extra work to the seamers, so they shared the bowling around. D'Oliveira came on, bowled 1 ball of his leg spin, went over on his ankle, tore his ligaments, and had to miss the final and will miss the rest of the season. So Roderick came in. That is a beautiful shot from Gareth Roderick. It's over pitch from Carvelis, and he just leaned into it, just drove it very, very efficiently between the bowler and mid-on and down to the boundary. So 45 for 4, and Roderick goes to 8, his second boundary.
Yeah, they really haven't struggled for scoring, have they? What, I'm just looking at the run rate here. It's just 4 and over. It's always very good when when you're 4 down and the ball's moving around it all over the shop.
Outside the off stump, this one from Carvelis, left alone by Roderick. Yeah, the run rate's been good, hasn't it? We've had 50 minutes. They've scored 45 runs, but they have lost 4 wickets. It's been harem-scarum stuff out there. Ollie Robinson, very, very difficult. When you think he's only bowled 30 deliveries, Robinson, and he's taken 4 wickets, he's gone past the bat a few times. It's been quite eventful stuff. Carvelis is in again, he bowls, and Roderick just turns this on the leg side for a single. That means he'll keep the strike. It's the end of the over. 10 gone. Worcestershire put into bat 46 for 4.
You talked about economy of movement earlier. I think that's been the key for, well, I know Roderick has only been in for 6 deliveries, but he looked very good with that punch down the ground, didn't he? Latigan's played a few shots like that as well. It's not been expansive. It's just been controlled stroke play, which I suppose minimises the risk of error, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You're not seeing flowing drives or the typical left-hander's cut shot where the hands end up back over his head or anything like that. It's just controlled movement, which means he's able to punish anything that's wayward, but it means he minimises the risk of nicking off if the ball does move. Roderick on strike to Ollie Robinson, and that's defended on the front foot.
Sorry, Nathan, I was talking about Robinson having done well here before. It was 2 years ago, I think. 2 years ago, May. It was early season. Worcestershire against Sussex batted first, and Ollie Robinson in that game, which I think Adrian will remember as well, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 59. 7 for 59. Only one other bowler in this game who played in that lineup, and that's James Coles, who we'll probably see later.
Robinson in to Roderick. That's defended once again. Big stride down the pitch from Gareth Roderick, and he just pushes that one gently into the offside.
So yeah, he's done it here before. From the Diglis end. He's tall, as you say, hits the seam, goes both ways off the pitch, gets that bit of bounce, and at the moment, as I was trying to explain his last over, it's just like every single ball, isn't it? Play a ball, concentrate, walk away, come back, play the next one.
Well, he just turns at the top of his mark now. Ambles in past the umpire, outside edge down to third man, where there is no protection on the rope, so that'll be another boundary for Gareth Roderick. Off the outside edge, but a controlled shot, just opened the face ever so slightly at the last minute to guide it wide of fourth slip and away to the fence. That brings up the 50 for Worcestershire. They've done it in relatively decent time, actually, inside 11 overs. The issue is the 4 next to that 50, the 4 wickets down so far today, all 4 falling to Ollie Robinson, who has been on a tear from the Diglis end. Still conceded runs, he's going at over 4 and over economy wise, but he won't mind that so long as he keeps taking wickets. In he comes in response to being hit through third man, and now he's hit through mid on, and well, I thought he was hit through mid on, but he's actually hit it as straight as you possibly can, because it's taken out middle stump at the non-striker's end. You literally cannot hit that any straighter, and the stumps do Sussex a solid there, because that was a beautiful shot down the ground.
That
and
was definitely destined for the boundary, wasn't it?
Hey, he looks good, Roderick. He's been driving down the ground beautifully.
He's well, both these two have dealt almost exclusively in boundaries, haven't they? Roderick's hit 3, Latigan's hit 6. But you still feel every ball's an event at the moment.
It absolutely is. We'll see what Robinson has in store for us here. As this one is a relatively non-event by comparison, as it's defended into the offside for another dot ball. 50 for 4 are Worcestershire now. Roderick 13, having faced 11 deliveries. Daniel Latigan, he's been starred of strike in the last few overs or so. He's 31 off 26. Robinson 4 wickets so far, 4 for 27. He's got 1 delivery left in this, what is his 6th over, opening the bowling from Diglis end. He's got 4 slips waiting next to John Simpson behind the stumps, and that's hit on the pad. Half an LBW shout. It looked a little bit high. Leg by signalled, so Roderick keeps the strike. It is 51 for 4, the end of 11 overs.
John Wells has been in touch on Twitter, or X, at FrankWatson58 is my handle. He says, good morning, really disappointed not travelling. I'm missing this one today, but thanks for the background on the new lads. Well, the new lads-ish, Idavalath, 21 years old, just finished at Loughborough University. I think there's high hopes for him. He's had a pretty rough start. He got a 50 at Durham the other day, but 2 low scores in the game here against Notts, and out for Latigan today. Difficult circumstances, but high hopes for him, and he's finished his finals at university, and there's a hope that he'll be totally focused on cricket the next 2 or 3 seasons. Cavelas is in again, bowls, and this one is chipped back in the air, almost a return catch, but didn't quite get a hand on it. So Roderick maybe gets a little bit lucky there. And then Isaac Mohammed, 17 years old, championship debut today, signed from Warwickshire Academy, nephew of Kadir and Moeen Ali, and Daniel Latigan, who I was talking about, came over to go to school at Brighton College. Cavalis again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Roderick. And then parents settled in Worcestershire, so he came to the attention of Worcestershire, joined the pathway here at New Road, and has been given his first contract this summer, and is again another one who has great potential. Worcestershire quite excited about some of the young players coming through, but the focus at the moment is on survival. It's been a tough morning for the batters out there, as Ari Cavalis in again bowls, and that is again beautifully driven by Gareth Roderick, but this time straight to the fielder at mid-off, who is Ollie Robinson.
So if Latigan was at Brighton College, is there an alternate universe where he could be playing for? He could have ended up in the Sussex system.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. I think all to do with his parents happening to settle in Worcestershire. So he was boarding at Brighton, I think, and his parents settled in Worcestershire. I don't know why, what the circumstances were, but it is a real accident, really. He's fallen into Worcestershire's lap, and a bonus, a great bonus for them. That one is short, and on his toes Roderick tries to cut it, but just really gets a bottom corner on it, and it just dribbles out on the offside, and there's no run. And I've said a few times, it's, you know, the coincidence with Graham Hick, who came from Zimbabwe, not from South Africa, but same part of the world really, and also fell into Worcestershire's lap, and he wasn't meant to come to Worcestershire at all, Graham Hick, and yet ends up being an absolute club legend, and the pavilion's now named after him. As Cavalis bowls and Roderick leaves outside the off stump. And yeah, these things happen, don't they? And as we've said yesterday, you know, Worcestershire lose players to other counties for various reasons. 4 of them in the Notts side that look as though they might win the championship. Josh Tongue bowling them to the top of the table in the last couple of games. Have to find replacements one way or another. So when something like Latigan happens to come along, it's a real bonus. Cavalis bowls and Roderick pushes rather than drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 51 for 4. Just mentioning that I'd had that message from John, also had one from Johnny Blaine's big Spurs fan, and he said he's drowning in trophies now with the Spurs Europa League win, and now Worcestershire winning on Saturday. Do you expect next season to be one of young players in the side, or will there be new experienced additions? I don't know, is the truth. I don't know of any additions that are planned at the moment. I think young players are always going to be coming through. I think we'll see a lot of Isaac and Davalath and Latigan, and we might see an experienced one or two coming in, but I don't know of any plans at the moment.
Change of bowling from the Diglas end. Ollie Robinson's 6-over spell has come to an end. 4 wickets opening the bowling, and Jaydev Unadkat is going to have a change of ends as he comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Latigan, who leaves that go outside off stump through to Simpson. He's done that well actually today. How's Latigan? He's left the ball quite well outside his off stump, which has been a feature of his innings that is easy to overlook, given the flurry of boundaries he's hit. How many has he hit so far? 6 out of the 26 deliveries he has faced. 31 off 26. Not often you worry about strike rates in red ball cricket, but he's striking in 119 for anyone who's interested. And that cat continues. He's got 3 slips in place, 2 men saving 1 on the offside, and one of them was called into action here at cover point as Latigan just defends that. He motions with his hand that one just left him ever so slightly, be it in the air or off the pitch. It did hit the splice. One of the rare times the ball has not found the middle of his bat this morning. He's on 31. Gareth Roderick down the other end is 13. He's been strong driving the ball down the ground, and apart from that one half chance where he nearly chipped it back to Cavalis in the previous over, he's looked very solid as well. As Unadkat comes in to Latigan, short and pulled away, and there's a cry of catch it, but it's over the man at deep square. Latigan takes on the short ball, and he's pulled it for 6. Tom Alsop out there, deep square leg. Just for a second he looked very interested did take a few steps in, and I wonder if that just cost him, because he ended up having to backpedal rather quickly. And had he been on the rope, I wonder would he have got a hand on it, given the ball did hit the advertising hoarding just a couple of feet behind the rope. It didn't sail into the crowd or anything, but Latigan with another powerful shot, and it's his first maximum. He moves to 37. We'll see, does Unadkat go short again? Good length, left alone outside off.
Just seen a comment, Nathan, on the live chat on the live stream. It says, "I can't get over the commentator saying, 'How do you play those to a dead straight ball on middle to get Jones?'" Well, he must be a hell of a player, the guy that wrote that, if he thinks that was a dead straight ball on middle, because it definitely nipped back off the seam. And when you don't know whether it's going to come back or go away, which is what wobble seam does to you, I think you've got to be a better player than some of the people watching to actually understand that and play that.
Driven through the offside, but Latigan this time picks out the man at cover. No run. Yeah, it's a bit harsh. That definitely did nip back a long way, didn't it?
And I think I remember having a chat with Daryl Mitchell, the Worcestershire now retired opener, chairman of the PCA, about how the game had changed during his career, and he said that, you know, early on in his career as an opening batter, and you could see a bowler running up and how he was holding the ball and where the shine was, and you could say it was going to go away, or you could see him put his fingers across the seam and say it was going to nip back. By the end of his career,
Unadkat full straight, defended straight back to him, end of the over, 57 for 4.
Bowlers had developed, you know, what they call wobble seam now, which is where they don't know which way it's going to go. They run up and they bowl it, and they don't know whether it's going to go away or in. If it just hits the seam. And he said that as an opening batter, leaving the ball had become a much, much more difficult art. And it might explain why some batters these days decide not to leave at all, because you just don't know which way it's going to go. So the danger of leaving a ball that actually is going to nip back and do you as an opener is quite prevalent. So I think it has become more difficult.
Well, you could see Latigan in the previous over. He actually left a few on length, which seems to be the only way you can solidly leave, unless it's well outside off.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? But straight to the fielder from Gareth Roderick on his toes off Cavalis, and dangerous to say it, because, you know, inevitably it brings a wicket, but Robinson has made it look different from every other bowler, hasn't he? I think the other bowlers have been less threatening, shall we say. And Adcat's gone past the bat a few times. They're entitled to, of course. Cavalis bowls again, and Roderick turns it away on the leg side. But it looks more straightforward against the other bowlers. Yeah,
Cavalis has struggled to find his length here. I mean, that was just a full toss on leg stump, which Roderick actually missed out on, considering there's no one at square leg. But you see, you said there, he's played that back foot punch / cut shot a few times. He's driven down the ground beautifully. Cavalis has just either gone too short or too full. He hasn't hit that magic spot of in between forward and back, which Robinson hit more or less every delivery he bowled. He hasn't got into his rhythm at all in this spell yet, has Cavalis.
He's in again, he bowls. That's a good length though. That's where he wants to be, and Roderick is pushing this out on the offside, and there's no run. I'm going to take my daily opportunity as well, having said that about that comment about whether it nipped back or not, to say that we are sitting at long on here with Cavalis bowling from the New Road end. Any Worcestershire viewers and listeners will have heard me say this lots before, but if you're from Sussex or anywhere and you're watching this and you occasionally think we say something and it doesn't actually seem to fit exactly what you see on your screen. Cavalis bowls, turn to mid wicket. This one, there's no run. We are not looking at the pictures when we commentate. We are looking at the game from long on. The camera is behind the arm, obviously at both ends, and you know, if we say, oh, it looks as though it's going down the leg side or something, that's us with the naked eye looking from the side of the ground. That is not looking at the replay. Sometimes we do look at the replays, but if we say we think it looks as though it's going down and you could see that it's actually hitting middle, then bear with us, because we are commentating with the naked eye, not on the pictures that you can see. Single here to Roderick, turned down to long leg, and the score goes up to 58 for 4. So give us a break. Give us a break.
Well, you get it right more often than not, Frank, and I think that's the main thing. We're pretty straight here. I mean, I spent the week in Dublin last week, actually, back home for the England T20s.
Yeah.
And that media tend to view was actually at the mid-wicket cow corner, which is impossible.
We've commentated from that pod over there on T20s and with a monitor, but you commentate on the monitor then as much as you can, I think. This one down the leg side from Cavalis, and Latigan going to be a bit disappointed that he's missed out on that one, looking to turn it away on the leg side. Just got inside it a bit too far, and through it goes to the keeper. So no run. 58 for 4, Adavalath out for 0, Libby for 0, Isaac for 5, Jones for 1. Shining light, Daniel Latigan is on 37, Gareth Roderick is on 14, and we have had 14 overs, and Nathan Johns will carry on, and in a moment I think Adrian Harms will be coming in to replace me.
Oh, Nadcat is going to continue. It looks like he's going to come left arm around with the right-handed Roderick on strike. 3 slips in play. Jack Carson at first, James Coles at second, Tom Haynes at, well, let's call him a wide third slip. Ringfield on the offside now, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on the fence. Here comes a Nadcat, and that's guided off the edge. This will be a test at the outfield, but I think it will go for 4. Roderick was genuinely squared up by that one, but he managed to play it with soft hands. I make that his 3rd boundary through that 3rd man region. It's been a profitable scoring one, but I think that was of the 3, that was the one of which he was in the least amount of control along the ground, so never any danger of being caught, but I went well wide of 3rd slip. But it's another boundary to start the over. 62 for 4. Adrian Harms is just getting set up here as he's come in, and there's going to be a chat here between the Sussex brains, just a lot of fingers pointing towards 3rd man, suggesting someone should go back, and it looks like there will be a change in the field. The backward point is going to go in place, or a wide 3rd man, depending on your preference. It's Tom Alsop, who was in the game the previous over from this end when a short ball was pulled just over his head. That's left on length as it goes away through to Simpson, outside off. Welcome back, Adrian Harms. How are you?
Lovely to meet you.
Yes, lovely.
First time we've worked together, and it's great to meet you.
Always.
It's been a good morning, isn't it? I mean, it's wickets and runs, and
it's not been dull.
No,
to say the least.
That's for sure.
What do you reckon? Ollie Robinson 6 overs sound about right for him in terms of length of spell, even though he was going well.
Yes, I mean he sometimes bowls longer spells than that, particularly when he's not when he's taking wickets like he was this morning.
The Nadcat bowls full and straight, and Roderick defends that one down the ground. Speaking of Robinson, he picks it up at mid-on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see him have another go, maybe before lunch. And I heard you and Frank was saying about when he bowled here a couple of seasons ago and very nearly won a match for Sussex. So he clearly enjoys bowling here, and they're favourable conditions. It's September, and a wicket that's giving a little bit of help.
Absolutely. Well, he certainly looked more threatening than the other 2 seamers we've seen so far today. Nadcat would have thought he had a chance when Latigan took on the pull shot, but it flew over deep squares. He comes in again, and that's well outside off. He's trying to bring that one in quite a long way, but he doesn't get enough movement, and Roderick is more than happy to let it go.
I was just sort of trying to catch up when I was off air, just to see if there's any official news on this. The lack of restructure now in the Championship. I mean, Will Macpherson, who writes for the Telegraph, who is generally a very, very good source of information and has gone public with it, so he must be certain of his ground, is saying that there is no change to the County Championship for next season. So 14 games, and there will be relegation this season.
Here comes Nadcat. That's turned away off the pad, going down a leg on the angle, coming around the wicket, and Simpson manages to cut off the single down to fine leg. Yes, so of course, so that means that second relegation spot is all of a sudden much more relevant today.
Yeah.
I think you were saying earlier what Sussex needs 6 points?
Yes, they did. Sussex would need 6 points, but that's on the proviso that the other side all got maximum batting and maximum bowling points and won their games. It's all quite complicated at the bottom, but if the game between Yorkshire and Durham ended in a draw and they ended up with 16 points each, It was based on all sorts of assumptions that Sussex would at a maximum need 6, but that's highly unlikely they would lead 6.
Yeah, well, it's certainly all clustered together. 5th to 9th, so Sussex in 5th and Durham in 9th. Only 10 points separates them and everyone else in between, as that's left alone outside off by Roderick, and that is the end of the over. So Nadcat has now bowled 6, 1 made, none for 27. Roderick found the fence with the boundary through third man in that set of 6. He's now on 18 off 29, and Daniel Latigan will keep the strike. He's on 37, having faced 33 deliveries, 62 for 4.
And I think the that calculation, Nathan, was based very much on the fact that Durham and Yorkshire are playing each other in that game, and so they both can't get maximum points. That was kind of how we did all our sums. I mean, the teams who I think are in most danger are probably Durham and Hampshire, to be honest.
Well,
I think Yorkshire will probably get out of it. And you know, Sussex and Essex were theoretically still needing points, but they're probably safe.
Well, it's funny, yeah, Hampshire actually had a good start down in Southampton. That they have Surrey 41 for 3.
Wow. Carvelos in bowls, and forward comes Latigan. Plays down the onside of the track. There is no run, and that's a game that Surrey have to win. And actually, they have to win, but with a good haul of bonus points as well.
Yeah, because they need a favour from Warwickshire as well, don't
would.
they, against Notts? And they're off for rain, actually.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, Nottinghamshire are bowling first, and they've taken 1 wicket. So Warwickshire are 39 for 1, and they're currently off.
I thought the forecast was good everywhere today. Carvelos around the wicket bowls Latigan, who drives firmly down the ground. Carvelos fields off his own bowling and then makes as if to shy at the stumps. He's quite an aggressive manager, but decides not to. Ari Carvelos is actually, this will be his last game for Sussex because he's been released, and I don't know whether he's picked up another county. Ari Carvelos. Something I was going to ask Frank about actually, and you may know as well, Nathan. Bertie Foreman, Sussex player who came down here, played a couple of championship matches in the season. I have to ask how he got on, because Bertie's also been released by Sussex.
Oh, has he? I didn't know he'd been released.
Yeah. In comes Carvelos, bowls down the leg side. Not a great delivery taken by Simpson. There is no run. Yes, Ari Carvelos, Bertie Foreman, Archie Lenham has also been released. Henry Rogers and another. So yes, I know Bertie played certainly one championship game down here.
Yeah, just looking at his recent scores, played a couple of one-day cup games.
Did he as well?
Yeah. Last played for the first team against Warwickshire on the 26th of August.
Carvelos in bowl, short, pulled away by down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 38, Worcestershire to 63 for 4.
He did well in a second team game a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he's 62 and 44.
Okay.
Playing for the second team.
This is a good cricketer. Left-handed bat, spin bowler. Very, very fast in the outfield. He's like a whippet around the outfield. But I guess you just sort of can't keep everybody this day and age, and I'm sure that wasn't an easy decision for, well, I guess ultimately Paul Farbrace has to make that decision. As in comes Carvelos, bowl short and pulled away, and didn't really time that, did Gareth Roderick, and it's fielded by James, it's Tom Alsop in there at mid-wicket. He's got a great big muddy smear down the side of his trousers, as Tom.
Yes, well, the outfield still looks a little bit damp in patches, doesn't it? And he's been the man who's been, cast out the deep square a few times, so he's had to throw himself around towards the wet patches as you get closer to the boundary. There's been a few times Carvelos has bowled that heavy length or that shorter length, and Roderick struggled for timing. I wonder, just from this end, is it just a bit stodgy off a length? Not easy to time.
Carvelos in down the leg side, and again, not a great over really from Ari Carvelos. Hasn't really made Roderick work. End of the over, 63 for 4. Carvelos, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. Worcestershire 63 for 4 here on BBC Radio Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Nathan Johns, and Frank Watson, your commentary team at the lovely New Road. We've not worked before together. Do you live in Worcester, Nathan?
No, I'm based in London, but up here for the week and
lovely.
Run around the country following county games, essentially wherever I'm needed. Yeah, it's beautiful. This is the second game I've done this year at New Road, and I have to say both have been in September, which apparently I've been told is the best time to visit New Road.
I love this place. Yeah,
and I have to say, based on the weather today, I cannot disagree with that. It's absolutely glorious. And Ollie Robinson is going to come back in. So what he had. There's 2 overs that he didn't bowl from the Digless end, bowled by a Nadcat, and Robinson has come in, and that's turned away a think off the pad of Daniel Latigan and out towards square leg. Yes, the umpire is getting ready to signal for a leg bye, so that takes the score to 64 for 4. Robinson just straying a little bit straight there in his first ball back after a very brief breather.
So did you drive down or did you come on the train?
I came on the train,
right.
yeah. Relied on Great Western Rail. Let me down a few times a few weeks ago when I was coming down here.
So were they reliable?
There was one day, I think, a randomly cancelled train in the middle of the Cotswolds left me a little bit stranded, but apart from that, yeah, been pretty good. Robinson comes in now, Roderick on strike. Third man has gone back, of course, for Roderick. And that's edged and dropped. It did carry to third slip. It was a low chance. It wasn't at a comfortable height. I'll just wait for the man to turn around now so I can see what Tom Haynes, yeah. It was a low chance to his right hand side. Just gets a pat on the leg from James Coles as he walks past him, just to say, you know, almost a good effort. It was not a simple chance. Driving down the ground was Roderick. The first false shot he's really played. A couple of times he's edged through third man, but he's played it in a controlled manner along the deck. But that one did carry to third slip and it was put down. This one comes forward, does Roderick, and he defends that one into the offside. Yeah, it was a tough chance, that.
It was. I mean, Sussex got a bit of a change in the slip cord at the minute. Tom Alsop generally fields at first slip. Now, Tom didn't field in the slips last week. Now, I don't know whether he was carrying some sort of a finger injury, quite possibly, as we're getting towards the end of the season. And Tom Clark is the other regular slip fielder for Sussex, who's out of the side. He's had an operation on a shoulder injury. So, I mean, Tom Haynes is a regular slipper, but I'd be disappointed not to have taken that.
Yeah, so Roderick dropped on 18 and he drives that one down the ground beautifully. He's played that shot very well today, has Gareth Roderick, and not for the first time. He leans on a fuller ball and hits it through mid-off away to the fence. 68 for 4. Roderick moves to 22.
Nice shot, wasn't it? These two have done really well, actually. I mean, I did wonder when the fourth wicket went down whether Worcester were going to collapse in a heap, but these two have really got their heads down, and I've been really impressed with Latigan. I think he's been tremendous.
He has, and he actually hasn't had that much strike.
No,
really.
He hasn't.
Since Roderick has come in, and Roderick is actually nearly caught up on deliveries faced. He's faced 34, and Latigan has faced, well, I think that's a 38 on the scoreboard rather than a 36, as Roderick defends that one into the offside for no run. But yeah, certainly since I sat down at what time did I come in? About 46 minutes ago, I've definitely said the name Roderick a lot more than I said Latigan. So he has had the majority of the strike. Be interesting to see how Latigan responds to that. Given how well he was playing, is he a bit frustrated to be standing on his bat down the non-striker's end, or maybe with Robinson bowling now, he's happy to be down there?
I mean, you never know, do you? I mean, he just played. I mean, he took the attack to Sussex, didn't he? You know, wickets were tumbling around him, and he was taking on the bowling.
Final delivery of this Robinson over, and that's left outside off. Simpson does the work behind the stumps. 68 for 4, and I think that's 17 overs gone now. So Robinson bowled 7. He's 4 for 31.
But I guess we ought to have a quick look around the country, what's going on in those other games, really. So the big games at the top are the ones that people are interested in. Hampshire, Surrey. I mean, Hampshire need to win that game, Nathan, but Surrey, as you were saying, 43 for 3. Burns, Sibley and Patel all back in the pavilion. Is Ollie Pope playing in that game?
I'll have a quick look at the scorecard.
He isn't. No.
He isn't. Interesting.
And nor is Gus Atkinson either.
Yeah, I think most of the England battery are rested this week, haven't they? Yeah, like, for example, I don't think Josh Tongue is playing up for Notts. Hang on, I'll double check that. But
right.
I remember reading yesterday when the Ashley squad announcement came out. I think there was three seam bowlers who were expected to play this week who are not.
So it probably means that Matt Potts isn't playing for Durham, I presume.
That might have been the other name. I'll double check that. But yeah, no Josh Tongue for Notts either.
And Nudcat in bowls. Forward comes Latigan, plays into the offside, no run. Actually, Matt Potts is in the Durham side, which
he's
is
playing.
Interesting. He is. I'm surprised if I mean, maybe Durham's actually. Yeah. So he does seem to be playing. Yeah, Durham 42 for 2.
I think I'm right in saying I'm not sure if he turned down a call up for those white ball squads recently. I think I remember reading that he wanted to focus on getting back into red ball form with one eye on that Ashley squad, because he's ostensibly taken Chris Wokes' place, hasn't he?
Yes.
In that squad. So
look at in bowls. Latigan lets that go. Taken by Simpson. No, I mean, I'm pleased that he's in the Ashes squad. I felt all summer. I watched Matt Potts bowl up at Durham, against Sussex, and he just strikes me as, you know, he just keeps on coming. He never seems to be unfit. I mean, I don't want to touch wood, but I wonder as well whether that's one of the reasons, Nathan, they've picked him for the Ashes, because they think, well, one or two of the bowlers you're just not sure about fitness. So at least Potts, you know, is someone who's going to run in for you.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's probably been a bit unlucky over the course of his England career.
Latigan bowls, forward comes, Latigan plays into the offside, there is no run. No, I agree with you. I think, and he bowled really well at up at on a really flat deck and with a kookaburra as well.
Yeah, because if you look at the bowlers that they're taking with them, obviously Mark Wood is still recovering from injury. We all know about Jofra Archer's injury history, as I'm sure you know well, down in Sussex. And you know, Bryden Carr seems to be perpetually nursing an injured toe of some description, doesn't he? So there is you know, they've picked their fastest bowlers, but they are injury prone.
Comes Anukat bowls, driven by Latigan. Good bit of field. Oh, I thought Carter had fielded that in the covers, but it's a single as Allsop comes trotting in from sweeping on the cover boundary. One more to the total, which goes to 60. Got to 69 for 4.
Yeah, it just takes a second to turn over the scoreboard.
Latigan goes to 39. Yeah, I mean, and there was an article I was reading in the Times yesterday saying that you know, there was some thought Mark Wood might play in this round of matches because he's going to the Ashes having played no cricket for a best part of a year. So you know, whether that's good or bad, I guess we'll find out come November. And Ducat in bowls, let go by Roderick outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. I mean, Jofra Archer has come back. Well, I mean, the last time we saw Jofra in a Sussex shirt was in June when he played that game up at Durham, and since then he's played a lot of cricket, hasn't he? You know, he seems to have no issues, so that's really good news. But Mark Wood, we don't know because we haven't seen him play.
Yeah, I just had to double check. Had they named him perhaps in those white ball squads to play against New Zealand, you know, that could have been an opportunity to get some overs in the legs. But no, Mark Wood is not in either the 50 over or 20 over squad for that New Zealand trip. I think that's next month. That's late October, isn't it? Jofra Archer is in the 50 over squad for that tour, so he's rested for the T20s, but he'll play in the longer format.
And Kane bowls to Roderick, who defends into the offside. And there is no run. So nice and tidy from J. Devon. A good recovery here by Worcestershire. 69 for 4, having at one stage been 36 for 4, with all 4 wickets taken by Ollie Robinson. Sussex needing theoretically 6 points to avoid relegation. They've got one of those, but that amount of points needed may well reduce as the day goes on and maybe sides don't pick up. Pretty difficult to get 450 runs in September, you know, and maximum batting points. So we'll see how things work out during the day.
Well, of course, the big shock, well, if you can call it a shock, from that Ashes squad was the identity of the second spinner. Will Jacks is in now. You know, there was some talk of Rayan Ahmed might have snuck his way in, but I think, you know, Jacks is just the slightly more experienced option, which to me suggests that they might not actually play a specialist spinner in all 5 tests. We'll get onto that in a second. Robinson bowls half an appeal as Latigan is hit on the pad, but based on the speed with which Simpson withdrew the appeal, I suspect there might have been some bat on that. But yeah, that was a big call.
It was a big call. No, it was, yeah. No, I'm surprised. I was surprised. The big surprise for me, which no one seems to have picked up in the press particularly, I'm amazed that Jordan Cox isn't in the squad. I watched him score 100 at Hove, and it was the best innings I've seen all season.
I don't think he's fully fit, because I was just saying to Frank there, I was in Dublin last week for the T20s, right. The England-Ireland T20s, as Robinson comes in again around the wicket to the left-handed Latigan. That comes off the outer half of the bat, but it's along the ground, and a diving stop at the backward point cuts off the run. Ollie Carter in there, and he injured himself. He took 2 catches in the outfield in the one game he played. So he didn't play the first game, the second was rained off, and he came into the team for the third. And I think on both occasions his right knee hit the ground as he took the catch, and apparently he'd been carrying something from the 100, a right knee injury, and he the second time he took a diving catch forward, he really did exacerbate the issue, and he limped off, and he still batted at number 4, hit 50, won the game, named player of the match. So he wasn't so bad that he couldn't bat, as Latigan defends that one again. But he spoke to the press afterwards and he said, there was no way I wasn't batting. I've had to wait so long for this opportunity to play for England. The infamous broken finger that when he was going to keep wicket in New Zealand last year. So he's had so many injury problems that have ruined his chances of playing for England, and he scored so many runs for for Essex and for the Oval Invincibles. He just said, it doesn't matter, I have to bat on one leg. I'm going to go out there and bat, and he batted very well. But I just wonder if he's exacerbated that injury. Robinson continues, and that's pushed into the offside. It's a quick single taken by Latigan. He'll have to get his skates on. I think he probably would have got home. The throw comes in from mid-off, and it misses the stumps. I think he was okay, but it's a very tight single. All of which is to say, he managed to bat on the weekend, but he is in the squad for the T20s down in New Zealand, so he's fit enough for that. But
yeah, well, he batted at Hove and he made 100, and it was effortless, really. It was just the minute he walked in, Nathan, I thought he was going to get 100. It was just, and I thought, how is he not even in the conversation? And I think he sort of has been around the edges of the conversation.
Right-handed Roderick now on strike. Robinson changes to over the wicket. That's defended straight back to him.
I hope I'm wrong, but just for the first time, I've always felt that England would win the Ashes. I just feel that we've got a good side and that we'd win the Ashes. But I'm just getting slightly nervous now because of suddenly Pope isn't vice captain, which suggests his place is maybe in doubt. Bethel seems to be the one they want to bat at 3. Jordan Cox isn't getting a look in, and I'm suddenly thinking, is there some muddled thinking? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I think I probably would agree with the Bethel thing. I think he is the word is he's a stronger player. The short ball, as Roderick lets that one go through. So maybe that's their thinking. End of the over, 70 for 4.
I hope I'm wrong.
Well, no, I don't think anyone doubts Jacob Bethel's quality, but I think just the issue is experience, isn't it? I think that's the concern. And playing in Australia certainly is something that is an experience in and of itself, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, because I was at the I had a ticket for the Sunday at the Oval of the last test when clearly he played, and I felt really sorry for him because he clearly had no cricket when he came out to play.
Yeah, he wasn't equipped for that at all, was he?
No. That seemed not a great call really by the selectors.
Well, I think he came. Again, I could be wrong here, but I vaguely remember him reading something of him saying that in hindsight he does wish that he probably went back and played a couple of Red Bull games for Warwickshire when instead of, I think there was one point he was just carrying the drinks, wasn't he?
Well, there was talk. There was a game at Hove where Sussex played Warwickshire, and there was talk that both Bethel and Archer might play in that game, and in the event neither did. J. Devon Woodcock in lovely sunshine running away from us in bowls and played away through backward point for a single fielded down under the horse chestnut tree that's just changing, its leaves are just changing colour, and Latigan goes to 40. His scoring rate has dropped considerably since when he started. He raced to 30, but 41 Latigan goes to.
Yeah, I think they've just bowled better areas to him. I think maybe the ball's gotten a little bit softer as well, because we were saying to Frank, a lot of his shots you'd describe as punches with minimal effort, but the hard ball just flying off the bat away to the fence. That has diminished a little bit now.
And Nukat bowls. Forward comes Roderick. There's a loud appeal from a Nukat, which slightly lacked conviction maybe, and the ball bounces away into the offside.
I think he was very interested, but I don't think those interest levels were matched behind the stumps, were they?
I agree, and it was one of those where he was up, and then the slip called and probably thought, we better all go up as well. And it didn't look... now, umpire Milnes at this end is just having a word with Ollie Robinson.
Robinson's having a giggle, so whatever it is, it doesn't look too adversarial.
Well, that's good. 100 cap. Left arm seamer runs away from us in and bowls. That's a good delivery. That's a cracking delivery, and Roderick is forward and he's beaten past the outside edge through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. But so we were talking earlier, weren't we, as well, about this restructure. It'd be good to get some official word now, really, because when Wilbert first is reporting it in the Telegraph, you think, well, really, if that is the case, I thought the ECB need to get out a statement pretty pronto, really. For the decision we've all been waiting on all summer, really. Yeah,
well, you suspect it would come before this round ends, so the teams know their fate.
Well, look at bowls. And he's got behind. That's a good delivery by J. Devon Woodcock, and I think he's deserved that wicket. I think he's bowled really well this morning. Just nipping away. Roderick gets a little tickle through to John Simpson, and the 5th wicket of the morning goes down, and Worcestershire are 71 for 5.
Yeah, that's comfortably the best delivery we've seen from an Adcat today. He hasn't been as threatening as Ollie Robinson.
That was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry they can carry.
Man Brooks, as he faces it up to his first delivery, and he pushes that one to the offside. Thinks briefly about coming down to get off the mark, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, they've just brought that other fielder in, haven't they? I think Ollie Carter's just gone into the gully. So they've got 3 slips and a gully in place now.
Yeah, another change in the field. I think Tom Alsop's just gone out at deep square. They've done that a few times for the final delivery of the over, haven't they? And Point has gone back as well. So I suspect it's a case of giving the new man 1 if he wants it and getting 6 more deliveries at him as a Natcat comes in, and that's flicked nicely off the pads, timed quite well, but it's hit straight to Daniel Hughes at mid-on. So Brooks has faced 2 deliveries since coming in to replace Roderick, who was caught behind off the bowling of a Natcat via gloves of Simpson in that over. That was the 5th Worcestershire wicket to fall. They are now 71 for 5.
Just keeping an eye on events elsewhere. Surrey really struggling down at Southampton, now 48 for 4. Ben Vokes, the latest man, out for just 2. Hampshire, a win there would certainly put pressure on that game between Yorkshire and Durham. I think that would put Durham in a good deal of danger. They would probably have to win that game against Yorkshire, so it's all boiling up as Robinson is in from the Digley's end around the wicket bowls and looking to punch that one away through the offside. That was mistimed by Latigan, fielded in the covers by Carter, and there is no run.
Well, Robinson's talking to everyone today, isn't he? He had a chat to the umpire in the previous over when he was at mid-on, and he just has a few words for young Daniel Latigan there, I think, as if to say, not so easy to drive me off that length today.
He looked, and he certainly gave a send-off, didn't he, to the first wicket that went down, because he thought he had an LBW off the first ball of the match. Anyway, he's a competitive cricketer, is Ollie Robinson.
Yes, to say the least.
4 wickets to his name, runs in and bowls. Latigan drives, and a good bit of fielding by Carter. Actually, in the covers, that went very quickly. And he fielded it just to his right shoulder, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was Ryan Adavalat, wasn't it, the 3rd ball of the match, who nicked off to Simpson, and Robinson just made sure he knew about it as he ran past.
Yeah.
That's all part of the game.
3 slips, Point cover mid-off. Mid-on is a deep square leg and a fine leg as round the wicket comes Robinson bowls, and a good is he caught? Well, it's low down, and Latigan's quite right to wait and make sure that carried, but it did carry, and that's a very good catch low down by Danny Lamb at backward point, because that went very quickly, and Robinson picks up his 5th wicket of the innings, driven away by Latigan, and it was caught low down to his right hand side by Danny Lamb. That's a very good bit of fielding. Latigan's furious with himself He's gone for 41 of 49 deliveries, and Worcestershire are 71 for 6.
Yeah, clear plan from Robinson. We saw when he had a word with Latigan a few deliveries previous, it was a similar delivery, just on a length that just nips away from the left-hander. Latigan's trying to hit that one quite straight down the ground, or through extra cover maybe, and with the ball leaving him, it just takes the outside half of the bat. He got away with it previously in this over when it rolled along the floor to cover, but he does not get away with this one as it goes aerially to backward point. It's a good low catch. Just for a second I thought Latigan would stick around for a bit longer and make the umpires make a decision, but after he just had a look at the fielder and then decided to trudge off. It was a fantastic innings from young Latigan, 41 off 50. He counter-attacked beautifully when wickets were falling all around him earlier on in the day, and as you said earlier, just his scoring rate has dried up in the last few overs, and we wonder if that made him a little bit more eager to get on with it as he was there.
Well, the new man coming in is Matthew Waite, who I think I read missed his brother's wedding to be winning the cup final. Frank Watson's coming back in, so I'll give these. You chatter away for a minute, Nathan, and I'll give these to Frank.
Right, well, we'll see what happens here now with the new man who comes in. It is Matthew Waite facing Ollie Robinson, who is on fire this morning. He's into his 9th over. He bowled 6 in his first spell and he took 4 wickets. And he is into the 3rd over of work in this second spell from the Diglis end, and he's removed the dangerous Daniel Latigan. So Waite is the new man in. 3rd man is back. He's got 3 men catching behind the wicket next to John Simpson in the slip cordon, and he does have a man relatively close in on the leg side. Could be considered catching as that's left alone by Waite somewhat unconvincingly. He thought about playing, initially had a little nibble, and just at the last minute withdraws the bat, so he survives his first ball. Just walks down to do some gardening of where that ball pitched. I think it's taken a bit of a divot, just pushing away some grass off the surface there as Frank Watson comes back in. Hello, Frank.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon.
It is afternoon, yeah. Just
wondering if Worcester will hang on till lunch now, really. Don't think Adrian needs to worry too much about Saturday.
In comes Robinson. That's driven beautifully through extra cover, over pitched, just leans on it nicely.
It's been a funny morning, hasn't it? There's been some cracking shots played, hasn't there? And not many better than that, really. But at the same time, there's been a lottery as far as batting's concerned, really. A
second ball as well just makes it look easy. It was a little bit over pitched. Now, I think that's been the theme. When Sussex have gone too full in search of movement, they have been punished. We saw Daniel Latigan do it a number of occasions. About an hour or so ago now. He just slowed up, didn't he? I think they dragged their lengths back to him and forced him to go searching for it a little bit, and that's what happened in that previous over.
He got becalmed, didn't he? Really. Still only faced 50 balls, but he raced away at the start. Promising innings, let's put it that way.
Here comes Robinson with the final delivery of this over. It's driven aerially, half a cry of catch, but he's timed that one nicely, has Waite. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the over. The first one through extra cover, this one flies away through cover point. So Ollie Robinson does take a wicket in that over. It was his 5th, so he goes through to his bowling milestone, if you like, but he does concede 2 boundaries off the final 2 deliveries. Matthew Waite, 8 off 3. Worcestershire, 79 for 6.
Yeah, 5 for 40 for Ollie Robinson, 1 for 29 for Unadkat. Cavelas, the other bowler, used no wicket for 8. And Worcestershire have lost Idavalas without scoring, Libby without scoring, Isaac for 5, Jones for 1, Roderick for 22, and Latigan for 41. Ethan Brooks yet to get off the mark, will be on strike as Unadkat begins a new over.
Yeah, I make that the 24th time in first class cricket that Ollie Robinson has taken 5 wickets.
Yeah, that's not a bad effort, is it? Here's Unadkat round the wicket in bright sunshine. He bowls short, and Brooks is hooking at that one and taken on the helmet, and it runs out to backward point gully, and umpire calls for the physio to come on. Bit of helmet protocol going to be followed now.
It almost looked like he was early on it, wasn't it? He just threw the shot too quickly. The ball just stopped in the pitch.
Condition deteriorated that he could no longer actually visit the hospice. St Richard's came to us. Larry had been very ill. He'd been in hospital, so he had a very lonely couple of weeks. Somebody from St Richard's rang and said, "We remember that Larry liked cricket. Would you like to come to the county ground for the day?" We were met at the door, taken up to the members' suite, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea. Larry lapped it up. To be out in the air, to watch the match, and just to feel he was special for that day.
He plays the reverse sweep as happily as he plays an ordinary sweep. He loves a challenge, and he might well miss this next one and be bowled first ball, but he is the modern cricketer. You know, the up and at 'em. The best way to counter a situation like this is to attack. Beaten by this one, in fact, outside off stump. But he would have been the person on Saturday who most believed that he could do that. And I think when we look at the way the game's going, and I'm not entirely a fan of it. I think we've said before, I don't think you can play that way unless you've got a basic technique to build on, etc. But the mindset of the modern player, the Zach Crawley, the Ben Duckett, the Harry Brook, that mindset of attack, put pressure on the bowler, etc., is something that I think we're going to have to come to terms with, really. Brooks drives this one back to an Adcat, and it is, for me, it is embodied in Ethan Brooks, who's just such a positive cricketer. Brother Henry, of course, plays for Middlesex, both former Warwickshire players, but he's had a standout season, Brooks. And nobody believes in himself more, and maybe a hint of arrogance, call it super confidence, don't know. Turns this one on the leg side and there's no run, but it's a trait, isn't it? I think that we've observed even among the Bazball generation, call it something like that. I can't think of a better way of describing it. But
well, it probably came in the Owen Morgan white ball generation initially, and then it's kind of filtered up to the Test team. So it's been in English cricket for a long time now, and it's certainly here to stay. Because say what you want about the merits of, or the lack of the draw has gone out of Test cricket in a way, but it's good to watch. It's good to watch. More people are watching, and we were talking about it on air a few minutes ago. Everyone's talking about the Ashes squad now.
Well, that's a good delivery from Cat Brooks. Confident, arrogant, call it what you like. Can't do much with that. Gets in behind it and just plays an attempted backward defensive. It nips away. I've been having a bit of exchange on the live chat with a couple of people about it. They clearly think it's easier out there than we do, because people are saying, that's an absolute jaffer.
That's moved miles off the pitch.
People are saying, he's not really doing that much. He's missed a straight one, etc. Believe me, believe me. You don't have to believe me. I think it's pretty tough. I really do. And he's bowled again, and Brooks has taken on the pad. He's on the front foot this time. Maybe got just outside the line. End of the over, a maiden. 79 for 6. Waite has 8. Brooks is yet to score. I think Adrian's going to come back and give you a spell, Nathan. So give Nathan a well-earned rest after a long stint. And Adrian Harms will be joining me now until the lunch interval. And he's a pretty contented Adrian Harms, I should think, given the situation. 79 for 6. We've seen this before.
Yes.
From Ollie Robinson on this ground. 5 for 40 this morning. 7 for 58. I think it was 2 years ago.
Well, I think it is doing a bit. I don't think it's easy for batting conditions this morning, and Worcestershire have got some good bowlers who could exploit this as well, like a Tom Taylor. I was just talking to Nathan. I think he's such a good cricketer. He spent some time in Northamptonshire, didn't he?
Started with Derbyshire, then went to Leicestershire, then went to Northamptonshire. And then found his home. Robinson
in bowls to Waite, who's forward, and ball goes onto the onside. I'm not sure if that came off the bat or the pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. It came off the bat, so 1-2. Matthew Waite, he goes to, is that 8 or 6?
9.
Crumbs. There we are. 9. Neither of them. Thanks, Frank. 80.
Hit 2 fours. And
80 for 6. But I saw a one-day game at Northampton where Sussex were winning the game easily, and Tom Taylor came out to bat and he just smashed the ball all around the ground. He's batting about 8 or 9, and he won the game. And I remember, and this first time I'd really seen him play, and I thought, wow, what a good player this lad is.
He's top wicket taker in Division 1.
In comes Robinson, bowls and driven firmly to mid-off by Brooks, and there is no run. So he's a very fine cricketer and a good acquisition for Worcestershire.
Yeah, he's been. He got injured in a pre-season friendly first season, started last year, missed the first couple of months of the season, came in after that, and since then, pretty much the first name on the team sheet, I would say, for Worcestershire in all formats. Just brilliant.
Yeah,
and top wicket taker in Division 1, as I say. Got a one-day 100 against Worcestershire at Northampton once as well, which was a striking innings.
Robinson in bowls. Oh, I thought he'd nicked that behind Ethan Brooks, taken by Simpson. There is no run.
It's a really good delivery, isn't it? Pushed at it, had to play it. I think he did. Like I've been saying this morning, you don't know if he's going to nip back or nip away, and that makes it especially difficult.
I did when Ollie Robinson was sort of just about to break into the England squad, we did sort of a little documentary on Ollie, and did an interview with Ben Brown, who was the Sussex skipper at the time, and Ben was saying how he loved keeping to Ollie Robinson because you were always always thought he was going past the outside edge.
Absolutely.
Robinson in bowls, let go.
That was a bit wider.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely.
Simpson, no run. So you always just felt that there was there was a chance of a wicket pretty much every ball with him.
I think one of the key things with Robinson, without wishing to get too technical, is seam presentation. He's a big lad, got good action. That's probably as wide as he's bowled this morning, but for whatever reason, his presentation of the seam is just exactly right.
He's in again, bowls. He's hit around the thigh pad. The ball bounces out in front of him. There is no run. Thank you very much to Nathan, who's just showed. Actually, we were waiting for some sort of confirmation from somewhere of the structure of the county championship for next season. And Nathan just very kindly showed me a tweet on the Glamorgan website that says the structure of the county championship will remain the same for next season, i.e. 14 games.
Yeah.
Which will mean that the divisions will stay as they are. There will be no change. So the only change next season after a summer of deliberation is they're going to drop 2 T20 games next season.
Yeah.
Robinson in over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's hit. I'm not quite sure where that's hit. Brooks.
Inner thigh, I reckon.
Not quite in the unmentionables, but somewhere fairly painful. He's getting no sympathy at all from anybody apart from his batting companion, Matthew. Weight 80 for 6 at the end of the over. Robinson, very impressive figures, 10 overs, no maidens, 5 for 41. So that means that someone else, and it's a great shame. I love coming to this ground, and I love Worcester, and I wish Worcester had stayed up this season. But someone else will go down with Worcester, and it's going to be either Hampshire, Durham, or Yorkshire. I suspect Sussex and Essex weren't theoretically safe before this round of matches, but the fact that Durham are playing Yorkshire means that probably Essex and Sussex are safe whatever happens this week.
Yeah, Hampshire look under threat, don't they? Start of a new over as an Adcat bowls to Waite, pushes out on the onside, no run.
I mean, Sussex did need theoretically 6 points, so they've got 2 of those this morning already with the 6 wickets they've picked up. But as I say, it does look to be between Hampshire, Yorkshire and Durham. Now, Hampshire having a good morning against Surrey. Surrey 71 for 4 down at Southampton, and Durham 59 for 3 against Yorkshire.
And Adcat round the wicket, bowls, and Waite is taken on the pad. Ball lobs out on the onside, strangled appeal from behind the stumps. Doesn't come to anything.
So you'd have to say that one of the, I'm always loath to lose the expression really, Frank, one of the in inverted commas larger counties is going to go. Yorkshire, Hampshire or Durham, all sort of test match. Durham hasn't been used for a test for a while, but they've said they had some one-day cricket up there.
They have. Yeah. Here's an Adcat again round the wicket, bowls, and Waite pushes away on the onside. There's no.
So I've just seen Sorry, Frank.
Yeah, go on. No.
There has been an ECB release at 1 minute past 12.
Right.
The professional county cricket clubs have voted on the future format of the county. A proposal to play a remodelled 13-match county championship did not receive a required majority of votes. The decision follows a county-led review into the structure of the men's county competition.
So there we go. After all this time, we now know where we are. And Adcat bowls again. Waite pushing on the onside. Gets a single this time wide of fielder at mid-on, Daniel Hughes. Through they go. So Waite moves into double figures and becomes the third player in the innings to achieve that milestone. 81 for 6. Glyn Berrington's been in touch. He said, haven't struggled with the quiz question today. No, you haven't, Glyn. Usually he does, but I didn't do one today. I've let you down. I promise there'll be one tomorrow. If I remember to think of one tonight. I'll try and make it something to do with both counties. And I'd cut again to Brooks, who is unusually subdued. Ethan Brooks, 14 deliveries he's faced, yet to get off the mark. It's really tough out there. But this is it. Also, the other thing about Brooks, and we're talking about modern cricketers and white ball players and whatever, striving to become a cricketer who can play in all formats, and he has done really well in the championship as well this year. But you know, you've got to build. You've got, as well as clearing the ropes and whacking the white ball here, there, and everywhere, you've got to be able to survive these sessions against high-class bowling in helpful conditions. Again, he's taken on the pad. I reckon he's been hit more times than he's hit the ball, for sure, Ethan Brooks. But he's still there. 15 deliveries now, not yet off the mark. Waite has 10. Worcestershire 81 for 6. Another really good over from an Adcat. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30.
Well, I do know that Sussex will be disappointed by that decision. I went to a meeting of members last week or the week before, I forget when it was, and Sussex were behind the proposal for 13 matches. They were looking for a reduction of 4, and there was some optimism that may happen. That would have meant it would have meant Water would have stayed up this season, actually, because it had been a re-established first division. Robinson comes in, bowls to Waite, punches through the offside. You're going to run away for runs. I think Ollie Robinson was very happy with that bit of fielding by Carter, actually. A good bit of fielding though by Allsop. No, it isn't. He can't quite stop the ball going over the boundary rope, and a good solid shot by Waite. Rattles across the outfield, 4 runs. Total goes to 85. That hasn't gone up yet, is it? No, 85 for 6, and Waite goes to 14. Lovely shot. He reminds me of Joe Leach. Yeah. Just the way that he plays.
I think Joe will be quite happy with that comparison. I think he hits it hard. There's not a great deal of flamboyance about it. You watch a replay of that one, it's just a punch.
Robinson in again, bowls, and Waite's 4 plays into the offside. No run. We had quite a few emails actually this morning, which I will. Do you mind if I work through them?
Carry on,
Frank.
Carry on.
Bob Pook got in touch. Hello Bob, sorry, I've only just picking these emails up. You sent this a couple of hours ago. Looking forward to the last match of the season. He says thank you to the commentary. So it's a pleasure, Bob, and thank you for your correspondence. I've noticed that I've since quoted that Sussex need 5 points to secure First Division cricket next season. That's not the case for several reasons. They actually need 6, you're absolutely right. As in comes Robinson, bowls, Waite pulls and picks up a single down to deep squarely, 1 more to the total. Waite goes to 15, the total to 86 for 6. Yes, you've come up with all the scenarios there, and you said it's all irrelevant if Sussex win the match at Worcester. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Bob. But thank you for that, and sorry it took me a while to respond to your email, and thank you for all your support. Adrian Dawson's been in touch down in Plymouth. He says thank you for your company over the last few months. Another season has gone too quickly. Frank and I were saying that earlier on, it does go all too quickly. In comes Robinson. Over the wicket, bowls, good delivery, beats Brooks outside the off stump. There is no run. He says, I wonder what are your views on the players to be let go at the end of the season. I was particularly sad to see Archie let them go, but it seems there are several really promising youngsters that have not kicked on as hoped. Is this the result of Division 1 status, meaning there'll be fewer opportunities for youngsters? Winter well, says Adrian. Well, actually, one of those youngsters was Bertie Foreman, who came down here. I wonder how. I mean, Bertie
I didn't see him. I was away when he played that one game. But
right. Yeah. He's apparently played a one-day cup game as well, but he has been released by Sussex And I think you're right, Adrian, in terms of opportunities. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and I thought he'd nick that one behind. Again, he beats Brooks outside the off stump, and there is no run. But
he bowled 4 overs in one innings and 21 in the other, and got a wicket in each.
He's a good young cricketer, is Bertie, as is Archie Lennon. But yeah, I think you're right. Certainly Archie Lennon burst onto the scene, certainly in T20 cricket 4 or 5 seasons ago now. But maybe it hasn't quite developed as Sussex would have hoped. And comes Robinson. Bowls. Brooks is forward, plays to mid-on. And there is no run. And I guess, it's tough, isn't it? Decisions have to be made. They're bringing in Tom Price from Gloucester and Goodman from Gloucester. And there's only, these clubs haven't got massive budgets. So I guess if some are coming in, some have got to go. I say they're not easy decisions. But you'd have to say the 2 leading Sussex spinners are Carson and Coles, and it's pretty difficult for others to break through. But Ari Carvelos, another who will be leaving Sussex at the end of the season. And the same issue really with Ari, that there's just not the opportunity maybe with the seamers that are around. But let's hope they all pick up other counties and their careers go from there.
Danny Lamb coming into the attack here at New Road with a few minutes to go before the lunch interval. 86 for 6. Yeah, Tom Price is a good cricketer. He had his greatest day here, I think, about 2-3 years ago. 3 years ago, I think.
Did he get a hat-trick at 100?
At 100, yeah. An extraordinary performance. He will probably never have a better day. Danny Lamb bowls. His first ball is outside the off stump, driven by weight into the covers. And there's no addition to the score. So Adavalath out for naught, Libby for naught, Isaac for 5, Jones for 1, all falling to Ollie Robinson. 36 for 4 at that point, 71 for 5 when Gareth Rodrak was caught behind by Simpson off an Adcap for 22, and then Dan Latigan, the best batter of the morning by a mile, out for 41, caught by Danny Lamb in the gully off the bowling of Ollie Robinson to give Robinson his 5th wicket. 5 for 46 for Ollie Robinson, and Adcat 1 for 30. Carvelos no wicket for 8 from 4, and Danny Lamb just starting his first over here, and this one pushed out square on the offside, and again there is no run for Matthew Waite.
Grateful to Simon Goodman. Hello, Simon is a regular contributor who sent me the link. In fact, the BBC did have a piece on their website at about 20 to 12 about the changes, or lack of changes, and as Simon says, it's all a bit of a fiasco. He says, Sussex starting well today, let's hope we can avoid relegation this week.
Lamb bowls, Waite hammers this away on the offside, but unfortunately for him, straight to, well, not straight to the fielder in the covers, who is Adrian?
Just looking there, he fielded it left-handed.
Yeah, diving to his left.
So I thought it might be Tom Alsop.
But he's on the other side.
Yes,
he might have moved across. Anyway, it was a great stop, and there was no run.
No, it's Daniel Hughes.
Pretty good shot.
Daniel Hughes.
Danny Lamb again, outside the off stump, left alone by Waite. And as well as the other bowlers have bowled, it has been a completely different game when Ollie Robinson's bowled. He's gone for over 4 and over because he's basically pitched it up and given it a chance to nip around, but his length has been really good. He's over pitched a few times and got driven, but he has made it look extremely difficult out there. Lamb bowls, Waite drives. This time he gets it through extra cover. Hasn't got enough of it to get 4, but he'll get 2, and he'll move on to 17. Ethan Brooks still yet to get off the mark. Has faced 18 deliveries and yet to score. Most un-Brooks-like innings that you would ever see.
Tim sent me a note, Tim Warwick, and he says Ollie's 5 is his first since taking 14 wickets in the match at Worcester in May 2023.
2023.
So his first 5 since then. I didn't realise that. Thank you, Tim. That's a great stat.
He likes it here.
He does.
Danny Lamb bowls, Brooks leaves outside the off stump. Fancy a trip to Worcester, Ollie? Yeah, no, I don't mind if I do. 14 wickets last time, and 5, so 19 wickets the last 3 innings that he's bowled here at Worcester. 88 for 6 at the end of the over.
Just noting some of the other games. Surrey 78 for 5. down at Southampton in a game they have to win. And the fact they can't now, well, certainly won't get maximum batting points, means that Notts need even less points in their game. And in that game, Warwickshire are 69 for 1. Robinson, final over before lunch, running in from the Digley's End bowls, and forward comes Waite and punches to backward point, picks up the single. He goes to...
It was Brooks, actually.
It was Brooks, was it?
He's off the mark.
Right. Why does it keep not showing the right...
It's just a little bit... There's a rhythm. You know what it's like, Adrian. You get used to a board. Some of them are too quick.
You do.
Some of them... This was just a tiny little bit behind.
I might just have to let you do the rest of the over. Is that all right?
No, it's fine.
I've
Absolutely.
got to do the update.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. So 89 for 6. Brooks is finally off the mark. And Ollie Robinson bowling what will be the last over before lunch. So 5 balls for Worcestershire to survive. And Wade cracks the first of them away on the offside and picks up 2. Good bit of work by Tom Alsop, sliding around the boundary, keeping the ball inside the rope, flicking it back and keeping his legs up in the air so that he didn't touch the ground behind the rope. 2 more to Matthew Waite, who's tried to be really positive, actually, Waite. And I suppose that's been the way that Worcestershire have, at least to some extent, countered the excellence of Robinson this morning. Latigan made his 41 off just 50 deliveries, and it actually slowed down towards the end, but he hit 6 fours and a 6. This next ball is blocked by Waite, and Roderick was pretty positive too. Hit 5 fours in his 22. Other than Waite's 19 not out, it's been very, very hard work for the Worcestershire batsmen, particularly against the bowling of Ollie Robinson. It's a beautiful morning, and it's a good place to be. New Road this morning, sunshine, outfielders greened up considerably since the drought. Oh, a catch at slip by John Simpson, a fortunate catch, parried at second slip by James Coles, didn't hold on to it, and the ball drops down. Simpson gathers it. Matthew Waite is not walking, but I think there's no doubt that the Sussex fielders are quite confident that that was taken by Simpson. Knocked up in the air by the second slip, I think it's James Coles, and Simpson completes the catch. Waite still not walking, and the umpires, having consulted, are not giving him out, I don't think. I'm just watching a replay now. It's knocked up in the air by Cole. Simpson dived down. I think he got his gloves underneath it, and I think that should have been given out. But the umpires are not able to give it. They can't see that it carried. Waite is uncertain. He's expressing his uncertainty, and the umpires have said it's not out. And Graham Lloyd is just explaining that to Ollie Robinson as I speak. So a reprieve for Matthew Waite, but I have to say from where I'm sitting, that looked as though he should have been given out. Robinson bowls again and he pushes forward to this one, and there's no run. I'm not sure how the Sussex fielders will feel about this. This is a kind of opposite situation to that one at Chelmsford earlier this year when Ethan Brooks was given out, caught and bowled by Jamie Porter, and it brought about an Essex victory when it looked as though Brooks might have been taking Worcestershire to an unlikely victory. On that occasion, the fielder claimed the catch and the umpires gave it, even though I don't think they could really see. They sort of went on the fielder's claim. Here the opposite thing has happened, and the umpires have decided that as they couldn't see it and they weren't certain, they couldn't give it. This next one is left alone by Waite, and that is the end of the over, and that is lunch with Worcestershire 91 for 6. So yeah, as I say, Ollie Robinson bowled the ball, 4th ball of the over, edged by Waite. Coles at second slip, couldn't hang on to it, knocked it up in the air, it dropped down. John Simpson dived to his left, picked up the catch. I think, in my opinion, that he took it cleanly, got his gloves underneath it. Sussex fielders celebrated. Matthew Waite wasn't convinced that it had carried, so he stood his ground, which he's entitled to do. There was a time, I think, in the old days where you would have just said, "Did you catch it?" and the keeper would have said, "Yes, I did," and he would have gone. Waite stood his ground. The umpires conferred and decided they weren't sure, and it was given not out. I think, to be fair, Worcestershire have got away with one there. I think Matthew Waite was out. I don't think John Simpson's the sort of guy that would have claimed it if he hadn't caught it, and I've watched the replay a couple of times. I reckon he got his gloves underneath it. Anyway, not out it is. Brooks is 1, Waite is 19. At the break, Worcestershire are 91 for 6, and Ollie Robinson has to be content with the mediocre figures of 5 for 49.
Yeah, I think actually the right. I mean, the batsman always gets the benefit of the doubt. Now, in that situation, if the umpires weren't sure, then I think it's absolutely right. And I think Matthew Waite's absolutely right to wait. You know, he's not sure if he's out or not. He went and inquired of the umpires.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I mean, I'm not saying this just because it's Sussex, but I thought, to be fair, Sussex took that in pretty good part, actually.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, absolutely.
It's one of those where it could cause all. But I was watching the players as they left the field, and there didn't seem to be any huge animosity. I think the feeling was, well, the umpire couldn't see.
I agree with that, Adrian. And I did say, just before you came back on, that it was reminiscent of the end of the game at Chelmsford that I was describing earlier, where Brooks looked as though he might be taking Worcestershire to an incredibly unlikely victory, and he was given out caught and bowled. And I didn't think it carried on that occasion, nor did anybody else in the box. We watched replays, etc. Jamie Porter did and claimed it, and I think he genuinely thought it had carried. Ethan Brooks, the batter, probably had the best view. It was about 5 yards away. He was utterly convinced that it bounced, and neither umpire could see, and they gave him out.
Well, there
and
you go.
We all thought that was an incorrect decision. Yes. I think, as you say, this time I think probably it did carry, but they couldn't see. But the benefit has, as it should do, come to the batsman. Anyway, Ollie Robinson could well have had 6. He'll have to make do with 5, and Sussex will have to make do with 6. 91 for 6. Brooks 1, Waite 19. It's lunch here at New Road. We'll be back shortly after 10 minutes past 1 to bring you commentary. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage this morning. Until this afternoon, this is me, Frank Watson, on behalf of Adrian Harms and Nathan Johns, saying good afternoon, have a bit of lunch, and we'll speak to you later.
Larry was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to get underway in the afternoon session, day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Sussex. At lunch, Worcestershire, who struggled throughout the morning after being put into bat, mainly against excellent bowling from Ollie Robinson, 91 for 6, and it could and maybe should have been 91 for 7. Matthew Waite reprieved in the last over before lunch when an edge was knocked up in the air by James Coles at second slip. John Simpson, the keeper, we thought concluded or completed, I should say, the catch, only for Matthew Waite to not walk and the umpires to give him not out because they couldn't see, basically, even though Simpson had claimed the catch. First over after lunch begins with an ad-cap bowling to Brooks, and his first ball is outside the off stump and driven up to mid-off by Brooks, who has won. He's faced 21 deliveries, uncharacteristically subdued from Ethan Brooks, but he took a lot of the bowling from Ollie Robinson before lunch and found it very, very difficult to find scoring opportunities. Matthew Waite at the other end is on 19. Here is Nadcat again bowling, and outside the off stump this one beats Brooks' forward push. We saw quite a lot of lateral movement this morning from the bowlers at both ends. Ollie Robinson in particular hitting the seam quite regularly and going past the outside edge. Here comes Nadcat again, bit of interference on the line. Not quite sure what that's all about. See if we can sort that out. 91 for 6 it remains then. 3 slips still in. As Nadcat moves in from the New Road end, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and Brooks is again taken on the pad. Good, he's worn a few on his protective equipment today as Ethan Brooks. My name is Frank Watson at BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me for the first part of this afternoon is Nathan Johns. And Nathan, see Ollie Robinson loosening up. I think he's going to carry on.
Yeah, no surprises there. He's been a one-man wrecking ball. 5 of the 6 wickets to fall so far from the England international. Yeah, 5 for 49. I mean, he's still gone at 4 and over. That was a feature of the morning session, wasn't it? It was runs and wickets. It was never dull.
A lot of boundaries, attacking fields, and Nadcat bowls, and Brooks is out. Edges caught, second slip. Just fished at that one outside the off stump. James Coles with the catch, and Nadcat's second wicket, and Worcestershire 91 for 7.
Yeah, he's absolutely furious with himself there. Was Brooks. I think he's realised immediately that he did not need to play that first over after lunch. It was well outside his off stump. Decent length, probably not short enough to play that punch, definitely not wide enough, didn't have the width to throw his hands through the ball. Might have just left him ever so slightly off the pitch, but it was a bit of a nothing shot. Caught in between 2 minds whether to go hard or just push at it. In the end, it's a straightforward catch at second slip.
So Ethan Brooks has gone for 1, and well, we're we're not quite into the tail, I suppose you'd have to say, as Tom Taylor comes out to bat, but into the bowling all-rounders, shall we say, as Tom Taylor comes out to bat. Ben Allison due in next. Ben Gibbon will bring up the rear. Worcestershire are in a bit of trouble here. 2 for 30 now for Nadcat. They expected, I would have thought, to be in trouble when they lost the toss this morning, but perhaps not to the extent that they actually are. They would have hoped, I think, given what they've seen in previous championship games here, that after the first hour or so batting might have become a little bit easier. It hasn't really, and again, I mean, I think I'm right in saying they've got, I can't remember, I think it might just be 3 batting bonus points or something like that at home this year. They don't look like getting any in this innings either at 91 for 7. So Tom Taylor comes out, top wicket taker in Division 1, and he may well be looking forward to having a bowl on this pitch himself, but before he can do that, it's a small matter of an innings to get out of the way. His first ball is almost a Yorker, and he just jams the bat down on it and squeezes it up to Daniel Hughes at mid-on.
Yeah, but even that first delivery to Taylor, he's timed it quite nicely. It made quite a nice sound off the bat. When it's in their half, when it is very full, it looks like you can get full value and full reward for your shots here.
Yeah, well, you're right. We've seen. Well, there's been quite a number of boundaries, haven't there? I think 16 falls, which is quite a lot in such a low total. There's an Adcat bowls, but goes past the outside edge. With that one, that's the end of the first over after lunch. Successful one for Jada and Adcat. His figures now 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 30. In fact, 3 maidens, 2 for 30. And it's Robinson, the wrecking ball, as Nathan calls him. 12 overs, no maidens, 5 for 49 to continue from the Diglis end.
Yeah, well, he sprinted from mid-on up to the other end. He was very keen to get his hands back on that ball. He's got Matthew Waite on strike now, who's 19 off 22, having had survived that final over before lunch. We certainly thought John Simpson took the catch on the rebound. The umpires unsighted gave the batter the benefit of the doubt, so he's on strike Waite with Taylor down the non-striker's end. 3 slips waiting as Ollie Robinson comes in for his first ball after lunch, and that's left alone outside off by Waite.
Yeah, he loves bowling here, Ollie Robinson. 14 wickets in the game 2 years ago, and 5 this morning. No wonder he sprinted up from mid-on.
Yeah, Adrian just informing us that George Thomas is on the field as 12th man for Sussex. Not 100% sure who's gone off. We'll see if we can figure that out. As Robinson comes in up past the umpire, driven beautifully, but there is protection at a deep point, so that'll be just a single for Waite. Sussex happy to spread the field and bring the new man Taylor on strike, who's yet to get off the mark, having faced 2 deliveries.
Yes, and the sweeper, at the moment at least, is staying out on the boundary, which is...
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, he's coming in now.
Spoke too soon.
You wouldn't really expect it. I can understand why he was there for Waite, who has hit a number of deliveries through the covers, but not for the new man. So he's coming into the ring now.
Yeah, regulation ring field, point cover mid-off, mid-on with wicket, and there's the 3 slips as well for Robinson as he bowls his first ball to Taylor. Wow, beats the outside edge. A little tentative push forward. Didn't get down to the pitch of the ball as Robinson beats the edge. And through it goes to Simpson behind the stumps. Yeah, I just think deep point. We probably just fell asleep there. It was almost as soon as you said it, someone else on the Sussex side noticed it. I think it's Allsop there. He needed to come in.
Sun's gone. A little bit overcast this afternoon, but it was a beautiful morning. Forecast good though, I think.
In comes Robinson. That's defended on the back foot to mid-on. Adrian has said he's reliably informed us that it's a Nadcat who's gone off.
Right.
So he's bowled that one over and he's ran off.
I think he's gone to change his boots, because I saw him signalling to the dressing room during that last over about it's something to do with his studs or his boots.
They're very funny about their boots, aren't they, fast bowlers?
Probably every reason to be. Maybe all bowlers, after what we saw with Brett D'Oliveira last week when he collapsed after bowling one ball with his ankle ligaments going.
Yeah,
I suppose you can't be too careful.
That was a nasty one. Robinson, that's a big drive over cover. Don't know if he entirely intended to hit it that square, did Taylor, but he's off the mark with a sliced drive over extra cover that races away to the boundary.
He's made his mind up, isn't he? I think Taylor. He knows himself as a bowler that if you just sit there and allow the bowler to bowl at you on a pitch like this, you're going to perish eventually. He's beaten a couple of times, decided to use his feet, and the man has gone out now. Yeah. 2 men have gone out, in fact.
Just a couple of skips down the pitch as well, but he hit that one one-handed almost, as the bottom hand came off as he flashed through the line, but it did bring him 4 runs, as this one is straighter from Robinson, and he's got his hands on his heads. He thought he'd beaten the defences, but Taylor manages to keep it out, and it's a dot ball to finish the over, 96 for 7.
Yeah, it's a good little contest, I think, there. Probably the 2 participants would be actually enjoying it themselves. He gave himself room, didn't he, Taylor? He sort of backed away a little bit towards the leg side and looking to hit again over the offside if it was in the slot. Robinson very full, thought he'd got through, but Taylor just got the bat down at the last minute. Yeah, he's back on with different boots, I think. Got a bit of red on the side now, these ones for at Adcat.
He's got, the boy racer go fast stripes on the side of his boots now.
Extra yard now, yeah. Having just picked up his second wicket. They've been good together, these two. They've shared the wickets. Robinson 5 and Adcat 2. And they've bowled 24 of the 29 overs that we've seen. There's an Adcat bowls this one down the leg side, and Waite sort of waves at it really as it goes through to the keeper, Simpson. So Waite, who, as I say, is on 20. We feel he's a bit fortunate to have been reprieved in the last over before lunch, but that will be out of his mind now. He'll just be focusing on trying to get Worcestershire up to something of a total. It's not going to be particularly good, whatever it is, but they might limp towards 150 if they're lucky. He pushes it this one outside the off stump, and again it goes through to John Simpson. I'm not sure how many balls have gone past the outside edge today, but it's been a considerable proportion of those delivered by these two bowlers in particular.
Yeah, they've spread the field again, so they've got two men back on the leg side. I don't know if Adcat is going to fire in a short ball. We saw him try one earlier today that was nearly caught on the rope, but it flew over. And deep point is also out as well, so they certainly think a few shots are going to be played.
And again he's beaten outside the off stump here. Yeah, it's an interesting one. If you walked into the ground now and saw the field, you'd be scratching your head a bit. 3 slips and 3 men on the boundary. What's the score then? 250 for 1. Well, why have you got 3 slips in? We need wickets. But no, 96 for 7. It's just different, isn't it? Modern cricket, I suppose.
Just on the replay there, that one is absolutely reared up off a length, and both batters actually went to the position where it pitched and did some gardening.
Big shout for a caught behind here. Waite stands again. I think it's flicked the pad, umpire. Not impressed.
It definitely has flicked the pad, because Adcat is almost pointing at the batter's legs. I think he was actually appealing for an LBW, because I think the obvious one was it's flicked the pad and has been caught behind.
Well, he's outside the off stump if he's appealing for LBW, so that can't be. I'm surprised at that.
I think that's just he's got his tail up. He's got a wicket in the previous over. He's going to try everything, isn't he?
Yeah.
But
umpire Milnes is not an umpire to be pressured, I don't think. Former fast bowler himself, been there, done that. He's a pretty solid character, and he's completely unmoved. Adcat bowls, and this one is hit for 6 by Matthew Waite, reminiscent of his first ball in the One Day Cup final last week. This time an Adcat just drifting into the pads, and Waite just lifts it over mid wicket for 6, and I think it's gone out the ground. Umpire Milnes is asking them to fetch another ball. Yeah, it's gone into the car park. That I didn't quite see how high it went, but beautifully struck. And what an odd morning it has been, really, Nathan. We've seen the ball go past the bat. We've seen any number of boundaries, and that one just in the slot. Matthew Waite, big strong boy, just picked it up over the ladies' pavilion into the car park.
Did it go over the pavilion, or did it go between?
Or between the pavilion and the scoreboard?
Yeah, I think that's where it's gone. Because it's flat.
Shot, and the 100 is up, and you can't say they've limped to 100 with a shot like that. But let's just work it out. So they've hit 3, 4, 8, 14, 15 fours and 2 sixes in that 102 runs, which is a ridiculous proportion of boundaries, given that it's been a surface on which the ball's been going past the bat with great regularity. Extraordinary.
Again, just seeing the replay there, that wasn't even that far down leg. He's almost picked that up off stump.
Off stump, yeah.
He's just gone deep in his crease, and he's walked across a little bit to create the angle. And Adcat is bowling left arm around the wicket, so he is angling it in towards the stumps, and with the angle he's just picked it up and, as you said, deposited it into the car park.
And Adcat again round the wicket bowls, and Waite this time hammers this off the back foot through extra for 4. 10 off 2 for Matthew Waite, who loves a little bit of a fight back, does Matthew Waite, and he's in his element out there. 30 off 30 for him. Worcestershire 106 for 7.
Yeah, Adcat just not getting it right at all there.
Fully, wasn't it?
Yeah, waist high full toss and nearly a no ball. And so sometimes those can actually catch a batter off off guard. Sometimes it's an underrated delivery, a full toss, but that was high and outside off and with no protection on the boundary out there. A crunching shot from Matthew Way. The noise off the bat. Yes, it was a full toss, but always pleasing to hear that. I don't know what Nadcat was trying to bowl there. Was he trying to follow up with a Yorker and the ball just slipped out? Or?
I mean, what you don't want to do on a pitch like this is miss out on a gift like that, I suppose, and Waite didn't. He stands quite still at the crease, Waite, and he just made sure he found the gap, didn't he?
Robinson to continue, very much an in-out field, 3 slips, 4 men on the boundary, and that's nicked over the slip cordon for 4. Taylor dancing down the track, looking to hit the ball over mid-off, I think. A bit of extra bounce from Robinson, and it's flown away off the edge, over the head of third slip. And that's another boundary. Worcestershire, well, you said Tom Taylor was only going to play one way based on what we saw in the last over. I think you might be right.
Well, I think I get the impression they've had a bit of a chat at lunch and said maybe the best thing to do is to go out there and try and be as positive as you possibly can, even against Robinson, who's he's picked up 5, he could have had 6, and look at his field now. He's got a man on the cover boundary, he's got a man on the boundary at backward point, and he's sending a man back to kind of fly slip now. Yeah,
Haynes just in front of us wearing jersey number 20. He's about 3/4 of the way back, not quite on the rope. He comes out from third slip though, so just 2 in, and Taylor walks down the track. He was halfway down by the time Robinson let the ball go, and he just has no interest in giving him anything to hit there. Fires it well outside off stump, and it's let go through to Simpson. That was bizarre. He was, if he went any further, he could have given Ollie Robinson a hug on his follow through there.
I think it's good fun, this. I think these two old rivals probably really enjoying this contest out there. Sometimes forget that cricket should be fun. Seriously, I think that. I really do. I think sometimes people forget that, it is a game, even at this level.
Robinson in again. This time Taylor goes deep in his crease instead of coming down the track. It's another ball outside off, which is left alone. Robinson just seems to think, right, if he's going to go after me, I'm just going to hide it well outside off, make him have to play away from his body, don't bowl in his arc, and see if he flashes one with a nick through, or if he skies one out to deep point, maybe off the outside edge. He did get a nick, of course, 2 deliveries ago, but it was just over the head of Haynes at third slip. Prompted a change in the field. He's now back about 10 yards in off the rope, just in front of us here at third man. Here comes Robinson again. Down the track again goes Taylor. He goes very early. Robinson sees him, tries to hit him in the toe. Good Yorker. Taylor just about digs it out.
Yeah, good little contest within a contest here, with Taylor on strike. 110 for 7.
I suppose the benefit for Worcester here is, by playing this way, if it comes off, you add another 30 or 40 and you limp up to that 150 mark that you were saying. And if it doesn't come off, you just get out quite quickly, and you probably still get some of the best bowling conditions to have a crack with, and see if you can do something similar. As Taylor walks down the track again, Robinson responds with a short ball. Taylor lifts his bat and lets it go.
Yeah, what it's done also, I think, is Robinson's now not bowling how he was before, because he's responded to what Taylor's doing. So Taylor, in a way, he might slice one in the air now and get out, but he's at least disturbed the rhythm that Robinson had, I think, which is what his object would have been in the first place. So it's a good little contest.
Well, there's 1 delivery left in this round of the contest. As Robinson comes in, Taylor walks down early again. This time it's just a length ball steered into the leg side. So the fun should continue, because Taylor's taken a single, and he's going to keep the strike at the end of that Robinson over. So there was a nick early on. I think it was the first delivery, flew over the head of the slip cord, and that was the only boundary, but plenty of fun. Taylor taking on Robinson. He moves to 9, 111 for 7.
Nelson on the board, 111 for 7, as Nathan says, and Nadcat will continue. We've had just the 4 bowlers used. Cavalis just 4 overs, Danny Lamb just 1. Other than that, these two have been in charge, not surprisingly, since they've shared the 7 wickets, and it has been an unusual innings in the sense that we've seen a high proportion of boundaries, several batsmen playing attractive shots, and yet repeatedly the ball going past the edge. Here's an Adcat round the wicket again to Taylor. It's down the pitch, looks for the big hit on the leg side, misses it, taken on the pad. Ball dribbles to third slip, where Haynes is the fielder.
He charged down the pitch again, didn't he, Taylor? That's clearly his option. Wants to use his feet and change the length that's being offered by these bowlers. He just was a bit late on that one.
Yeah, he's not going to be a sitting duck. I don't think that's what his object is. He doesn't want to just sit on the crease and fend for the ball outside the off stump. Nadcat in again, and balls and down the pitch Taylor, and he is going to be out this time. He's got a leading edge and it's flown up in the air, and he is caught by Ollie Carter at extra cover, and Nadcat gets his third wicket. Taylor's attacking philosophy brought him 9 runs, but just tried on one too many hits there, and it maybe just held up in the pitch a little bit. Leading edge and a nicely judged catch by Ollie Carter.
Yeah, just closed the bat face too early, didn't he, Taylor? Once again dancing down, but he ended up just looking to steer it off his hip more than anything else, and just looked to flick it through the onside instead of playing those strong shots down the ground that he has played previously. And I just think, as you said, the ball just stopped in the pitch, and when he closed the bat face, it exposed the leading edge, and it's a good catch actually. That was swirling, and he's ended up getting into a good position there, has Ollie Carter, to hold on at extra cover. Bit of fun for Tom Taylor. 2 boundaries, neither of them convincing. One was splayed one-handed over extra cover, and the other one was nicked over the slip. So he tried to counter-attack, not with much success, but it was an entertaining 10 or so minutes that he lasted at the crease.
Yeah, well, Ben Allison is the new batter coming out to join Matthew Waite, and we'll probably see Sussex try and give Waite a single now and bowl as many deliveries as they can at Ben Allison. Only Ben Gibbon to come. Gibbon is by far the best number 11 I think Worcestershire have had for a long time, because he's night watchman often when he does play. He's got 100 in the 2s this year, I think. He's got a decent record at the back, got 30 odd at Durham last week when he did come in as night watchman. He's a very good number 11, as opposed to Kuram Shazad, who you saw last week in the game against Notts, Nathan, who's a genuine number 11. But these days there aren't that many around, are there? Not proper number 11s. Peter Such, Bob Willis type number 11s.
So it'll be interesting to see if Allison continues Taylor's trend of attacking stroke play.
Well, he starts with a nice punch on the onside to mid-wicket. He's a decent batter, Ben Allison, to be coming in at 10. But he hasn't really, he's classed as an all-rounder rather than just a seam bowler. He's got 36 wickets in the championship, but I think he's probably be disappointed. 38 is his top score this year, 27 is his second top score. Other than that, nothing over 22 in one other game, but he's probably just a little bit underachieved with the bat. So Nadcat bowls, and he's taken on the pad, and he's underachieved today as well, because he's been given out LBW, second ball. That one, Nathan suggesting, might just have rolled his fingers across it and maybe just nipped it off the pitch. Just having a look now at the replay. Yeah, that's absolutely smack in front, isn't it? It might have been delivered from wide on the crease, but absolutely in front. So a Nadcat getting right in on the act here. 3 wickets since lunch for him. Ben Allison is the third man dismissed without scoring in this innings, and Worcestershire now on the brink of being bowled out very, very cheaply indeed. Nelson has struck not once but twice. 111 for 9.
Yeah, Nadcat, I think he just bowled a little off-cutter there in anticipation of some of the aggression coming from these Worcestershire players. Well, probably in response to what Tom Taylor was doing. It wasn't actually a particularly forceful shot there from Allison. He was just looking to turn that onto the onside, but he's done by the lack of pace as that one just sat in the pitch, that cutter, and hit stone dead in front of all 3. Relatively straightforward LBW decision there.
It was a bit non-committal, wasn't it, that shot, really? I think you're right. I think you could almost feel the indecision as the pace of the delivery wasn't what he expected. Good bit of bowling by an Nadcat. I always think there's too many LBWs given for left arm round the wicket bowlers to right-handers. They deliver it from really wide. If it hits you in line, there's every chance it's going on to miss. But that one, as you say, a little off cutter, and he was on the crease, maybe even just behind the crease. So I think there was not much doubt about that one. It would have probably hit middle and leg, or certainly leg stump. And 111 for 9. Ben Gibbon, after the build-up I've given him, is taken on the pad by the first ball, drops down in front of him, and there's a strangled appeal. No more. Don't let me down now, Ben Gibbon. Said you're the best number 11 around. But he has made good progress with his batting, Ben Gibbon, in the last couple of years. And he's got a bit of a job to do, because Matthew Waite will battle. I think he'll probably try and be as positive as he can. Robinson fancies a 6 foot, and Adcat fancies joining him on the 5 foot. Last ball of the over. He's in now, he bowls, and Gibbon is off the mark, just turning this one on the leg side for a single. So the end of the over, 112 for 9. Nelson has at least disappeared from the board. 3 men out since lunch. Brooks for 1, Taylor for 9, and Allison without scoring.
Yeah, Sussex won't be too disheartened to see that single. They did spread the field there. They were more than happy to give Gibbon 1. Yeah, just off the inside edge there. It flew though, hit the inside edge and hit the pad, and if there had been a 30-yard circle, it would have landed close to it. It absolutely flew off the inner half of the bat. Well, Adcat might fall short of 5 wickets here, because Ollie Robinson's got 6 deliveries at the number 11, and he will be very keen to add a 6th to his ledger. 5 for 59 his figures now, as we see what sort of field does he come up with. Does he go more attacking with the number 11 on strike? And he certainly does. He had 4 men out on the boundary in the previous over, just the 2 now, fine leg and third man, so fairly regulation. 3 slips in play, a man catching in close on the leg side as that one beats Gibbon on the outside edge. No run.
How many times? I wonder how many times he's gone past the outside edge today, Ollie Robinson. He's bowled 85 deliveries. He's taken 5 wickets. I reckon 25 have at least gone past the outside edge.
He's still finding lateral movement. That one's left Gibbon just enough to beat the edge. He's played it well, played inside the line, which is what you have to do when the ball's nibbling around. In comes Robinson again. Deep in the crease goes Gibbon, and that's turned away off his pad. That's a good result for Worcestershire. He gets his single, which will bring Matthew Waite back on strike. He's been sitting down the non-strikers' end for a few eventful overs, and he's scored 30 off as many deliveries so far.
Yeah, I think he'll try and be positive, but look at the field now. Difficult to penetrate this field and difficult to go over it. 2 slips, everybody else has disappeared.
Yeah, even mid-off and mid-on now have dropped about 10-15 yards. Neither man is completely back on the rope, but Waite will have to go over the field rather than through it, and he's carved that one off the back foot, but there is a man at deep point. As he said, basically if you hit anything and it doesn't go to slip, it's a straightforward single. I thought Waite might just try and hold on to the strike there, but he does take his run, so he moves to 31 and brings Gibbon back on strike, and this song and dance continues as the field comes back in with number 11 on strike. So we've gone from 4 men out in the rope to just 2 at third man and final leg, and we've gone from 2 slips to 3. Everyone else is saving 1 inside the ring. Robinson turns up at the sponsor's sign at the top of his mark. In come the pass to the umpire. He looks to go straight, and he's gone 2 straight. Gibbon flicks that one nicely out towards deep square. No protection there, and he picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, and that was a proper shot, wasn't it? Half volley on leg stump, and put it away with aplomb. Did Gibbon. Proper batsman shot.
2 deliveries remaining, so Sussex will keep the field in before they drop back and give Gibbon 1. In comes Robinson. That's 2 wide outside the off stump to make him play. Straightforward decision to leave. Now the field will spread. Square leg is going back, as is cover.
I don't think they'll take it if he gets this one.
No, I suspect you're right. Interestingly, mid-off, Daniel Hughes, he has not gone anywhere. And as soon as I say that, he walks alongside Robinson back towards the fence as the bowler gets to the top of his mark. Mid-on is back yet. Everyone out, giving them one apart from the 2-minute slip. So, like you said, I suspect he will not take the single if it comes. And, well, he doesn't get the opportunity as Robinson bowls that one outside off and it's let go. So Gibbons survives. And he gives the strike to Waite, who's on 31, 118 for 9, and Nadcat will get another opportunity to claim his 5th.
Yeah, he will. 4 for 41, his figures. Robinson 5 for 65. The men out. Davalath without scoring, Libby without scoring, both going in the first over. 1 for 2 at that point. 18 for 3 when Isaac Mohammed was LBW to Robinson for 5, 36 for 4 when Jones was LBW to Robinson for 1, 71 for 5 when Roderick was caught behind by Simpson off an handicap for 22, and Latigan, the 6th man out, 71 for 6 when he went for an excellent 41, which remains the top score at lunch. 91 for 6, 3 wickets down since then. 118 for 9 as Nadcat starts this new over with 2 slips in and everybody else in the distance. Comes in now to Waite. Bowls, and Waite is turning it on the leg side and will take a single.
Yeah, slightly surprising that.
Well, I think they probably think that Gibbon is a reasonably capable batsman, and it's just, I don't know, it's just tedious, isn't it, if you just turn them down and take one off the 4th ball and then you do it for 5 overs, you get 5 singles, and then he gets out anyway. I just think it's a bit of a... there are 2 schools of thought, but one of them is that you just... If the batter's in any way capable, you just play normally, don't you?
Well, I suggest that suggests that Waite is not looking to be overly positive and score boundaries every delivery. Yeah. He's happy just to...
Well, he can't, can he? With all the fielders out.
Exactly.
And Nadcat bowls, and Gibbon is beaten by that little off-cutter again, little slower ball. And it goes through, 1 bounce to the keeper. I mean, I you know, with the field the way it is, I don't know. I can't remember the last time. Well, maybe at Chelmsford when Brooks almost won a game for Worcestershire by clearing the field, and with all the fielders back, he just kept hitting 6s. But other than that, I can't remember the last time I saw anybody take singles and keep doing it for longer than about 20 minutes. And Nadcat bowls down the leg side, and there's no run. You know what I mean is, take a single off the 4th ball, the other guy survives 2, then you take a single off the 4th ball, the other, and you so on and so on, and you do it for 20 minutes, 6 overs or something, and you pick up 8 runs, and then somebody gets out. I can't remember the last time I saw anybody do it for 2 hours or something. It just becomes a bit dull, really. And it's almost impossible for Waite, isn't it? I mean, if it was a flat pitch and there were 400 on the board, it might be different, but it's very difficult for Waite to take it on with 5, 6, 7 fielders on the boundary, I think. And again, he's done him with that clever bit of bowling. He's bowling really well, and hands on his head. He can't quite believe that he hasn't got Gibbon again with that one, but he's foxed him completely with... well, just almost like, well, it's a left arm spinner almost. It's almost like a left arm off break, turning from leg to off, but it's like, almost like a conventional slow left armer's hand movement and finger movement on the scene.
It's obviously hard to pick because he's bowled 3 of those so far.
Yeah. Everyone's gone past the bat.
Yeah, Gibbons missed 2 and the other one led to an LBW decision.
This next one is fuller and quicker and pushed out on the offside. That delivery that he's bowled at that pace, you've probably seen footage on grainy black and white imagery of Derek Underwood, England's famous left arm spinner from Kent, who sadly died last year. That's just about the sort of pace that he used to bowl, with the keeper standing up and 2 slips and a gully in place. Maybe a little bit slower than that, but he was in the... I would imagine Derek Underwood generally bowled at sort of 58, 60 miles an hour. Those gripped it. Fantastic bowler on uncovered pitches, with Alan not standing up to the stumps. That's the sort of thing he used to do. And Nadcat bowls, and Gibbon takes the single off the last ball of the over. So keeps the strike, 120 for 9. And what it might do, well, Nathan, perhaps I think is when Sussex see the confidence that Waite has in Gibbon and sees Gibbon's willingness to take the singles, they might think, well, we need to go back to a more conventional approach here rather than just expecting the batters to do what we want them to do. I don't know. 120 for 9.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. I just think Robinson kind of lost his way a little bit when Taylor was charging him every ball, and he got put off his length, and he hasn't really recovered it since then. I just think he's still got 3 slips in, and the bloke's batting number 11. Just bowl top of the stumps and see if you can nick him off.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, that's come off the inside edge. It was a straight enough delivery, worked away off the hip down to fine leg. Gibbon takes another single, 121 for 9 now. Matthew Waite comes back on strike. He's been starred at the strike, really. Hasn't faced that many deliveries since lunch. And when he has been on strike, he's just been happy to take those singles that they're giving. Yeah. So he's just, he's only really faced, one ball and over for the last 20 minutes or so.
And he'll probably take one here when you look at the field again. Unless he gets a half volley on off stump or something.
There'll be one here. They will scamper through, hoping for 2, but it's a reasonably short boundary out towards the ladies' pavilion, and Alsop comes in from deep point to cut off the second run, so it's another single for Waite. He's on 33 now. He's faced the same number of deliveries, 122 for 9. Robinson into his 16th over, 5 for 67. No real change in the field this time. I think Sussex have stopped with the in out necessarily. Third man does come up, so they do bring in the third slip. Robinson in past the umpire. That one keeps a little bit low. They scamper through for a quick single, but it's a good call from Matthew Waite, calling Gibbon through. He didn't initially think it was one there, but I think Waite realised that it had gone to the left-hand side of Ollie Carter at cover. Field changes once again. Third man comes just in front of our commentary position here. Haynes, it is just to the right hand side here. We'd be directly in line with fourth slip maybe.
Yeah,
is our viewpoint here as Robinson comes in, and that's hit on the pad. Big appeal, and that's out.
Give that from here, I think. He's got his 6 foot.
End of the innings. 123 is what Worcestershire have mustered. They've been bowled out 35 minutes or so after the lunch break. It's been a quick procession of wickets after the interval. Ollie Robinson ends up with 6 for, which out of a Natcat down the other end. He took the other 4 wickets to fall. So Robinson and Natcat, the 2 openers, doing all the damage for Sussex in the morning session, and then the early part of the afternoon. Like I said, Worcestershire 123 all out. Fantastic display from this Sussex pair of opening bowlers. And Natcat started slowly, I think it's safe to say. It was Robinson who did all the damage initially, but after lunch the Indian overseas has been very impressive. Matthew Waite, the final man to go, LBW to Robinson, missing a straight one on the back leg. 33 off 34 he finishes on. Gibbon is the unbeaten batter at number 11, 9 off 14.
Yeah, brilliant from Ollie Robinson. Absolutely superb exhibition. 6 for 68 from 15.4 overs, 14 wickets the last time he played here 2 years ago, and 20 now in 3 innings here. The last time that he's the last 3 times he's bowled at New Road. Almost irrepressible this morning, occasionally over pitching and being punished, but generally going past the bat with great frequency, and had to almost get Matthew Waite twice because he thought he'd had him out caught behind first in the last over before lunch, when the umpires gave him not out because they thought they couldn't see that John Simpson had completed the catch we thought he had. So brilliant from him. And Nadcat also very, very tidy, 4 for 43. Brave effort from Dan Latigan, brave effort from Matthew Waite. Roderick made 22, Latigan 41, Waite 33, nobody else in double figures for Worcestershire. 123 all out, having lost the toss. This game hastening towards its second innings. That will begin just after 2 o'clock, and we'll be back then.
In comes who's bowling? Tom Taylor. Apologies, we were caught slightly napping there. We were nattering away and the players had wandered out, and the Sussex innings is underway. It's going to be Daniel Hughes who's facing Tom Taylor bowling from the Digley's end. Let's make sure we've got all the buttons pressed on, which I think we have. I think we're okay. Apologies for that. Worcestershire bowled out for 123, 6 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 4 for J-Devon Nutcat. Now Daniel Hughes, the Australian left-hander, is facing Taylor, who's racing in around the wicket bowls, and Hughes lets that one go outside of the stump. Who's to keep Roderick, and there is no run. So Nathan John's with me here on commentary. I need to say good morning for Sussex, really, and a wicket giving some help as well. But no, I thought Sussex bowled well. Robinson and Nutcat sharing the wickets between them.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Robinson was obviously the more of the impressive bowlers early on. 5 wickets in his first spell.
Taylor in bowls. Hughes takes a step down the wicket, drills the ball back down the ground, dead straight, and knocks out the stump at the far end of the ground.
That's the second time we've seen that from that very end today. I think it might have been Gareth Roderick hit middle stump out of the ground with a straight drive earlier on, and well, for the right-hander, Hughes has just deposited off stump. So they're working their way through the
stump. Approach from Daniels, he took a couple of steps down the wicket there.
I don't think that's a bad approach. We've seen a lot of batters kind of get caught in the crease, by Robinson in particular, with the ball nibbling around, and they kind of get hit in the back pad because they're not got forward a long way. Dan Latigan had some success for Worcester, but primarily because he's a big man with a big stride to get down the wicket.
Taylor in bowls, Hughes with a play and a miss outside the off stump through to keep Roderick. There is no runs, an eventful opening over.
I tell you what, Daniel Hughes is not going to die wondering here, is he? I think he's certainly of the opinion that after, well, he was at mid-on, mid-off, I think, for most of the fielding innings for Sussex. So he would have seen the ball moving around. He had a decent view of it, and I think he's gone, do you know what, instead of just hanging around waiting for one that may or may not have my name on it, might as well have a go.
Yeah, and he's certainly doing that. What Grant Flower makes of it, the Sussex batting coach away to our left-hand side, watching with a cup of coffee, or assuming it's coffee. Taylor in again, and again Hughes takes a couple of steps down the wicket. Taylor fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So the light is actually improving. It got a bit cloudwards. It is cloudy and overcast, with a few patches of blue around now. And Sussex who need these 6 points to be certain of playing First Division cricket next season, and we now know that there will be relegation from the First Division of the County Championship.
It's very strange that only got confirmed this morning. The last round of games had already started, so players are playing not knowing what they need to do to survive.
In comes Taylor bowls. Hughes is struck around about the 5 pad, the ball bounces out onto the offside. There is no run, so made over to get things underway from Tom Taylor. Sussex not for naught. I agree with you. I think it's ludicrous really. So what we do know is that probably one of Durham, Hampshire or Yorkshire are going to go down.
The third, yes. Sussex looked pretty safe after that
Sussex do
first innings effort with the ball.
Something quite amazing would happen, and really in the other games as well. Surrey, meanwhile, at Southampton, 117 for 8. Wow. And they've been off and on at Trent Bridge, so I think that would mean that Notts would need about 5 points to win the championship. I think if Surrey were to win that game now, they can only take 19 points from the match.
Ben Allison will share the new ball from the New Road end. He's going to come around the wicket, I think, with the left-handed Haynes on strike. 2 left-handers, of course, in this opening partnership for Sussex. 3 slips next to keeper Roderick. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Here comes Allison. That's played away off the back foot, out towards point. Fielded for no run. Haynes yet to get off the mark, having faced just the one delivery. It was an eventful first over, that, for all the toing and froing from Daniel Hughes, wandering down the pitch. He got very deep in his crease and looked to play some booming drives. Didn't actually score any runs. It was a bizarre over, that. Plenty of intent. I suppose we saw Daniel Latigan made scoring look quite easy when he came in at number 4, in the first over, and faced the new ball, and when the ball was hard, it was flying off the middle of his bat to all parts. So maybe there's a logic that this is actually one of the better times to bat, as that's hit him on the thigh pad. It might have even been the stomach, and Haynes is wincing and he's holding his ribs or his side. I'm not quite sure exactly where that hit him, but he gets down the other end for a leg by, which gives Sussex first run of the day, but he's still holding his side there. I'm not sure if that hit him in the rib. That looked a nasty one.
It did, didn't it?
He looks to be in pain. Daniel Hughes doesn't look too concerned for his teammate. He's just taking guard. Didn't ask him how he is.
Be interesting to see how Hughes plays here, because certainly against Tom Taylor he was taking a couple of steps down the wicket, so I wonder whether he'll try something similar.
Well, this is his first delivery facing Allison from the New Road end. He does walk down the pitch and he's left that one on length. I think that's gone right over the top of off stump. You can see some of the slip fielders behind the stumps from Worcestershire with their heads in their hands. They thought that was quite close to off stump.
There's quite a contentious decision here before lunch. Well, say contentious, I don't think the players made too much of it, but when Matthew Waite was caught, the ball went into the slip cord and James Coles didn't take the catch cleanly. It rebounded. John Simpson took the catch and the umpires decided it was not out. They gave the batsman the benefit of the doubt. I agreed with that decision, but actually one of our listeners doesn't, so I'll read his email in a minute.
Yeah, well, on replay, that ball from Allison moved a long way back into Hughes, and this one goes a long way off the middle of his bat out towards the offside boundary. First runs off the bat of this Sussex innings. Hughes goes deep in his crease, gets a little bit of width, and he clatters it into the covers that are over on this right hand side just next to the ladies pavilion as we look at it from our position.
Nice shot. Yeah, he says, Adrian, I have to disagree with you that Waite was entitled to stay his ground. He had the best view of anyone to see the catch taken, which it was. There's too much of that in cricket now. Batsmen hoping to get away with one, acting like Premier League footballers.
Oh God, that's it.
Yeah.
Sounds like that was meant as an insult. A significant insult.
Yeah, I mean, I just felt that yeah. We'll come back to that in a minute.
Here comes Allison. He's got 2 deliveries left in this over. Hughes walks down the pitch at him, and I think that's hit him on the glove. That's twice in this over. Allison has hit a Sussex batter, and it's a good piece of running that as he comes back for 2, having turned it away down to fine leg off the glove again. So when Haynes got hit and he held his ribs all the way up to the non-striker's end, Hughes was shaking out his glove as he ran there, so he also in a bit of bother having been struck, but both men seem to be okay. 7 without loss. We're into the second over here. 1 delivery left from Allison's first. He's none for 6. There was the 1 leg by in this over as well. And he comes around the wicket, and that's driven very nicely, but it's an even better piece of fielding at extra cover. Hughes thought he had hit his second boundary of the over with a lovely drive through the offside, but a good stop cuts down the scoring. So 7 without loss through 2 overs. So what do you think? Do you think as a batter, if you think you've seen it, got a good view of it? I mean, maybe he probably would argue that there was bodies flying everywhere and he didn't see it.
I mean, I guess that's that. Yeah, I guess as a batter, if you saw it carried sometime, then I think I mean, in the modern game, I guess people don't walk, but I think it does put a slightly different slant on it if you saw it had been taken. But clearly, we don't know that because we haven't spoken to Matthew Waite. But there was another email on it as well, which is from Stephen Hawes, who's a Sussex fan who lives in Berkshire. And he says, first of all, thank you to you and your colleagues for the commentary this season. He says it's a great way to spend a summer. Now, on that catch, I cannot understand why Waite didn't walk. There's nothing on this game for Worcestershire. I think it looked pretty clearly out. And you could see the reaction from James Coles, who had the best view in the house that it was out. In comes Taylor, bowls to Haynes, who defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. So yeah, two views there that maybe, but I think Matthew Waite may say, and perhaps he'll be asked afterwards, who knows, that whether he felt he didn't have a clear view. Either way, in the context of the game, it turned out to be not that important, really, did it? I mean, I
think Waite added another 15 runs or so. Yeah, he was on 18.
I guess who knows? It could be a vital runs, but in comes Taylor, bowls. Haynes looking to drive through the offside. That's one of his favourite shots through the offside. He's got a thick inside edge. The ball dribbles out onto the onside, and there is no run. I thought what was interesting was at the lunch break, because it was the over before lunch, wasn't it? Yes. And the players left the field, and I wondered if there may be a little bit of animosity between the sides, but there didn't seem to be, did there?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's one of those where the batter stands his ground, and I think it's because when you watch cricket on the TV, you see batters standing their ground, but that's because they know there's the benefit of somebody's going to have a look upstairs. Whereas we don't have that benefit here, so it's
Taylor in bowls to Haynes, and Haynes drills that away through extra cover. That's going to go probably all the way for 4 runs. It's rolling out towards the boundary edge. Is it a good sliding stop out there? No, it's not. It's gone all the way to 4 runs. That's where Tom Haynes is very strong through that offside. And he picks up a boundary, his first runs.
Yeah, so it's one of those where I just think because of all the cricket that we watch when we watch it at home rather than in person in county championship matches, everyone's just used to seeing batters stand their ground because they know, all right, well, if I'm right or I'm wrong, it'll get checked and the right decision will come out. So the honour system of asking a fielder whether he caught it or not is disappeared a little bit. And I wonder if that's because that's what everyone does in the cricket we all watch, if that's filtered down to the level where we don't have third umpires.
Taylor in bowls to Haynes, who gets that one away through point for 4 runs. I'm not entirely sure that's where Tom Haynes intended that to go. We might see a replay of that in a couple of moments' time. He rather carved it away. And I just wonder whether you're right here, Nathan, whether Sussex have just decided that attack is the best form of defence here. Yeah, when it's gone through point, I think I think Tom Haynes' foot was to the pitch of the ball there, but nonetheless he's got it away for a boundary.
We saw quite a few runs in the Worcestershire innings scored through third man, where
yes,
two players flashed hard, and the other went wide of slip or over slip. So
Taylor in bowls to Haynes, who's this time more solidly forward, plays that into the offside.
So I wonder if the logic there is, well, you didn't actually see that many catches go to the court, and they either played soft hands and they rolled along the floor, or hard hands and flew wide or high. So they probably think it's actually a reasonably safe option. If you get width, throw your hands at it, and in the worst case scenario, you're probably going to nick it over third man for 4.
Interesting, well, there's a fine leg in place, there isn't a third man in place. And Haynes waits. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Taylor is racing in bowls to Tom Haynes. Well, he hasn't timed that at all. He's going to get runs through the offside. A couple of runs, the ball flies over the covers. Curious shot by Tom Haynes, but he picks up 2 more and goes into double figures. He's on 10. And Sussex at the end of the over are 17 without loss.
Interesting that from the 2 overs that we've had so far from the Douglas end, you mentioned the Sussex batting coach, Grant Flower, is doing some watching, and he's getting as straight as he possibly can, isn't he? He's standing directly behind the wicketkeeper, trying to see, I don't know if he's trying to figure out what the conditions are doing, or if maybe that's how he likes to watch his batters and their technique. He obviously has to move, though, now that the bowling is from the new road end, because otherwise he'd be blocking the sight screen. So he's gotten out of the way. Ben Allison has the ball in his hands once again, and Daniel Hughes, the Australian, is going to be on strike. 3 slips in place. Here comes Allison around the wicket, up past the umpire into his delivery stride, and I think that's just dribbled off the inside edge onto pad maybe, and into the offside. It's no run, whatever it hit. Hughes is trying to hit that very straight. I think he's just got a little bit of an edge that's thundered into the pad. Yeah, well, they're playing a shot of ball. If they are playing at the ball, they're not really defending, are they?
No, they're not.
They're going after it with these big booming drives down the ground, or Haynes is probably playing a little bit square. He's playing through cover point a lot more, whereas Hughes wants to hit through mid-off and mid-on. We'll see what Allison comes up with in response. Down the track comes Hughes, and it's guided behind point beautifully. And that will be another boundary for this Sussex opening pair. Allison just banged that one in short. He saw him coming, didn't he?
Yes,
and
he did.
Hughes actually just rode it nicely, got on top of the bounce and punched it through backward point for 4.
Well, I think Sussex are setting out their store here.
It's a shot of ball at the minute.
It's
good to watch.
It is good to watch. And in fact, in that Worcestershire innings, only lasted 34 overs. We had 123 runs, so they were rattling on at best part of 4 over as well.
Yeah, 21 without loss now into the 4th over, which is 2 deliveries into this 4th, as Allison comes in again, and a rare defensive shot as it's a heavy length, banged in. Hughes gets in behind it safely, no run.
You said you were over watching the T20s in Ireland last week. Are they well attended? I mean, I know the weather washed out one of the games.
Reasonably. I mean, they set the... because they don't have any permanent infrastructure. They don't have a permanent cricket stadium, so they have to put up temporary stands at a club ground. So they almost can choose how many seats they put up based on how many tickets they're going to sell. And they only put up, I think, about 4,100, 4,200 was the capacity. On another day with another opposition, they would be higher. That is for sure. As that's hit on the pad, on the thigh pad, is Hughes. no run. Like for example, when India come to town, it's about 8,000 normally they get in because of primarily because of the significant expat population in Dublin when India are in town. I think 2023 was the last time they toured Dublin. So it was a little bit disappointing actually to see that they only put up around 4,000 seats. It's slightly more. It's not that long. Well, 12 years ago, England came for a one-off ODI. Owen Morgan was captain, and they got 10,000 into the same venue in Malahide Cricket Club in Dublin. So I'm not sure if the interest levels have dipped or if cost of putting up that many seats is a factor. It's probably a bit of both. That's driven beautifully by Hughes. The shot of the Sussex innings so far. Length ball outside off, and he dismisses it on the front foot through extra cover, and that is raced away to the boundary. In fact, it's gone so hard into the advertising hoardings, 6 feet on the other side of the fence, that it's rebounded off it and landed 10 yards back inside the field of play. He absolutely timed that beautifully.
I think Dan Hughes probably hasn't scored quite the volume of runs he would have hoped. That being said, he's still averaging high 30s opening in Division 1, which I think is a pretty decent return.
Final delivery of this Allison over. There's been 2 boundaries off the bat of Daniel Hughes' bat, and that's hit on the pad, and that is out. You were saying it was out before the finger even went up. That looked stone dead in front. Tried to play a shot through the leg side. I wonder if it just left him a little bit off the pitch. But Daniel Hughes' fun has come to an end. He's gone for 14 off 16 deliveries. Worcestershire strike. The first Sussex wicket falls. 25 without loss. And just looking at the replay there, that looked stone dead, back leg in front of middle stump.
And he just played that cracking cover drive, hadn't he, Daniel Hughes? Just see this again. I mean, as an advert comes on.
Yeah, well, an unfortunately timed advert on the YouTube stream as we try and look at the replay. Hang on, we'll get it back up.
Let's see this again. He's coming around the wicket, Allison. Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. That's a good shout as Ollie Carter makes his way out at number 3 for Sussex. Yeah, so I think Daniel Hughes will probably be disappointed with the volume of runs, but I said that being said, if you've got an opener who's averaging high 30s in Division 1, it's not disastrous by any manner of means. But he's back next year, Daniel, so he'll be back for the whole summer. So he's got another chance. Craig in Mile has been in touch. Hello, Craig. He says, thank you to you and your BBC colleagues for all your hard work across the season. Just wanted to say what a huge difference Anudkat makes to the Sussex bowling attack. Since his arrival, the whole bowling unit has looked more confident and much more disciplined in their approach. Just 3 more points till safety confirmed, says Craig. I would agree. And actually, I spoke to J-Dev last week during the game against Yorkshire, and he was saying how much he enjoyed bowling with Ollie Robinson, and I'm sure Ollie Robinson would say the same. I think if Sussex had those two opening the bowling most of the season, I'm not saying it would have been a different story, but I think it certainly helped Robinson. So J-Dev is back next season as far as we're aware, just in September, but some talk that he may be coming back earlier. I think a lot's going to depend on the schedule, actually, how that's going to work out. Actually, I did see a statement. Is it me or you? Me. As Taylor comes in, bowls to Haynes, who drives into the offside. Was it me?
Yes, it was.
I think
you.
it is.
I can. If you want, if you need a breather, I'll happily keep going. But
he picks up a single. Just Tom Haynes. There was a statement from the Professional Cricketers Association about these changes.
They're not happy.
They are not happy. Unsurprising. And actually, I don't think that reflects well on the game, really, does it? Because the players have been saying they wanted less cricket, and the clubs have decided there's going to be 2 less games, 2 less T20s. That's all. So they haven't really listened to the players. I don't know what your feeling on that is, Nathan, but the players are clearly not pleased. In comes Taylor over the wicket bowls. Carter takes a couple of steps down the track as well and defends into the offside. There is no run.
There's been a memo, isn't there, in the Sussex changing room?
Yeah.
The way to go about it is to walk down the pitch. So Daniel Hughes do it quite a lot. I agree with you. I think, look, any time that you have the players' union coming out so vehemently in opposition to the volume of cricket, it's unsustainable. I think I saw some stats. I think it's close to 67% or close to 70% say that playing this much cricket is negative on their physical health, but also their mental health, which is obviously a big red flag and a warning light that should be going off.
Taylor bowls to Carter, who plays to mid-off. There is no run.
but I'm reluctant to say that the sport as a whole is not listening to its players, because clearly in some counties I think we're trying to push this through and vote through it, but they just couldn't get, what is it, a 2/3 majority?
Yeah, 2/3, yeah.
So some counties are listening to their players and some aren't, and yeah, it's disappointing. I think, like you said, I'm sure there are plenty of players who probably are fine with the schedule, but the majority don't seem to. If the union are coming out like this, the majority are not, and you would like to think, as probably the most important stakeholder in the game, the players should be listened to.
Taylor in bowls to Carter down the leg side taken, and there is no run. Yeah, this statement says the outcome of the men's domestic structure review fails to support the demands put on elite professional cricketers. Chief Executive Darryl Mitchell said in a statement, the decision makers have failed to ensure our premier red ball competition remains a standout in world cricket by evolving, not just to meet the demands of modern professionals, but to provide a product that captures the imagination for all. He goes on to say, we now need to ensure the best possible schedule can be created in a structure that remains not fit for purpose, which is quite damning, really.
Yeah, strong language indeed.
Taylor in bowls, Cast defends, foot to the pitch of the ball, played out into the offside, no run. It's difficult to see, really, though, how the schedule can change. I mean, the T20 next year is going to be played in a block, we know that. The 100 is set in stone in August. I wouldn't have thought there's a lot of room for manoeuvrability, to be honest. When we can't start any earlier and we can't really finish any later, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I suppose the proposal was to cut to 12 and the compromise was made by 13. It just would have been, well, maybe one. I'm not sure when that 14th game, what window it would have been cut from, but surely cutting fixtures shouldn't be that difficult.
Taylor bowls to Carter, who pulls a short delivery away over mid-wicket for 4 runs to get himself on the way. Ollie Carter, he goes to 4, and Sussex at the end of the over are 30 for 1.
This doesn't seem like it's going to be a very long game, is it?
It doesn't, does it?
The way these sides are batting. Funnily enough, no one's actually gotten out being uber aggressive, have they? Like, we haven't seen a big booming drive that's led to a nick behind or anything like that. All the dismissals have been players being caught on the crease. I suppose Brooks in the first innings, he kind of had a semi-aggressive push off the back foot, which was caught at second slip, and Daniel Hughes tried to flick one through the leg side and he got trapped LBW, but even that was a bit of a nothing shot in between attack and defence. So I think these players have very quickly realised that it's actually reasonably safe to be attacking. That might change as the conditions go on and the match and the ball gets softer and the pitch gets a bit more worn, but yeah, both sides are when they try and score, they're finding it able to do so. The trick is surviving at the other end, and that's a stifled appeal for LBW. I think it just hit him too high. Haynes on strike now with Ben Allison bowling. Haynes is 11, having faced 9 deliveries. Carter got off the mark at the final delivery of the previous over at that boundary over mid-wicket, so he's on 4. Sussex 30 for 1 into the 6th over. They're racing along, really. But yeah, with bowlers challenging the defence every other ball, and when it doesn't challenge them, it gets carted away to the boundary. So
yes, it's either one or t'other, really.
Yeah, this game you would think is going to progress rather quickly, barring a dramatic change in conditions. And here comes Allison once again. Oh, beats everything on the way through. That looked a beauty. Left him on length, just pitched moved away from the left-hander. Just about misses the outside edge on the way through to Roderick.
Hugh Johnson has been in touch. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. I'll read his email in a minute, but he said, you deserve a good portion of Sussex fish and chips, Adrian, to share in the commentary box. And he sent in a picture of some fish and chips, which does look nice, actually, Hugh. But I'll read your email at the end of the over.
You should have sent that in at lunchtime. Another stifled appeal for LBW. There's a big stride in. I think on the angle it might have been sliding down leg as well.
Long way forward, wasn't he? But thank you, Hugh, and thank you everybody who's been in touch during the season. It's always great to get your emails. You're saying you work on quite a bit of rugby during the winter. That's what keeps you busy.
That's what keeps me busy during the winter. Yes.
Do you follow any number of clubs, or it just
yes is the short answer. And clubs here, a bit of clubs back home in Ireland as well. Where rugby's very, very popular over back home. So yes, we'll be running around the country following that as well, I'm sure. That's flayed away through the offside by Haynes. Another beautiful stroke through cover point. He's played well square the wicket in his short innings so far, but that boundary moves him to 15 and Sussex move to 34 for 1.
He had a great start to the season, Tom Haynes. Made a couple of big hundreds, but he hasn't made a 50 in the county championship since I think it was the game at Taunton towards the end of May. I mean, he really did have a cracking start, got selected for the Lions and made 100 against the Indians at Canterbury. So he's looking for a good strong finish to the season here, because we're just waiting for this England Lions squad to be announced that's going to go out to Australia, and he must have a chance, but a little nudge to the selectors probably wouldn't do any harm, actually.
Well, he's prompted a change in the field. Point has gone out onto the fence, and that's just beaten the edge again. Another good piece of bowling from Allison. More lateral movement away from the left-hander. Like you said, it's one or the other. It's a boundary, or it's beating the outside edge, or hitting someone on the pad. It's all happening. There's no in between. It's the modern way, isn't it? Batters don't, if the bowlers are on top, batters don't just dig in and try and defend and wait for the conditions to get better. They say, right, well, I'm just going to counter-attack, and if I get a good ball, I get a good ball.
Interesting email I've had from John Simpson's dad's been in touch. Jack.
Did you say something about John?
No, I didn't.
Here comes Allison. There's another stifled appeal. I think that's just flicked the back pad on the way through, but it was very high. So that's a dot ball to end the over. That is Allison's third. He's been expensive. He's taken a wicket, but he's 1 for 18 off 3 overs. 34 for 1 are Sussex.
He's a regular contributor, is Jack, so it's great to hear from you. I don't know whether you're over in Spain enjoying some golf or nice weather. But Jack says, I would have thought the answer is quite simple, this in regards to the schedule. Mm-hmm. And he says, play more red ball cricket in August. After all, the 100 wise is for the few, not the many. Which is interesting, and I think there is a thought, in all seriousness, Jack, and Paul Farbrace did say this in the meeting I went to, the members' meeting at Sussex, where the discussion came up about red ball cricket in August, as in comes Taylor, bowls, Cartrew drives firmly to mid-off. There's a slight misfielder, that's maybe a little harsh, because that was hit firmly by Carter, and he picks up a single. Sussex go to 35 for 1. Paul Farbrace's view that the 100 will probably change over the next couple of years, and probably less county cricketers will be involved in the 100, and would that mean therefore that there's more county cricketers around, and therefore there's no reason really not to play the county championship in August, which is an interesting thought as well.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought of that. I suppose as new owners come in, a lot of people are talking about, are they going to eventually let Indian players in and just change the dynamic? Yeah.
Taylor in bowls to Haynes. It's like outside the off stump, and there is no run. So thank you, Jack. Lovely to hear from you.
Do you hear often from parents of players? I find sometimes whenever I'm working at games, particularly back home in Ireland, you always get somebody's mum or dad ringing or texting in. Well, they're always watching, I suppose. They're very firm followers.
Jack also got in touch earlier. I didn't see your earlier email, Jack, regarding the dismissal of Matthew Waite.
The dismissal that wasn't?
Yes. He says, I don't really know where the game is going. If you can't take the word of the fielder, the game is in serious trouble. In comes Waite, bowls to Haynes, who plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. On the replay, it was as clear as day. Nonsense umpiring.
It was as clear as day. I mean, for my mind, John Simpson did take that cleanly on the rebound. Second slip, dropped it, of course. The only thing I can think of is it was Haynes at second slip, wasn't it?
At that stage, or it might have been it was Coles who dropped the catch.
Coles who dropped the catch, right. The only thing I can think of is that because Coles was diving to his left and Simpson kind of dove behind him, Coles sprawling trying to catch it had maybe obscured the view of Simpson from the batting perspective, but that might be
Taylor in bowls to Haynes, who absolutely thumps that for extra colour. That is a typical Tom Haynes shot. He's absolutely belted that away. I'm sure Grant Flower away to our left hand side would have approved. Tom Haynes has raced on to 19.
He hasn't moved from that position, has he, Flower? No. Directly behind the wicketkeeper.
Yes.
And that's obviously a viewpoint that he takes up regularly. He doesn't sprint to the other side in between overs. He doesn't run 180 degrees.
Although he is very fit, Grant. At the end of most days' play, you see him sort of running around the outfield or running back to the hotel or doing some exercises.
Just to finish the point on that catch, I mean, look, we might be looking for reasons to excuse the decision to not walk when maybe there aren't any. But I suppose, look, batters are entitled to wait for the umpire's decisions. That's ultimately how the game operates, and the umpire made a decision. So I think
Taylor bowls to Haynes, who's getting more runs here, drills this through the covers. There's a couple more for Haynes, who goes to 21, and Sussex to 41 for 1.
Yeah, so personally I think, well, maybe this might be from my experiences at club level, where the umpiring is not to the same standard, but you get enough bad luck and bad decisions on your day. If you get one that goes your way, I think you're perfectly entitled to stand and wait for it. But granted, that was a particularly galling one, I think, from us if you're watching this with a Sussex persuasion, as all these emails are.
I'll have to go and do my update in a minute, and I will read your email shortly, Hugh. But we've had another email in from Tim Broadbent, who's listening over in Kazakhstan.
Wow.
Taylor in bowls to Haynes, nicks behind, and he's gone. And you just sort of had the feeling that Tom Haynes had decided he's going to chance his arm here, but he's nudged that one behind. The second wicket goes down, and Sussex are 41 for 2, and Tom Haynes is on his way for 21.
Oh, look, he was looking to be attacking all throughout his innings, but even that shot, it was just a little nurdle outside off. It wasn't a big booming drive through extra cover, as we saw the previous delivery. And once again, a batter gets out just by a delivery that leaves them, that just challenges the defences. It was a defensive stroke. It's a good catch, taken behind stumps, but once again, when batters are trying to be attacking and they're trying to play aggressive strokes, more often than not, they're getting it right. It's when they're defending or caught on the crease that the ball's just doing too much and asking questions that, so far, nobody's really come up with any answers today. 41 for 2 after what was a low score of 123 all out from Worcestershire.
Yeah, Tim Broadbent, he says, "Hi there, Adrian. Just a short message of thanks to you and all your colleagues for your delightful commentaries this season. I followed the action from Kazakhstan in the spring and summer. I never did get to see a match out there, but now back home in southern France, hoping to make it back to my native Sussex one day for a match and hopefully see Tom Clark back in the runs. Keep up the good work and have a good winter." Thank you, Tim. Lovely to hear from you. I'm going to leave you with Nathan because I've got to do an update to the listeners as someone who I think will be on the England Lions tour makes his way out is James Coles.
Well, it's safe to say I've never had a cricket correspondence from Kazakhstan before, so a welcome first time for everything, as they say. So, yes, the new man in is James Coles at number 4, wearing shirt number 30. Just a little bit slow to get out there, that's bad actually. No suggestion that time is an issue, but he's just ambling his way to the middle, where he joins Ollie Carter, who is of course in at number 3. He is unbeaten on 5, having faced 6 deliveries so far. So Sussex looking to be very attacking. 7 overs bowled. They're 41 for 2. The run rate is up touching 6 and over at the minute, just a hair under a run of ball. Daniel Hughes was very attacking through the offside, as was Tom Haynes, with his both left-handed openers for Sussex hitting 3 boundaries apiece, but they both perish. Daniel Hughes missed a straight one, was hit on the pad, and Haynes nicked behind when looking to defend. Ben Allison bowls the new over from the New Road end, and that's skied away down to fine leg. It might be a chance. No, it's over his head. And it's a maximum for Ollie Carter. Just a beautiful pickup off his pads. Helps that one on its way over fine leg. Tom Taylor down there just for a second thought he was in the game, but it sails over his head towards the car park. The ball didn't go into the car park because it's been promptly thrown back. We did see a lost ball hit towards parked vehicles earlier on today, which didn't make its way back, but this one does. So Sussex, one delivery, after losing a wicket, they're continuing to be attacking. Half a dozen there for Ollie Carter, takes the score to 47 for 2. Ben Allison looks to respond, having been hit over fine leg. Down the track comes Carter. He's hit on the pad, and there's a catch taken. They're appealing for an edge, and it's gone. What a superb piece of fielding off his own bowling from Ben Allison. It was an inside edge onto the pad. It ballooned up into the air. A big, tall, fast bowler came charging in on his follow-through, dove forward and to his right, stuck out a big right hand and just about claimed it inches off the turf. It's all happening. Wicket 6, wicket and 3 deliveries. This game is proving very entertaining. Ollie Carter departs one delivery after hitting the first maximum of the innings. 47 for 3 are Sussex now. Just look on the replay here for Allison. Yeah, big inside edge onto the pad, and that's a fantastic catch. Brilliant piece of athleticism. Never easy for bowlers on their follow through. But not only did Allison see where the ball was quickly, sometimes bowlers they got their heads down on their follow through, they're not quite sure where it goes. Not only did he pick it up, but he pulled out a big dive, and brilliant piece of athleticism.
Yeah, brilliant work. It's been those last 2 wickets have really changed things, haven't they? Because it was, even though they'd lost the 1 wicket, there were plenty of 4 balls around and just appeared to be getting away a little bit. But those 2 wickets have made a big difference, and also should be very encouraged by that. This game is moving at some pace, Nathan.
Tom Alsop is the new man in. 2 batters now at the crease, neither having faced a delivery yet. I think it's easy if you just look at the scorecard here to look at 123 all out and 47 for 3 and think, God, batters are being too aggressive, there's too much stroke play going on. But if you look at all the dismissals, I mean, that was a defensive shot, inside edge onto pad, the ball just nipped back in. The previous wicket 2 deliveries ago was one that just another
little nip away,
forward defensive nip away beats the edge. When batters are trying to be attacking, they're scoring. The issue is when they're defending. They're either missing it or they're nicking it. I don't think we can say that these wickets are falling due to unnatural aggression.
No, I agree. It's actually what we've seen all year. These pitches just nip enough, don't they? Allison starts a new over. First ball is to Tom Alsop, who plays that out on the offside. And there is no addition to the score, which remains 47 for 3, 41 for 1 just a couple of minutes ago. And in the space of 5 minutes, basically, Worcestershire back in it. You're never in on these pitches. That's my reading of it. Allison again in round the wicket bowls, and Alsop drives off the back foot. Adavalath fields at cover, and they pick up a single. So Hughes out for 14. Haynes for 21. Played some very attractive shots, and Carter for 11. Earlier today, Worcestershire 123 all out. Top scorer Dan Latigan made 41. So 13 wickets down already, and well, you just expect one. You're expecting wickets to fall almost at any time now. Cole's on strike now, and well, what an interesting way to play your first ball that is. Coles walks down the pitch and looks to whip that one over mid-wicket and gets a leading edge, and it flies over backward point for 4 runs. I think we might have been able to put that one down to aggression from the batsman had that gone to hand. But clearly they've all decided there's no point going out there and messing around.
Is that a Davalath at point that just about cleared him?
Just cleared him.
He wasn't far away. Might have got a fingertip on it. Goalkeeper tipping the penalty over the bar, perhaps. But it's all happening.
It is. And here is Allison from the New Road End in bowls, and oh goodness me, I can't quite believe what I'm watching here. Coles, having got away with the one before, comes down, tries to whack that one over mid-wicket as well, taken on the pad, and it runs away to slip.
Is there something going on in the Hove area this weekend that the Sussex boys need to be back in time for?
They're all going to Adrian's party on Saturday. That's what it is. They've heard about party at the village hall, Adrian Harms's wedding, and they're all going round. Goodness me.
The annual awards on Sunday, but
yeah. Well, there you go. Anyway, so it's Tom Alsop taking guard now at the New Road End against Tom Taylor round a wicket. Alsop is forward, and normal practice is resumed as he pushes this one up to mid-off, and there's no run. So 13 wickets down, 6 of them to Ollie Robinson for 68, 4 to Jada and Adcat. Robinson having taken 14 the last time he was here in a championship game for Sussex. Clearly likes bowling at New Road. But Worcestershire also in on the act, with Tom Taylor in now from the Diglis End bowling, and Alsop turns it on the leg side. Should this be you? It should be you, shouldn't it? I've carried on.
I was just enjoying listening to you.
No. Sorry, I don't know. I've got thrown a bit. When I sit in this seat, I get it all wrong.
Sorry, I've nicked your chair.
No, not at all. No, it's your over there. You carry on, so that's fine. And and Adrian, are you off now? Do we need Nathan to have a break? I don't know.
Oh, it's all right. We'll do these 4 balls.
We'll do these 4 balls, and you can. Yeah, and you come in here, and I'll move over there, and then everything will seem right again.
You can tell us about the party that the Sussex players are so desperate to get to. So Alsop defends that one. It's straight down the ground, no run.
It's our colleague Adrian Holmes' ruby wedding.
Is it?
Party on Saturday, and he was telling me about it this morning. and it's a coincidence because I'm also going to a Ruby wedding on Saturday, and it's just the age of the county commentator, of course, on the circuit. But so Adrian was saying that he won't be here on Saturday, although I don't think many of us will as things carry on like this.
No,
so
certainly
I'm just suggesting
not.
That's where they were going.
Taylor around the wicket to all stop. That's driven nicely, but straight to mid-off, no run.
But it is their, I think on Sunday, Sussex having their end of season awards evening. Worcestershire have theirs on Saturday night here at New Road. And they'll have something to celebrate after last Saturday's victory at Trent Bridge. This game, lovely, first-class cricket in September, but whatever Worcestershire do, they know that they are relegated.
In comes Taylor, big waft outside the off stump from Allsop. That was very wide. That must have been nearly outside the white line, but it's a top ball. It's a play and a miss through to the wicket-keeper. Gareth Roderick, of course, with the gloves on. He scored 22 earlier today before he was caught behind off the bowling of Nat Cat. Obviously the third top scorer for Worcestershire. Yes, Matthew Waite 33, Daniel Latigan 41. The only three Worcestershire players to enter into double figures in their innings, and Sussex are finding it tricky here. That's left alone outside the off stump. Ends the 9th over. 52 for 3. Scoring, as we've said for much of today, has not proved to be an issue, but rather surviving and taking wickets has. So I think that's going to be me for the time being. Frank is going to come and claim his rightful spot, and Adrian is going to join him in a second.
Well, to be honest, I'm a little surprised by the way Sussex are playing here, because I mean, I know there's a bit in the pitch for the seamers, but it's not like there's a regular bounce, is there? I mean, it's not.
No, it's.
I mean, there's help for the seamers, but
bit of end of seasonitis.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, as I say, the chances of Sussex theoretically need 6 points. I don't think they're actually going to need 6. So perhaps they're feeling they're safe anyway. But now you won't want to call this game at the moment.
No.
In comes Allison over the wicket, bowls to James Coles. They think they've got him caught down the leg side, but the umpire says not out. So all action here at Worcester. I mean, I guess if you are batting on a track where you think, you know, the next ball might have your name on it, there's nothing wrong with attacking, but Sussex have come out really gun ho here.
Well, yeah, particularly James Coles. His first 2 balls. It's all right if it comes off.
In comes Allison bowls, and that's James Coles lets that go outside the off stump, no run. He's had a terrific season, James Coles, over 900 runs in the Championship, 300s. I would say he's a shoo-in to go on the Lions tour to Australia. He's a very fine player, and also in his locker he bowls left arm spin as well. So it was a very untypical James Coles opening shot. I guess maybe having seen Ollie Carter clip that one away for 6 over fine leg, before Carter was spectacularly caught and bowled by Allison. Here comes Allison again, bowls. Coles takes a couple of steps down the wicket, just takes his hand off the bat momentarily, but he gets a single through square leg, does James Coles. He goes to 5, the total to 53 for 3. I think that's going to go up to in a minute. Yep, there we go. But this game is moving on. I mean, the way this game is going,
you don't need to worry about Saturday.
No, well, if it carries on like this, you might see Worcester batting again tonight. You know, I mean, that's not inconceivable.
Well, it's not. It's not. It's been like this at New Road, Adrian, all season, if I'm honest.
Allison in. Round the wicket bowls, also defends back down the track. And
the first game here, the first Championship game here was over in 2 days. So it has been like this all season. And but no reason to think that it's going to change.
But clearly, it must be very, very difficult though for the groundsman here with the bad weather and the river flooding and everything else.
Well, I'll give you the stats, and again I apologise to those people that hear me say this week in, week out, but each time you play a new team you sometimes feel you've got to explain.
Addison in bowls. Also, let's go outside the off stump now.
But the groundsman told me that the square was underwater, not consecutively, but between October and February, the square was underwater. And when I say underwater, I don't mean just like puddles. I'm talking feet of water. Not consecutively, because I think there were 7 floods. It was underwater for 38 days.
Wow.
Between October and February. So that's what you're up against.
Addison in again, bowls, also clips onto the onside.
So to some extent, they've been lucky to get any pitches at all.
53 for 3 at the end of the over, with Alsop on 1, Coles on 5. I mean, and you know, there was a lot of talk a year ago of Worcestershire maybe seeking a new ground. I think now, isn't the view changed on that now, that the view is they're going to try and do something here, Frank?
Well, not necessarily. I think it's still a possibility. It's just they've got to identify a site, and they've got to find the funding to do it, and that will take a long time. But no, I don't think it's been dismissed as an idea yet. It's just a case of logistics really, as much as anything. But one thing I will say, as Taylor bowls, and this is driven by Coles up to mid-on and there's no run, the argument that there is little point in investing in this stadium, repairs, new stands or whatever, etc. The argument that there's no point doing that if you're going to get flooded all the time is a valid one, I think. And the ideal would be to stay here, but somehow it's got to change, and it's not practical to stay here if it keeps flooding as much as it does at the moment. That's a beautiful shot from James Coles, over pitch from Tom Taylor, only slightly driven perfectly straight down the ground between the bowler and mid-on, just past the stumps at the non-strikers, and in fact between the non-striking batsman and the stumps, and down to the boundary for 4. Lovely, lovely shot.
Yeah, he's a good player, James. Got lots of other emails in actually that I haven't read. We've changed our email address halfway through the season to sussexsport@bbc.co.uk, and a few people are still sending us emails, and understandably to our old email address, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, so I'll try and rattle through those.
Left alone this time by Coles outside the stump from Taylor. 57 for 3 it remains. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I think everybody knows how important this ground is in terms of the county's history and the view, and its a sort of iconic status in the cricket grounds of Worcestershire, cricket grounds of England. But at the same time, the floods have worsened. Taylor bowls, Coles leaves outside the off stump, and there's plenty of evidence that there were floods centuries ago. I said this before. If you walk down the towpath on the far side of the river, maybe when you go out for your walk in the morning, and cross the bridge, turn right, walk along and go under the cathedral, and there's a big gate in the wall which leads into the cathedral grounds, and on the wall there are marks that are ground into the wall with dates, and they go back to the 17th century, and it's the height that the water reached in that year. Clearly they had some very, very big floods hundreds of years ago. 4 more runs here for Coles as he slices a drive away on the offside. Not 4, in fact, only 2, because Adavalath really quick over the ground and flicks the ball back just inside the rug. It looked as though it would go for 4, but just 2 to Coles, so 59 for 3. But the difference is the frequency of the floods.
Yes.
It used to be, even when I first moved to Worcester in the early 80s, it was once a year, twice at most. I think it was 7 last year, 4 the year before, 8 the year before that. And when I say floods, this ground literally disappears under several feet of water. And I think part of it is to do with work that's been done upstream. Taylor drops this one short and Coles pulls, and we'll get a single down to long leg. 60 for 3 at the end of the over. Coles has 12, Allsop has 1. Work done upstream at Iron Bridge, Bridge North, Bewdley, where flood defences have been put in, and that water is then channeled down. Well, it's got to go somewhere, that water. You can't squeeze the water and expect it all just to go out the other end. And as it comes downstream, I think that's a factor as well. Some of the floods in recent years have been huge, and they've lasted for a very long time as well. So it's a very, very tough job for the groundsman here.
Well, it's still a beautiful cricket ground, and it would be a huge shame if Worcester to ever move from here, in my opinion. In comes Allison, bowls to James Coles, who plays beautifully. He's a class player, James Coles, and actually, if you that's a shot. I mean, the on drive for a right-hander, you would know, Frank. I mean, that's just gorgeous, isn't it? Beautifully played.
And he's played it twice in the last sort of 4 deliveries he's faced, hasn't he? One off Taylor and that one. He's just eased it down the ground. Full face of the bat. It's just absolutely perfect, isn't it? It's like, remember the 2005 Ashes, the great Ashes series, and everybody raves about all the great cricket that was played and everything else. There's 1 or 2 innings played in that series by Damien Martin for Australia, and that's all I remember, that great big full face of the bat down the ground. It reminded me of that shot.
Allison bowls to Coles, who is going to get more runs. It was a no ball. In fact, he was looking to really hammer that one down the ground. That wasn't quite such a textbook shot from James Coles. Nonetheless, he picks up a single and there's a no ball as well. James Coles actually just taken off his gloves. I don't know whether he's just adjusting his protective equipment, is James. He goes to 17, 67 for 3. Morning, Adrian, says David from Smalldole, which is an area just outside of the other side of the Downs from Hove. And he said, did Dan Latigan play for Preston Nomads while he was at Brighton College? If so, he played against Stenning for Nomads' second 11 and he scored a century. So there we are, he might well have done.
Might have done, yeah.
Allison in bowls to Allsop, who very nearly plays on. Very nearly, he was on the back foot, he's got a big inside edge and the ball has very nearly gone onto his stumps. So it's quite possible, David, thank you very much. Ian Macy says, thank you for the summer's commentary. Sussex have done very well and several players cope well with the step up. Due to my myeloma, my daughter, who is still raising money for Myeloma UK, I've only been to Hove one day, it was wonderful. My daughter is now converted to watching cricket, and she said on a visit to Hove, she lowered the average age of the spectators by 30 years. In comes Allison bowls. Oh! And Allsop's lost his middle stump, no question about that one. That is comprehensive. And Tom Allsop has gone on the 14th wicket of the day, goes down. Allsop is bowled for 1, 67 for 4. Well, I did say it's not inconceivable we can see Worcestershire batting again here today, but that is as comprehensive as it gets, and it's a 3rd wicket for Ben Allison, and middle stump knocked out of the ground.
Yeah, absolutely superb sight from Ben Allison's point of view. He's bowled really well, pretty consistent this season, Ben Allison. Great catch of his own bowling, and he's been expensive in a sense because batsmen have been trying to be really positive, but he's got 3 for 37 now, halfway through his 6th over. And well, as Adrian said, this game is rapidly moving on now, and there is genuinely every likelihood that we will not be here on Saturday, and that will be a relief to you, Adrian. Anyway.
Well, John Simpson is the new man coming out. The 2 men who will be batting, Simpson and Coohl, the men who have scored the majority of runs for Sussex this season, both with over 900 runs. Just to finish that email, have a peaceful and healthy winter. We look forward to next season. Thank you, says Ian Macy from Edinburgh. Ian, thank you so much, and good luck in your recovering from your myeloma. It's great to hear from you. And in fact, David from Smalldol's been back in touch. He says, I've discovered that it was indeed Latigan who scored a century for Preston Nomad's second 11 against Stenning in 2023 while at Brighton College. He is one that got away from Sussex.
Well, he's come on a bit since then, hasn't he, I think he may have already been doing a bit with Worcestershire even then, because he was a boarder at Brighton College.
Yes.
And when he was at home here, but yeah. He's a special player, I think, Dan Latigan. We don't want to get too carried away, do we? It's always dangerous to build players up too much, but I think Worcestershire feel that they've got something potentially, anyway, pretty special on their hands.
Ben Allison into bowl to John Simpson, and Simpson cuts firmly. What a lovely shot that is. Crunches the ball away through the covers for 4 runs.
It is a weird day, is cricket.
Lovely shot.
You look at the number of boundaries. So in the Worcestershire innings, there were 19 4s and 2 6s, and they only made 123. And in this innings so far, there have been 13 4s and a 6. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely mad. 13 4s and a 6 so far in this innings.
Simpson waits. Allison on his way round the wicket bowls to John Simpson, who I thought momentarily would play that into the slip cordon, but in the end it ended up at backward point, and there is no run. So thank you for those emails. Randy's been in touch. We were talking about Bertie Foreman, who played a game here in the Championship. He didn't play a one-day game for Worcester.
No.
He did play a one-day game for Sussex in the 50 over cup, but Bertie has been released by Sussex, and we wish him well in his future career.
Yeah, he played at Edgbaston for Worcestershire in the game against Warwickshire.
Comes Allison again around the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who's struck around the thigh pad. The ball bounces out in the offside. There is no run. End of Allison's over. He is bowled 6 overs, no maidens. He's taken 3 for 41. Sussex are 71 for 4. John Simpson on 4. James Coles on 17. All this in reply to the Worcestershire total of 123, in which Ollie Robinson took 6, J. Devon Nugcat 4. Top scoring was Dan Latigan, who made 41 for Worcestershire. Just a message from Ian and Heather in sunny Kemp Town, which is an area of Brighton. Great memories of 3 or 4 years ago watching Robbo take 14 wickets at New Road. But the pair's batsman dropped anchor for a draw. They were visiting friends in Great Malvern. He says, many thanks for the coverage at away games. And hollering from our seats, good morning, Mr. Harms. It's lovely to hear from you, Ian. Thanks so much for getting in touch, and it's been great to have your company throughout the season.
Here comes Tom Taylor over the wicket to James Coles, who drives through the covers. And Davalath is in pursuit. He'll pick it up just in front of the Ladies' Pavilion. They get 2 more runs. 73 for 4. Elsewhere, Surrey bowled out for 147 at the Utilita Bowl by Hampshire. Hampshire 13 without loss in reply. Leicestershire going pretty well at Northampton against Northants. 242 for 5, the already promoted Leicestershire. Durham 155 for 5 against Yorkshire at Headingley. Somerset are playing at Chelmsford against Essex. They're 185 for 4. This one is short from Coles and from Taylor, and hammered away by Coles for a single down to long leg, fielded by Latigan down there. Middlesex Gloucestershire at Lords. Middlesex 243 for 4. Promoted Glamorgan against Lancashire at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 222 for 7. At Trent Bridge, slower progress. Warwickshire on 94 for 3. And at the Spitfire Ground, Canterbury, Derbyshire 225 for 2, going very nicely against Kent. Taylor bowls outside the off stump. Simpson lets that one go through to wicketkeeper Gareth Rudrick. And in that innings for Derbyshire, just looking at it, runs galore really. Lewis Rees 82 and Nyron Donald 55. Harry Kane 35 and Wayne Madsen, the evergreen Wayne Madsen, 32 now, on his way to yet another score for Derbyshire. I think I saw the other day, was it his 500th game I think he played? Incredible. Or something like that. Taylor round the wicket bowls, and Simpson just steers this one along the ground down to third man, picks up a couple as fielding is done by Davalath again. There's a busy man.
I'm just looking here.
Actually, it's not Davalath, I beg your pardon.
We're only in the 13th over of the innings, Frank, and we had only 34 overs. Yeah. So we're actually halfway through the day.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
We've had 34. We've had 47 overs in the day.
47 left.
And it
was Isaac Mohammed who did that fielding. Yeah, I know. It really is moving on apace. Simpson pushes this one out on the offside and there's no run. Well, the longest that we've gone without a wicket, I think, is 11 overs in the whole game. Between the 4th and the 5th wicket for Worcestershire, we had 11 overs. But
Roderick and Latigan.
Jones. Roderick and Latigan.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean it's just high octane cricket, I suppose you'd call it. Man dispatched to the mid-wicket boundary for the last ball of the over as Taylor comes in to bowl, bangs it in, and just pushed by Simpson up to mid-on. There is no run. The end of the over at 76 for 4. Simpson has 6. Coles has 20 or 15 deliveries.
Brendan Gallagher's been in touch from Copthorne. Hello, Brendan. He says, Adrian, what an absolutely crass and ill-thought-out decision to show the door to Archie Lenham, one of the most exciting and different homegrown talents at the county ground for many a year, who only a few weeks ago played match-winning hands in not one but 2 50-over games. Sussex have messed him around horribly, granting too much cricket when he was too young, then not enough cricket when he was willing to mature. A shambles, he says. What a waste of time and effort from the county. It will come back to haunt us because Archie will have a considerable career and will make us pay.
What do you think about that, Adrian? What's your take on Archie Lenham?
I was just reading the next paragraph, so I wasn't aware of this. As in comes Allison. Over the wicket, bowls and Coles clips onto the onside and picks up a single. James Coles, he goes to 21, Sussex to 77 for 4. He says, I'm old enough to remember that it was us who brought the young Barry Richards to England and then let him go. I wasn't aware of that. So I'll take your word for that. But Brendan not happy. I mean, his opportunities, I mean, basically speaking, in limited overs cricket, Sussex have primarily now, well, in county cricket, Sussex go with 2 spinners in every game. It's a very predictable side because they go with Coles and Carstens. They've got a left-arm spinner and a right-arm off-spinner. And in T20 cricket, in comes Allison bowls to Simpson, who defends into the offside. That's where Archie Lenham really broke through 4 or 5 years ago now, when Luke Wright was skipper. But the feeling of the club is presumably that he hasn't had that many opportunities in T20. Brendan's right from that point of view. He's barely played in T20, but clearly the management and the skipper have decided that perhaps he leaks too many runs. That's the only thing I can think of. But he did play very well in the 50 over competition this year, and he did make runs as well. I mean, he's a good all-round cricketer, Archie Lenham. Allison in bowls, Simpson defends to mid-on, and there is no run. But from Archie's, I mean, the club have let him go. I wonder, I don't know whether Archie played any part in that. Maybe thinks he might get more opportunity elsewhere. But also for leg spinners, it's difficult. I mean, probably the only leg spinner you see of any note around the country this season I've seen is probably Critchley at
Rehan Ahmed.
At Essex at Rehan Ahmed, yeah, and Farhan Ahmed. Oh, well, he's an off spinner, but
he's an off spinner, yeah.
But perhaps opportunities are limited. I guess county budgets are limited. In comes Allison bowls, Simpson defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
And there's Jaffa Chowan at Yorkshire as well. But it's just such a difficult art if you don't play much cricket. And although he's been quite good in white ball cricket, bowling spin in white ball cricket is very tricky, isn't it?
I feel it's clear. I mean, when he burst onto the scene, he's clearly a talented cricketer, and but perhaps hasn't made the progress that Sussex had hoped. I mean, I guess Brendan's argument will be, well, he hasn't played much cricket to progress. Comes Allison, bowls, Simpson clips nicely through mid-on and picks up a single, does John Simpson. He goes to 7, a total of 78 for 4. I guess the other thing that we don't see, and I have no knowledge of whatsoever, Brendan, is what goes on behind the scenes. I guess, we're not there at practice, we're not there at nets, that sort of thing, so, maybe the Sussex, coaching staff haven't seen the progression they'd have expected. We don't know the answer to that, do we? We can only talk about what happens on the field. But he's a good cricketer, and wish him well. I'm sure he'll pick up another county.
I just think it's really hard to be a slow bowler in modern cricket. And a leg spinner in particular.
wicket bowls, and I'm not sure what happened there.
He tried to take his bat away and got an inside edge, I think.
Yeah, I think he did get an inside edge. Well, a very fortunate 4 runs for James Coles. Big inside edge, the ball ends up down at fine leg. He goes to 25, the total of 82 for 4. I guess as well with Archie, because of the dynasty of Lenhams at Hove, with his grandfather Les and Dad Neil and Archie as well.
It's hard to let a Lenham go, you mean?
Yeah.
His grandfather played in the first game of county cricket I ever saw, Adrian.
There you go.
At Hastings in 1966, when I was on holiday against Warwickshire.
Well, there you go. And he's been,
I can still remember quite a few of that team. Langridge, Lenham, Suttle, Alan Oakman, both buses, Mike and Tony. We had a room in a guest house overlooking the ground. Taylor starts a new over round the wicket, driven up to mid-off by Simpson. And there's no run. It was cricket week, and Sussex played Kent and Warwickshire. I went to see them again, both games. Colin Cowdrey got 100. MJK Smith got 100. And it's a car park now, isn't it? That ground, I think,
it is.
Hastings.
Yeah,
Supermarket car park.
Yeah, fella, we were talking about it last week in the in the commentary. I forget who came in and was with us. Was talking about
brilliant holiday, 1966. Taylor Bowles beat Simpson outside the off stump. Listen to England win the World Cup in the car on the way home.
We were lucky to have a radio. We were going on holiday to Norfolk that day, World Cup final day, and Dad didn't have a radio in the car. We were going up to Cromer.
One of my favourite places.
We went through a town and the barber came out with his stick, his foam stick, and wrote on the window. It was 2-2 at that stage. Happy days, eh?
Round the wicket comes Taylor Bowles and is clipped away on the leg side by Simpson for a single. John Simpson, dare I say it, Adrian, has come in and played exactly as you would expect him to play. He's just come in and just played each ball on its merits.
Yeah.
No preset ideas about the pitch. Hasn't tried to do anything extravagant. A bit like we saw Gareth Roderick do in the Worcestershire innings, I think. Whereas most of the other players, can't really judge some of the Worcester batsmen, they didn't really spend long enough out there, but most of the other players, certainly Haynes, Carter and Alsop, and to some extent Coles, have been a little bit gung-ho out there. Simpson not so much. And it kind of works if you've got a pair where one player is doing it and the other one isn't. Taylor over the wicket, bowls to Coles, just steers this one down the offside. They take a single. Piece of fielding by Allison at backward point, shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but they're home.
A call actually by John Simpson, wasn't it? There was always a single there. James Coles just had to get a bit of a mover. Ian Ross has been in touch, Frank, and he agrees with you. He says, "Hi Adrian and team, as it seems very likely Sussex don't reach 350 and the match isn't drawn, we will have to win and rely on other results, not a comfortable position." I think the other results, well, they would have to get a lot of bonus points, Ian, for Sussex to end up being in trouble, is my reading of it. But the next paragraph is of interest to Frank.
This one outside the off stump, left alone by Simpson, taken by Roderick.
He says, other than the franchise monstrosity, the biggest problem with the schedule is the unfairness in the Championship. Sussex have been lucky to play Notts and Surrey only once. Imagine the outcry if Albion played Liverpool and Arsenal once, whilst most Premier League teams played either or both twice. Crazy. And I think that's what you were saying. It is. This is the problem, isn't it? Where teams aren't playing each other twice.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right. It's not a league, is it? Taylor round the wicket. Simpson clips to mid-wicket. No run. End of the over. 84 for 4 Sussex. The men out. Hughes 14. Haynes 21. Carter 11. Alsop 1. And Simpson is 8. Coles is 26.
George has been in touch. Hello George. He says, what a pleasure it's been to have the commentary coming through our speakers this year. It's been a relatively successful season. Our coverage has provided an excellent distraction as I finish my architectural masters at Cardiff. now listening in at work in London. Been very lucky to attend home many times this season, as well as an enjoyable but unsuccessful visit to Barbados. And thank you for your good wishes, George, appreciated. In comes Allison, bowls, and Cole's again looking to tuck that one down to fine leg, rather misses out, the ball goes through to Roderick, and there is no run. Thank you everyone for your emails today. We've had lots. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The television is showing the balcony away to our right hand side. Is that in the Graham Hick Pavilion?
Yep. That's just up to the right.
Right, we can't quite see it, but people there enjoying a glass or two. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine lick. If you just joined us, well, it's been a highly entertaining day's cricket so far, as in comes Allison, bowls, Coles defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Worcestershire bowled out for 123. Dan Latigan top scoring with 41. Matthew Waite making a typically belligerent 33. 6 wickets for Robinson, 4 for Innocent. Sussex in all sorts of trouble on 67 for 4. Now 84 for 4. John Simpson and James Coles, their 2 principal run scorers in the Championship this season, are just getting Sussex back on track. Allison is in again. Bowls. Coles with that familiar clip through the mid-wicket region, just picks up another single. He goes to 27 and Sussex to 85 for 4. I found a photograph the other day that I took when James Coles made his debut 5 years ago for Sussex. He's not only 21, he's the youngest player to ever play county cricket for Sussex. Made his debut at the Oval in the Bob Willis Trophy. Had a picture of him, Henry Crocombe and Jack Carson. I don't think that was Carson's debut, but it was in that sort of during that season. In comes Allison, bowls, good delivery, and Simpson beaten outside the. He just nodded there at the delivery.
Yeah, it's a real beauty.
To say, well bowled.
Yeah, he just has that shape away from the left-handers, Allison, into the right-handers. Generally, he's quite over the perpendicular, over the top with his arm when he bowls, and just gets that little bit of movement away from the left-hander. Doesn't need to do much, does it? Just a perfect leg, just a little fraction off the seam.
I might just slightly overstay my welcome, actually. I'll finish this over as in comes Allison again. Bowls to Simpson, who clips this firmly away through square leg. It's racing out towards the backward square leg boundary. Pick up a couple of runs as John Simpson. It's very much a feature of John Simpson's batting. When you know, I've had the pleasure of watching him the last couple of seasons. He picks up the 1s and 2s, and before you sort of look around, he's into double figures. Then he's in his 20s. Then you think, oh, John Simpson's on 30 odd now. But he's certainly for Sussex over the last couple of seasons, he's been a rock in the middle order, and they've needed him.
Yeah, it's been a great signing, hasn't he? A few eyebrows raised, weren't there, when he decided to.
That's it again. Simpson defends down the offside of the track
to make the move.
And there is no run. Yeah, it's been a terrific signing. And actually, in terms of hundreds, I need to make the stat absolutely right.
He's got the most.
He's almost scored as many hundreds for Sussex as he did in his career at Middlesex.
Yeah.
I'm going to make way because I think I've overstayed my welcome, and I apologise to Nathan for that. We were chatting away and reading emails, so thank you for getting in touch, everybody. And Nathan is going to come back and join Frank.
Thanks to Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. Nathan Johns is with us as well. Last Championship game of the season here at New Road. And moving on apace, 14 wickets already down today. Still 43 overs left in the day. So every chance this game will run its course before day 4 on Saturday. Tom Taylor in over the wicket to Coles, who lets that go, and it hits him on the pad, runs away down to third man. Matthew Waite in pursuit, needn't have bothered, he could have let it go. Not Matthew Waite, Ben Gibbon, I beg your pardon. Could have let it go because it would have gone for 4 and it wouldn't have been any leg bars at all because he didn't play a shot.
Is that the rule? But if it had went for 4, does the umpires still not have to give the 4 runs?
No.
I know they didn't run.
No, actually.
Because he made no attempt to run.
Gareth Roderick is just saying it was a dead ball. It's a dead ball, isn't it? So
is it only a dead ball if they actually run though, and they didn't make any attempt to run?
Don't think running makes it a dead ball.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know actually. I should know because I've done my umpiring exams.
That's alright. Somebody will, I'm sure, write in and tell us.
Down the leg side, just missed the leg stump, I think, by the look of Taylor's reaction, as Coles went to clip it away on the leg side. Just have another look at it. Will somebody tell us that? Because I'm not. I don't think it would have been. I think that the leg buys would have been disallowed, but I might be wrong. Yeah, just missed leg stump, I reckon.
Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah, I might be wrong. So it's he's offered no shot. It's hit the pad. It's run away down to third man. Gibbons chased it, slid and pulled it back in. Had it gone over the rope, that one's also let go outside the stump. I think it would have been a dead ball and no runs would have been given. They weren't trying to run. I'm pretty sure that it's a dead ball and non because I can remember being hit and the ball going. If you take an evasive action, it's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if it hits you on the helmet or something, if you take an evasive action and it goes to the boundary, then it's given. But I'm not sure. I have to check it. Ooh, I think he got a nick on that one, otherwise there might have been a big shout as he tried to work this one away on the leg side. I suspect that this will be Taylor's last over. It's a very lengthy spell for Taylor. His 9th over in one spell. Unusual. Only got the 1 wicket. Might consider himself to be a little bit unlucky. He's outside the line anyway, Taylor. Cole's there actually looking at the replay. It's 87 for 4. And 2 balls left in the over. Sun makes a reappearance. Bit of blue sky around. A lovely afternoon. Taylor is in, down the leg side. He's tiring a little bit, I think. Just losing his line a little bit in this over. Tom Taylor, he's been excellent as ever.
Who's that in the distance at mid-off? Because whoever it is, they're warming up very vociferously. Yeah.
He's been warming up for a while, actually, Waite. Pretty much the third seamer. And then you've got Ben Gibbon, left armour, who will probably follow Allison at this new road end. Taylor is in again. Balls. Oh, Coles. Coles goes for a big waft away on the leg side again and misses it. Taylor holds his head in his hands, takes his cap and his sweater from the umpire. It's the end of the over. 17 gone in the innings. Sussex in reply to Worcestershire's 123 all out. 87 for 4.
Well, they're going to make the change a little bit earlier than anticipated, I think. That looks like it's Ben Gibbon who's going to come on now, is it, from the new road end. So Allison's spell is done. 8 overs, 3 for 50. Expensive, but he did get those 3 wickets. And it will be Ben Gibbon. He's going to bowl left arm over the wicket, it looks like.
Yep.
2 slips in play. I think they're just going to put cover back on the fence. They are indeed. Sussex skipper John Simpson is on strike. They're going to have a deep cover and a deep backward square as well. Fine leg stays where he is. So no third man. There hasn't been one for pretty much the whole innings, I think. And apart from that, just regulation. Mid on, mid off, cover. Well, it's 2 slips in a gully actually, rather than 3 slips. Here comes Gibbon, his first offering of this match. It's a low full toss which is driven through the offside, and that'll be 4 runs for John Simpson. A loosener, first delivery from the new man, and he is punished through extra cover.
Yeah, it's a disappointing start for Gibbon. It's only 1 ball, but it kind of sets the tone, doesn't it, in a way. And I'm thinking as much about his state of mind as anything else. He's It's only his third championship game of the season. He hasn't had many opportunities. He wants to start well.
Well, that's a better length. Not as full, but still relatively full. Simpson comes down the pitch, lands on the pitch this time, and defends it down the ground. No run.
He's only got 2 wickets in Championship cricket, but I mean his appearances are a long way apart. He played against Sussex actually at Hove 2 or 3 months ago, and then away at Durham last week. Only played 1 game in the One Day Cup. He's had very limited opportunities. He's done well in the second team. Signed a new contract.
Simpson faces up to Gibbon, and that's a glorious shot down the ground. Dare I say, the best shot of this Sussex innings. Leans on an on drive, hits it gun barrel straight, and it's another boundary. 2 inside the first 3 deliveries offered by Gibbon in this spell.
And yeah, confidence wise, what you don't want to do is start with a full toss and a half volley in the first 3 balls you bowl. You can almost feel the tension, can't you, that he's got there now, Ben Gibbon. Just needs a wicket maybe just to pick him up.
That shot brought the deficit down to 28 now. Sussex 95 for 4 after Worcestershire's first innings effort of 123. They were bowled out just after lunch earlier today, and that's straight delivery. Better length, but it's turned away into the leg side, and with only 1 man saving 1, that's a straightforward single for Simpson. So 9 runs off the first 4 deliveries offered up by Gibbon here. Sussex tick towards their 100 as a side. Coohl is now on the strike, and the field changes for the right-hander. Still 2 slips, no gully as there was for Simpson. Fine leg, backward point, cover mid-off, and gully's gone into mid-wicket, so there's extra protection on the leg side. Saving 1 for now. Gibbon turns the top of his mark from the new round end. In he comes, up past the umpire. Short ball. It wasn't a particularly convincing delivery, and it wasn't a particularly convincing shot from Coles. He looked like he wanted to cut it, but he just pulled out at the last minute. I wonder if that one just stuck in the pitch, as it has done from this end. When the ball's been banged in short from the new road end, it has just stopped ever so slightly. John Simpson comes down from the non-strikers and just does some gardening where that one pitched. Gibbon takes the ball. He turns right on the big pile of sawdust just on the sponsor's logo here in front of us in our commentary position. In he comes. Full and driven, but not particularly well timed, and it's hit straight to cover, so a dot ball ends the over. An expensive start to the spell for Gibbon. His first over has gone for 9, and Sussex are 96 for 4.
Yeah, curate's egg of an over from Gibbon. A couple of decent length deliveries, but a couple of 4 balls as well, and he walks away with plenty to think about. He's fairly inexperienced cricketer. He's on the stuff for 3 years now, I think, here at Worcester, but he hasn't really ever cracked it, if you know what I mean. He's got a new contract, and there's been promise, but he's never really managed to turn that promise into highly significant performances. Just looking at it, he's got a higher score of 75. I said his batting was coming on. Best bowling 4 for 87 in 2022. Matthew Waite on at the Diglis end is in and bowls, and Simpson pushes this out on the offside. There's no run. Waite, who is a right arm over the wicket, medium pacer, generally shapes the ball away from the right-handers. He's been pretty good this season on the whole for Worcestershire. He's been a very consistent performer. A best of 6 for 19 in the win over Essex here. Comes in again now and bowls, and this one Simpson pushes back up the pitch, but a regular wicket taker. Just counted up how many he's actually taken. 34, I think, 34 wickets, which is pretty good, isn't it? And Ben Allison's gone up to 40 today, and Tom Taylor's taken over 50. They've benefited from bowling on these new road pitches, obviously. you can't deny that, obviously. But he's been a good performer in most formats with the ball, Matthew Waite, as well as his hard-hitting batting, which has been highly significant in the victory in the One Day Cup. He played some good knocks in the T20, and done pretty well. He's made 87 not out in that game at Somerset. Made 70 odd against Essex in the home game here, 68 against Surrey. So along with his 30 odd wickets, it's a pretty good all-round season for Matthew Waite. And bowls this next one, and Simpson pushes out on the onside, and they take a single. The bowler himself has to do the fielding, scampering across to mid-wicket. Simpson goes to 20, and he's done it, as Adrian was saying, Nathan, without you really noticing. Has played that glorious drive down the ground that you said was probably the best shot of the innings, but it's been less flamboyant than quite a few of the other Sussex batsmen have tried to be. Coles in particular has played some great shots, but he's also played some extremely uncontrolled shots, shall we say.
I wonder if that was the plan. Let the top order go hard, and if it goes awry, you've got the safety net of Simpson to shore things up.
They're in a good position as Waite bowls to Coles, who drives through mid-on for 4. Sprawling attempt at mid-on to make the save by Libby, but unable to do so. Lovely shot. Gareth Roderick standing up to the stumps. The 100 is up for Sussex, and it's ominous from a Worcestershire point of view, as you can hear the applause on our effects mic. It's ominous from a Worcestershire point of view that they're now only 22 runs ahead, and Sussex still have 6 wickets in hand. And even if the Sussex innings ends today, as Adrian was saying, it could well do, they could have a lead, and a lead of 75-80 here is highly significant, I think, especially when you've got Ollie Robinson to bowl in the second innings.
Yeah, boost of confidence that for Coles, hitting a boundary with Roderick rather, having just come up to the stumps, trying to keep him in his crease, but he's still able to find the fence.
Down the leg side from Waite, neat take by Roderick, whips off the bails, but no suggestion that Coles had overbalanced and lifted his back foot. Tidy work though from the Worcestershire keeper. End of Matthew Waite's first over. 5 runs came from it. Sussex are 101 for 4.
Ben Gibbon's going to continue his left armers from the New Road end. John Simpson will take strike. He took a liking to him in the first set of 6 sent down by Gibbon. 2 boundaries, 1 full toss through extra cover, and that glorious on drive. It's funny you say Simpson's kind of crept to 20 without anyone realising. I mean, 8 of those runs came in the previous over, with 4 of them were a gift of a full toss, and then the other one was that on drive. So as you said, the other 12 have just been accumulated rather nicely by the Sussex skipper. And he defends that one from Gibbon on the back foot. That's a better length from Ben Gibbon. Struggled, probably just bowled a little bit too full in his first over. That's a much more difficult offering to score from. But yeah, he hasn't looked to play the big expansive drives outside off. He hasn't walked down the pitch and looked to put bowlers off their length. I think he's just realised that at least one Sussex batter needs to be somewhat sensible. I mean, it only needs to be one, considering what they're 22 runs behind at this stage. The benefit of having bowled as well as they did is that you only need one person to be the adult in the room, so to speak, and everyone else can have a bit of fun, and it looks like Simpson is playing that role as well. I say that. He takes a little shuffle forward down the crease and flicks that one through wide mid-on. It won't go to the fence, but they will look to come back for 3. They won't, just 2. Not perfectly timed, but he beats mid-on and is able to come through for another couple.
He's calm, isn't he, Simpson? He's there's been a freneticism about some of the batting. Even early on, I thought, Tom Haynes played some lovely shots, but Ollie Carter only got 11, it included a 6. It's just been a bit manic. Coles at the start of his innings, first 2 balls he faced. Simpson's just much more measured in his approach, I think.
The gully fielder has come out now, so just the 2 slips, and that's a rank delivery from Ben Gibbon. We'll see if it's byes or wides. It's byes. It's well down the leg side. He tried to go with a short ball. It just completely died. No carry off the pitch whatsoever, and it's actually just gone on with the angle past the sprawling dive of Roderick down the leg side. It's just swung. He's tried to bowl a short ball, and it's swung off the pitch after the batter, and it's gone for 4 byes down to fine leg. Poor old Roderick didn't have a hope there, did he?
No, he didn't. It's very short. Very, very short.
Yeah, no carry as well, which made it very difficult to try and get a glove on. Fuller this time from Gibbon. Big shout, but I think he's the inside edge. I heard 2 noises from here, and the appeal is quickly turned down. Looked pretty straight as Simpson tried to whip it through mid-wicket, but like I said, I'm confident that I heard 2 noises.
Replays from side on, so not much help. Might see it again. Oh, here we go. I think you're right, it looks straight.
Oh no, probably outside the line. Might have been.
Yeah, may have been just outside the line. It was good delivery, wasn't it? Actually, just got to get consistency. Ben Gibbon.
2 deliveries left in this Gibbon's second over, and he goes straight again. And Simpson's timed that beautifully. Work to do at deep square. I think that's a brilliant piece of fielding.
Latigan.
Daniel Latigan is saved. It's only ended up being 1 run that he saved, as Coles has to dive at the striker's end to try and get back for a 3rd. Brilliant flick off the pads from Simpson. Timed it beautifully. Latigan is a big man. It's a long way down for someone like him to pull out the dive, but his right hand just brings the ball back inside the fence and saves a run.
Yeah, good shot, good fielding, decent running, not a good delivery. As I say, consistency is the key, isn't it, for a seam bowler, and Worcestershire have got a few seamers who've had a go. You had Vinder Singh, who I think has been released at the end of the season, just had the 1 game in the championship. Adam Finch has had an injury-ridden season. Jacob Duffy was here at the start, the Kiwi, and Kuram Shazad has been here, but the standout seamers for Worcestershire are the 3 that are bowling at the top in this innings: Taylor, Allison and Waite, in terms of the ability to put pressure on the batsman by getting a high percentage of balls in the right area, and all of the others, including the overseas players, have struggled just to stack up, as the coaches say, and there've just been some great deliveries in amongst them, some good performances in amongst them, but too many 4 balls basically. It's something that Gibbon has struggled with since he came into the side 3 years ago, and it's something that Finch has struggled with in terms of his career. Excellent performances are there, but just lack of consistency.
Bit of a delay here as Coles changes his gloves after that dive, but he's set to go now after the 12th man ran on a spare pair, and he's let that final delivery of the over go through, but outside his off stump for no run. So 110 for 4 is what Sussex have reached. What are they? 20 overs into their response. Worcestershire bowled out for 123 earlier today. So Sussex firmly in the driver's seat. They trail just by 13 with 6 wickets left in the shed, and John Simpson just putting some manners on this second innings after what was a frenetic start, but ultimately a frenetic start which broke the back of the deficit pretty quickly. So I think just based on the way that this pitch is played and the way that these two are now going about their business, I reckon Sussex would probably be happy with that trade-off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, they're in good shape now, aren't they, I think? Absolutely. As Tom Taylor starts a new over. I mean Matthew Waite, I beg your pardon, starts a new over. That one left alone by Simpson. And just going back to those, the Worcestershire, the sort of backup seamers. You've also got Jack Home, who hasn't played in the Championship this year and has had some injuries, played in the England under-19s this year. Adam Finch, who has, I've just said, is out injured. He's had various injury problems and came back into the side at Hampshire a couple of months ago now, and did really well, bowled really well in that game. Simpson gets a single on the leg side here, might come back for 2, no he won't, just the 111 for 4. Bowled really well at Hampshire and bowled with real aggression, and a lot of people thought, oh, great to see him back and see Adam sort of, bowling with a real bit of pace and fire, and then, a couple of one-day cup games as well, and then the last championship game, the one-day cup game against Surrey here, he bowled pretty well, but then injury strikes again, and it's the problem, isn't it, for the seam bowler, staying fit, so difficult. Weight bowls and forward comes Coles and plays up to mid-on. Staying fit through the season. A fast bowler's body takes an awful lot of buffeting, and a niggle can easily turn into something more serious, and poor old Adam Finch has missed quite a lot of cricket one way and another. When he was fit, he was in the second, he was out of the side for a while and got fit, got back in, and then picked up another injury again. Waite, who had a lot of injury problems himself when he was at Yorkshire, and that counted against him, a lot of people thought, when he came to Worcestershire. Another dot ball as Coles plays this up to mid-on, but has stayed pretty fit during his time at Worcester. Had a pretty bad groin injury at one stage which caused him to miss a few weeks, but generally speaking has put together a most consistent run of his career in terms of fitness since coming to New Road. Looking for his first wicket in this innings. Bowls, and that one takes Coles on the pad. Keeper standing up, does the fielding. 2 slips in place, and Waite tidy so far in his second over.
Yes, a good day for Sussex.
111 for 4. The score remains just 12 runs now, the deficit. Sussex have had a good day. Waite in again, bowls. Oh, and it was certainly a suggestion of a bit of movement away from the right-hander there, because Coles was looking to play that away on the leg side. He gets the leading edge and it runs out behind square on the offside. Isaac Mohammed does the fielding. They get a single. Coles will keep the strike. He's on 32 now, 112 for 4, and this partnership is really beginning to be quite significant. It's the biggest partnership of the game so far, and Worcestershire need to break it.
Well, and given your coaching hat, I'm not sure if you've noticed that the Sussex batting coach Grant Flower has watched every over that he can from straight behind the wicket-keeper.
Yeah.
What do you think he's looking for there from that angle, given he's watching his own charges bat?
Okay, I'll have a think about that.
Ben Gibbons going to continue. Coles on strike, round the wickets. Coles walks down the pitch and he gets his front pad out of the way as he lets it go outside off.
I mean, it's the best place to watch from in terms of analysing a batsman, because you can look at his head position and his balance, and whether his bat's coming down straight, which I always think is absolutely vital. So you can see stuff from sideways on. I think particularly footwork is worth looking at from sideways on in terms of how a batsman uses the crease. But in terms of his setup and his alignment, I think probably straight behind the arm is most important.
Well, Coles has set up that one by depositing it over mid-on for 6, straight towards us in the commentary box. Don't think he timed that particularly well. It sounded like it hit high up in the bat, but he's danced down the track, and whether he timed it or not, he's launched it over mid-on for half a dozen.
I think alignment is something that a lot of players, spectators perhaps, take for granted, and you talk to players about it, and it's almost like it's like a mystery to some people, what exactly they mean by it. But in terms of your head and your hands and the pathway of your bat from the top of your pickup,
he's picked that one up nicely and timed it much better than the one that went for 6, but he's hit it hard straight to mid-off.
To coming down, I think that can be absolutely crucial, and I've spoken to quite a lot of top order batters about it. Matthew Waite is somebody I've talked to about it a bit, talking about how sometimes just the tiniest little adjustment in the way that you stand at the very beginning, or the way that you pick your bat up, the distance of your arms from your body or whatever, can make a massive difference. And I think that's exactly the sort of thing that coaches look for from behind the arm. Ask Grant Flowney, he'll probably tell you I'm talking utter rubbish.
Pulled into the leg side. That'll be 4 more. Short ball dug in by Gibbon. Coles reads the length very quickly, swivels onto the back foot and dismisses it in front of square. You always know a batter has picked up the length well when he pulls in front of square. Too much work for deep square to do. 2 boundaries and 3 deliveries. I think that's 6 actually in their few deliveries previous. Actually brought up the 50 partnership between these two as well. 122 for 4 is the score. Coles has moved on to 42. You're right, he started very frenetically, did Coles, and it's almost as if just the presence of Simpson down the other end has calmed him down, because he's still scoring, but he's just playing much better cricket shots.
He's standing a lot stiller. I think he was going at things really hard, and he was losing his shape. I mean, if you think about his first 2 deliveries in particular, he's not played anything like those 2 shots since. He's played other kind of aggressive shots, but they've been much more solidly based, I think.
Gibbon under pressure, 2 boundaries in this over. Coles walks at him and lets it go outside off.
And they've targeted Gibbon, haven't they? The youngish, not that young anymore, but inexperienced bowler, and they know he's the sort of 4th seamer. Ethan Brooks is warming up, actually. He'll be the 5th seamer probably, with his sort of variations. No spinner in this side. Brett D'Oliveira injured. Fateh Singh not in the side. Not that many options actually for Jake Libby as captain.
In comes Gibbon short again, and that's cut away, but there is protection out on the offside, so it'll be a single to end the over. I think I make that there was 11 runs off the 3rd over of Gibbon's spell, 123 for 4, and that draws these two level after Worcestershire posted 123 in their first innings.
Yeah. And Ethan Brooks is loosening up. Whether Gibbon will be withdrawn or not, I don't know. We'll probably see him get another one, but his 3 overs so far have been pretty expensive, and he hasn't settled. And it's interesting, I said that very first ball was a full toss, and it just appeared to kind of drain a little bit of energy and confidence from him, and he just hasn't ever really settled into any kind of rhythm. Waite, on the other hand, has been quite tidy so far, and his first ball of a new over is driven by Coles up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Brooks at first slip, just getting a little bit more enthusiastic in his warm-up, isn't he?
Coles is 5 short of 1,000 for the season, I think.
Adrian tells us that James Coles needs just 5 more to go to 1,000 runs for the season, which is a very good effort. And he gets one of them as he pushes this out on the offside. Good running. This partnership, the biggest of the game so far, as we said, and Simpson, very calm, appears to have had a good influence on Coles. He was hit 6 fours and a 6 excuse me, and has been the main aggressor in this innings. Sussex are now moved into the lead, which is a worrying statistic this early in the innings, this early in the game. Simpson pushes this one into mid-wicket, where Allison does the fielding. Earlier today, Worcestershire put into bat, dismissed in short order, in fact, in just 34.4 overs for 123. Top scorer Dan Latigan with 41. Beautiful afternoon here at New Road, early autumn, blue skies and sunshine. Matthew Waite, oh, beauty from Matthew Waite. A little bit short of length, got a bit of bounce, hit the deck a bit harder with that one, did Waite, and it just went past Simpson's outside edge. He goes for a little prod at the pitch, bit of suspicious gardening, but it does, I'm afraid, from a Worcestershire point of view, look a different game from when Ollie Robinson was bowling this morning from that Diglis end and going past the bat almost every other ball, it seemed. 6 for 68 in his spell. 14 wickets in the game last time he was here. Enjoys bowling here. Matthew Waite in, bowls. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump. Bit of shape back in towards the left-hander after gone past the stumps. Gareth Roderick takes it moving away to his right. It really is a beautiful sight as we look out across New Road this afternoon in the autumn sunshine. Shadows slightly lengthening with the sun being a bit lower in the sky than they would normally at this time of day, but Cathedral looks lovely. Not that many spectators in, a few, quite pleasant conditions. A bit chilly this morning, it's alright now. Waite in, bowls, beats Simpson again outside the off stump. 2 really good deliveries in that over from Matthew Waite, but he didn't find the edge. 124 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, if there was any scoreboard pressure, Waite would actually be building some nice momentum for Worcestershire here, but Sussex can afford to play him out. I mean, he's bowled 3 overs, none for 8 now, so that one just cost a single. I think there was a maiden earlier on as well. Sussex can afford to allow him to bowl like that. They don't need to take any undue risk because of the game situation. 1 run in the lead with 6 wickets in hand. As anticipated, Frank, there is a change in bowling from the New Road end. So Ben Gibbons, 3 overs, none for 25. He was expensive. That's over 8 and over he conceded. So he has been taken out of the attack. And Ethan Brooks is coming on, wearing shirt number 77 from the New Road end. Wicketkeeper Roderick up to the stumps, and that one's worked off the hip of Coles, and that will take him to 45 as he hits a single through square leg. I believe if we're keeping track, based on what Adrian said, I think he's only 3 runs away now from 1,000 for the season, and he's 5 away from, of course, passing his half century as well. Correction, he needs to get to 50 both for a milestone, his personal milestone, and for the 1,000 runs. So that'll be
perfect.
Nice moment of symmetry. Easier for us to remember that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethan Brooks will bowl round the wicket to Simpson.
2 slips behind Roderick, and that's a rank drag down, pulled away, and that will be a boundary. I think the umpire's just asking the question whether it went for 4 or 6. Everyone's looking at each other. He's given 4. It was another short one which didn't really get up, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, just with the angle. Simpson swivels on it and pulls hard and flat past fine leg for 4.
Sunday afternoon stuff that was, wasn't it? Brooks has no great pace, lots of variations, and he knows that his margins for error in terms of line and length are much fewer than they are for other bowlers.
Simpson moves to 30 with that, and he'll move to 34 with that shot through the offside. Back-to-back boundaries for the Sussex captain. Short and down the leg side, 1 delivery, short and wide outside off the next, and he cuts through cover for another 4.
And just to underline the point I just made, Brooks again is missing his length and line, and at this pace he just can't afford to do it. Sweeper goes out. So 9 off 3 deliveries from Brooks.
How does he respond? Short again, pulled again, but there is a man at deep square. This was probably the best timed of all 3 shots so far from Simpson in this over, but he's hit it straight to the deep fielder, so just 1 moves him to 36. 134 for 4. The lead is now up at 11.
Trying to build on his bowling, Ethan Brooks. He's talked to me many times about his variations, but trying to maybe add a bit of pace. I would like to be a bit quicker, but how do you do that? You know, certain muscle groups you can work on, but if it's not there, it's not there, is it really?
Bang-in delivery. This one just stops in the pitch a little bit. Coles was trying to turn it to leg, but ends up just nearly getting a leading edge on it, but just dies and rolls along the pitch back to Brooks. No run.
Which is an interesting concept, isn't it? You know, I want to be a yard or 2 quicker, but how? How do you go about that? If it's not inbuilt physically, I think it's quite tricky.
Fuller this time. Coles turns off his hip, thinks of a second, but deep square doesn't have far to come in to gather, so a single ends The first over from Ethan Brooks, an expensive one. Back-to-back boundaries hit by John Simpson. 11 off his first over. 135 for 4.
I think it's probably time for Adrian. Adrian, do you want to come back in and you could steer James Coles to his 1,000 and his 50? I think it's probably time that I dipped out for a few minutes. It would be, what have we got? 4 overs before tea. Should be just.
So what is it? 31 overs at tea?
I'll go and sort the cake. 32.
32. So
3 before.
3 overs, and I hope we're getting some cake, are we? That's part of the joy of coming to New Road. Wait continues, and that's driven by Coles. It's a brilliant piece of fielding at cover, actually. Diving one-handed stop. Saves a few runs. Was that Ben Allison doing the fielding there? I think it might have been.
I don't know what you've seen of James Cole's batting, but he's a really good prospect, I think. Nathan. Well, I don't think he is, and I'm sure he'll be on that Lions trip.
Yeah, not quite sure when that squad comes out, actually.
Must be soon, mustn't it?
Yeah, well, the whole point is it's supposed to be kind of act as warm-up for the main Ashes squad, isn't it? Give them some games while they're out there. That's defended on the front foot by Coles. This time he does get a single. Point is back on the fence, so that trickles through into the offside, and is a straightforward single.
Yeah, he's had a very fine season. Three centuries, and it looks like he's going to get to his 1,000 runs for the season as well. First season in Division 1. He's only 21, so he was away with the Lions last winter. The nice thing about him is it seems to me he's always looking to learn as well.
Well, certainly a man he can learn from is on strike now in Simpson, as that one's pulled out in front of square on the leg side, and it's another boundary for the Sussex captain, Matthew Waite, just dropping ever so slightly short, and Simpson once again is quick on the pull. Keepers do tend to play that shot quite well, and he's certainly doing so to great return and reward in the last few overs. Another boundary for Simpson. He moves to 39.
73 this partnership's worth now. I mean, they're rattling along as well, aren't they?
But rattling along without necessarily upping through the gears, if that makes sense. They're just punishing some wayward bowling from Worcestershire at this point, as that's flicked off the pads, and there's 4 more. There's 2 men out in the deep on the leg side, and Simpson has bisected them perfectly. Glorious shot off the pads, moves him into the 40s. 43, I think that should move him to. It does indeed. The scoreboard updates 144 for 4.
I think when John Simpson gets to 48, I think that will be his 1,000 runs for the season.
Well, sounds like you might have a few milestones to guide us through.
Well, I hope I'm right. I just made a note of that before the day's play, because I knew they were both close.
Well, there's 2 deliveries left in this over. Matthew Waite's 4th. He's conceded 17 so far. That's worked off the hip. That'll be another single, so Simpson moves on to 44. Brings James Coles back on strike. Gareth Roderick will call for the helmet, and he'll stand up to the stumps. It's interesting, ever since they've made that decision to try and keep Coles in his crease, stop him from walking down to the medium pacers, it hasn't slowed him down. He's been just as comfortable staying in his crease and playing strong shots down the ground, as well as walking down and trying to bunt the ball over the top. Final delivery of this over, Waite's 4th, and it's defended on the front foot, straight back to the bowler. No run, 145 for 4.
It's been a good recovery by these two, because when it was 67 for 4, I was thinking, well, anything could happen here. We were saying, maybe Worcestershire might be batting again tonight. It sort of had that feel about it, but these two have steadied the stip and I have to say, I don't think Worcestershire bowled particularly well in the last half hour. Been some loose deliveries.
They have. They've really struggled from this ever since even Ben Allison, who was taking all the wickets from the New Road end, he was still expensive. So they haven't been able to contain scoring from this end at all, really. Ben Given bowled 3 overs for 25, and now Ethan Brooks has bowled 1 and he's cost 11. He's going to continue here. Simpson works that off his pads. This time it's a precious dot ball straight to mid-wicket. But yes, they've just struggled. They've bowled wayward. They've struggled, I think, a little bit to adapt to left hand, right hand. We've seen a few deliveries down leg punished, especially by Simpson. They bowled a bit too short, I think.
They have. Brooks is back to his mark, and he's running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Simpson. He's in a ball. Simpson cracks that one away through backward point. He's racing out towards the boundary. They've taken 1. They'll settle for that as Matthew Waite is quickly round to field. John Simpson goes to 45, I think that's going to go up to in a moment's time. Yes, it is. Total to 145 for 4. Just a reminder, Worcestershire batted out for 123, 6 wickets for Robinson, 4 for Nudcat. Glorious afternoon now, lots of blue sky around us. Brooks is in bowls to Coles, and it's... Well, I thought it had been well taken by Gareth Roger. I've got a post in front of me, actually.
Yes.
Which is my excuse. And I couldn't, but I don't think he did take it cleanly. And in the end, it was the slip fielder who ran round and fielded the ball more at leg slip.
You've got to do the New Road lean, where you start as the bowler one's in on the one side of the pole, and then you've got to lean to the other side to see where it ends up.
That's right. Brooks and bowls, and Coles defends to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. So it's like lull in proceedings, but Sussex, I think, will be pleased with the session so far. Worcestershire bowled out in, 34.4 overs. Just the one slip in place. This is in bowls. Coles plays stylishly off the back foot to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's amazing the difference in the pace of this innings from Coles, because I think he was the one first ball, wasn't he? He walked down the track and got a leading edge over point that was very nearly caught. It could have easily gone straight to the fielder, but just it went over the bar, as they say. And since then, he's just really calmed down. I wonder if it is just the simple presence of a skipper at the other end.
Brooks in bowls to Coles, who clips that one down to fine leg, picks up a single. James Coles, he goes to 48. Throw comes in, the bowler ducks to get out of the way to the end of the over. We've got 1 over to go until tea. Just looking to see you on the scoreboard.
I think that's right. 33 left. So what? Tea at 32, isn't it?
Tea at 32. Yeah. I think that's a really good point, actually, Nathan. I think that James Coles probably benefits from batting like someone like John Simpson. He's probably walked out and said, "Come on, none of that nonsense. Let's play properly."
Well, I wonder if he said none of that nonsense, or if he just said, "Look, the top 3." Yeah, what number is Coles? He's number 4. So the top 3 all batted like that, as did Allsop, and they looked to get us off to a good start when the ball was nibbling around. But now that me and you are here, we can just, take things a bit slightly more mature. As that's pulled away into the leg side, and that will be 4. And that brings up one milestone. It's James Cole's half century, but Adrian, I believe it's another milestone as well.
It is, and that's 1,000 runs for the season for James Coles. He raised his back towards the pavilion. A couple of Sussex supporters down below us applauding as well. I'm fairly certain that is 1,000 for the season. I'm pretty certain he started to down 950.
7 boundaries today, plus a 6 now, I think, for James Coles. He's been very positive, if not aggressive, and he's positive there with a big drive. It's not where he intended it to go, but it will be back-to-back boundaries. Third man was not back on the fence, and that's another set of 4 runs. So 8 and 2 balls to start this over for James Coles, and just a natural acceleration here. I think got a rank drag down the previous delivery, which he pulled, and then he looks to drive a fuller delivery, and he gets a slice of luck. But with the way he's batting, probably deserves an element of fortune. He's now at 56, having faced that many deliveries, so he's striking at a run of ball. So even though we say he's slowed down from his manic start, he's still scoring very, very quickly, all things considered. Here comes Waite, and that's guided again off the outside edge. I think this will hold up inside the fence down at third man. It will. So that's just another couple to the total. So 58 is what's next to Coles' name on the scoreboard now. 157 for 4.
Partnership of 90 between these two. It's coming no time at all.
It's not that long ago that myself and Frank were talking about the 50 partnership. The last 5 or 6 overs have been very profitable indeed, and I make that the lead is now up at 34. Again, it's not that long ago we were talking about them drawing level. These two are really putting Sussex into the ascendancy. Full from Waite this time, and it's defended down the ground. Coles just holds the pose a little bit. I think he's quite happy with how that defensive shot looked.
I think he is. Now, also already in the 27th over, so Sussex are going along at 5 and over.
Yeah, if not a little bit higher. I think it's, according to what I have in front of me here, which granted this scoreboard hasn't updated, but it's close to 6. Yeah, close to a run of ball. As we've been saying all day, scoring's not being an issue.
No,
it's batter surviving, and these two have made surviving look easier than anyone else, as that's defended on the back foot this time by Coles, another dot ball. Yeah, I just wonder, after the afternoon sunshine and the ball has gone soft, the demons have gone out of this pitch. It would certainly appear. I think Sussex made the calculation that the ball would still do plenty when it was new. When they came out to bat, they raced their way to, 47 for 3, then 67 for 4. Then these two said, you know what, we back our ability to survive here, we're going to bat properly. Final delivery of the over. Wait. On a good length, defended into the offside. Once again, there's no runs, so big over that for James Coles. Both 50 coming up on today, and also 1,000 runs for the season, and he does it just in time for the tea break, as with 32 hours remaining in the day, just shy of 4 o'clock. Tea will be taken with Sussex 157 for 4. They lead by 34 with 6 wickets still remaining.
Good session for Sussex, no question about that. I thought when they were 67 for 4 they were in all sorts of trouble, but not for the first time this season. The two principal run scorers, Coles and Simpson, both closing in on 1,000 runs. As you say, Nathan, Coles now through to his 1,000 runs. John Simpson is just 3 runs short of the milestone as well, and these two have led Sussex to a really strong position. I have to say, I don't think Worcestershire have bowled desperately well in the last half hour, and they've perhaps let Sussex off the hook a little bit, but credit to Sussex players who've batted really nicely. That's it. I think we'll have a break. I think Frank's going to get the cake.
Oh, I really hope so. Best part about coming to New Road.
And I had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry's condition Larry was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry's condition
No, I think we're okay. Generally, it tends to come over from the ladies' pavilion to the right-hand side as we look here. So if it's over by the cathedral, we tend to be okay.
Cathedral looks great, doesn't it? Look at the sunlight on the cathedral. It's absolutely magnificent.
You loved it a few weeks ago when we actually had a lightning storm.
Oh, really?
And one bolt of lightning landed about, as we look at it, just to the right-hand side of the cathedral. It was very spooky.
What was it?
It was amazing to see that, actually. I wish I took a picture of it.
Well, Ben Allison is going to get us underway after tea. Sussex 157 for 4. And they've only taken 27 overs to get those runs. In comes Allison. Around the wicket, bowls to John Simpson, who pulls to mid-wicket. Doesn't time that, and there is no run. So it was 27 overs. I generally make a note of all this. John Simpson is on 45. And James Coles is on 58. And these two made batting look quite straightforward, Nathan.
They did. I think their approach was vastly different to what we had seen earlier on in the innings. I think there's a lot of harem scarum, cash bang wallop, insert your cliche here, but these two have stayed within third gear and been very impressive.
Allison bowls and Simpson is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ben Allison, although he's taken wickets, has been quite expensive. He's in his 9th over, figures of 3 for 50, and indeed that's sort of slightly been endemic of the Worcestershire bowling, really. Certainly before tea, it just got a little bit ragged, I thought.
They did. I mean, Allison kind of suffered a little bit from the two left-handers atop the order, Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes. Both looked to thrash everything through the offside. I think Hughes in particular, I think all 3 of his boundaries came off Allison. But the bowler did have the last laugh, trapping him in front LBW.
Allison is in round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who drew. And there is no run. Lovely sunshine right across the ground. So in the distance there's some really black, horrible looking cloud, but looks like that's gone. And it's a lovely scene. Just elsewhere in the championship, just to bring you up to date, Hampshire 48 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 147, and Warwickshire 138 for 5. I was reading somewhere that I think Warwickshire need another 4 more points, but it's almost looking a certainty now that Notts are going to win the county championship, as Allison is in again. Bowles, and Simpson solidly defends out in the offside, and there is no run. The field, 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg way down in the distance at the Digley's end of the ground. Allison is a tall man. Wanders back towards his mark.
It's getting to that point of the evening where the sunshine is so low that it's actually
yeah,
right in the fielder's eyes. Especially there's a man out at deep point, or deep backward square rather, left-hander on strike, who is staring directly into the sun.
Allison in the bowls, and Simpson again defends straight back down the track, and there is no run. Adrian Harms, Nathan Johns, your commentary team. We're starting off the session. Frank Watson will be back with us shortly. Lots of emails have come in today, which has been great. And I'll read some of them in a mo as we go through. One or two Sussex supporters not at all happy that Archie Lenham has been released by Sussex. In comes Alison Bowles. Simpson defends to mid-on, and there is no run. This latest one is from Jack, who says the release of Archie Lenham and Bertie Foreman is just so ridiculous. 21-year-old spinners who have come through our pathway. One of Foreman's last games was taking a 9-for against Lancashire seconds, and Lenham's was a match-winning 5-for. Both were deemed good enough for England under-19s 2 years ago, and Foreman the ECB first-class Select 11 last year, and was Sydney first-grade player of the season at 19 years old. Sussex do not have a specialist spin coach, despite having Carson, Coles, Foreman, Lenham and Henry. How do we expect to produce top-level spinners to compete at test level when our promising spinners are released at such a young age? A sad reflection on our club have let these talented players down, says Jack.
Well, I mean, Carson's probably blocking a lot of people from the first team spot, isn't he? I mean, he's still quite young. I think he's only, 23, 24?
23, 24, yeah.
Yeah, so he's still very young in his career, and he's been around for a long time, but he's got a long way to go. Tom Taylor will continue from the Diglis end, and a big play and miss outside the off stump from James Coles. No run, and we talk about the sun being in people's eye line. The umpires actually had to move, and he's just trotting off from square leg to point because he's staring directly into the very low sunshine, which is coming in just over from the ladies' pavilion, for those of you who know New Road. So yeah, just one to keep an eye on, just to see if that affects play in an adverse way at all as the evening progresses.
Yeah, because it's pretty much dark by about 7:30 now, isn't it?
Here's Taylor. Coles whips that through mid-wicket. He fetched that from well outside off. I'm not sure he was intending to play it through with the leg side at all, but he picks the gap and he takes a single, which takes him up to 59.
Andrew Grand's been in touch. We were talking about the schedule, and he says ideally each team should play each other twice, but for most of my time following cricket it hasn't happened. In 1968, with 17 counties, each team played 28 games. It was only with the introduction of 2 divisions that it became possible to play each team twice, but then with reductions in fixtures that has been lost again. Personally, I would like to see 2 divisions of 9 playing 16 matches, but sadly there's no chance of that. Yeah, I mean that would be the ideal thing, but I guess that gives another 8 days cricket.
Wait, where are you going to find 8 days cricket?
And therein lies the problem, I guess. They've been wrestling with this all summer and haven't come up with a solution.
Taylor in around the wicket to Simpson, that's guided off the outer half of the bat to backward point. No run. This is Taylor's 10th over. He's bowled 3 maidens. He's been much cheaper than his opening partner Ben Allison, but he's just taken the 1 wicket to Allison's 3. All 4 wickets to fall coming to this pair of Worcestershire openers.
I heard another note on the schedule from Ian Stevens. Thank you, Ian. Read your email in a minute.
Taylor down the leg side. Simpson goes after it, but plays and misses.
So he says, with regard to the fact that everybody played each other twice in the championship, that would not be solved by further reductions to the schedule. In the proposal that was rejected, you would play each team in your division, total 10 games, but how would you play the best of the teams from the other division in the other remaining 3 games? The current system does at least mean that the teams who finished higher up the table in the previous season do play each other twice. To solve it, we could go back to 2 divisions of 9 and play 16 games a year. There we are.
Another one.
Else.
Banging delivery from Taylor. Simpson is in behind it safely. Another dot ball.
Ian goes on to say, personally I'm glad that the proposed 13-game schedule has been rejected. The ECB seemed to think that something must be done and wanted to push a change through regardless, a bit like when we lost the Ashes 5-0 and the Strauss report ensued. Play county cricket in August, turn the 50-over competition into a straight knockout throughout the season, like the Gillette Cup. Yeah, that's another option. But the trouble is the August has been sold, hasn't it?
Has indeed.
That's the problem.
In comes Taylor, left alone outside the off stump by Simpson. What was it? Was you that was brought up the point that Farbrace made in the meeting, wasn't it? That
yes.
That there is a theory
Yeah.
that in the coming years there'll be fewer county players involved in the 100,
Yeah.
which might free up that time for Red Ball.
Yep, Paul said that in the open forum, and it was publicly quoted. I was there, and he said he wonders when all these deals are complete and the 100 evolves. And there's a lot of talk. He didn't say this, but there's a lot of talk about the 100 becoming a T20, isn't there? I mean, who knows whether that will happen?
I think that will. I think that's what the ownership is vying for, especially ones that own T20 teams in different competitions across the world. As Simpson finishes that over from Taylor by just working that one nicely off his hip for a single. So that's the end of Taylor's 10th over. He's taken 1 for 40, so he's gone at 4 and over. Simpson moves on to 46 as he nears his milestone, 161 for 4. The lead is 38.
And Bob Pook's been back in touch. Sorry, Bob. Yes, my maths was awry, or rather my writing is so dreadful that I'd made a mistake. I apologise. James Coles now needs 11 for his 1,000 runs for the season, and John Simpson needs another 2. He began the day on 952, Coles on 930.
Yeah, you need to give yourself some credit. The maths was right, but
the writing was wrong. In comes Ben Allison. The Suns momentarily disappeared around the wicket, bowls to John Simpson, who clubs this one away. A good bit of fielding at backward point, but Simpson goes through for a single. Nonetheless, he goes to 47.
I think that was Rayan Avadalath at backward point, and just for a second that looked like that bobbled up and hit him in the face. That looked
nasty.
Had the potential. I think he's okay, judging by the reaction. It didn't hit him in the face, but just it had the potential to be nasty.
Yeah.
It's amazing, just that sun disappears and it's already getting dark, isn't it? I mean, look, those gloomy clouds in the distance don't help things, and if they blow over as it looks like they might, we should be okay. But always a consideration at this time of year that, look, with 30 overs remaining in theory, that's give or take 2 hours, which takes us to 6:30 or so, but light doesn't always play ball.
Allison rolls to Coles, who plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run, and particularly here at New Road where there are no floodlights. Frank would go pretty certain it's the only county ground without floodlights. The light's fine at the minute, but as Nathan was saying, there's a heavy cloud. I think it is drifting away from the ground, and although there's some heavier cloud coming behind the cathedral. But extraordinary, really, that we've had this 14 wickets tumbling in the day, and now we're closing in on a century partnership between these two, just 5 runs short. And comes Allison bowls. Coles takes a couple of steps down the wicket and gets hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the onside, and there is no run. So thanks everyone for all your correspondence. SussexSport@bbc.co.uk. Frank has just come back in.
You've got an update.
I've got an update. Yes, I've got an update. I thought I'll just do these couple of. How much many balls we've got left in this over?
I make it 3. We're halfway through the over.
I'll probably better go, actually. Can I miss out? Thank you, Frank, for reminding me.
Ben Allison is going to continue. He's got 3 deliveries left in this over, and he has passed the umpire. It's guided off the outside edge. I think that will be 4. There's no third man back on the fence, and there is a chase out into the deep. Oh, I tell you what, that's a good bit of fielding. Too far away from our position here to see exactly who that was. I'm sure Frank could be able to tell us now as he comes in, but a good diving stop saves 1 run, so just guided off the face of the bat down to third man, but it does bring 3 to James Coles, who I believe, Adrian, he needs to get to 70 for 1,000 runs.
100 needs 140.
So Simpson only needs 1 run to get to 1,000 runs for the season, and he's on strike now. He's got 2 deliveries to go in this over to get there. But Allison just has to pull out of his delivery stride. The field was still changing with the left-hander now on strike. You've got 2 men back on the hook on the leg side, so might we see some short stuff? And he comes around the wicket. No, that's a full delivery on and around the off stump and defended into the offside. No run.
Well, it's been a bit better from Worcestershire since tea, hasn't it? But just felt that last 45 minutes or so before the interval they were pretty sloppy. Few too many 4 balls, and they talk about sessions. I know you can lose a game in a session, a game can turn in a session, and it was just a bit below par, wasn't it?
That one's punched on the back foot by Simpson, but not timed particularly well, so he can't get that one run he needs for 1,000. I wonder as a player if they know that when they go out to bat, does somebody tell them you need X to get?
Yeah. Do you know what? I honestly doubt whether anybody needs to tell them. I think most players know how many they've got in a season and how many wickets they've got and so on.
Well, it's the end of an over in any case. 165 for 4. The lead is crept up past 40 now. 42 runs ahead are Sussex. Of course, they have 6 wickets remaining, so beginning to turn into an ominous lead. And I tell you what, the light here is beginning to look a bit ominous as well. It's gotten very dark.
A bit better over there, though, isn't it? Not too bad. Oh well, Cole's down the pitch. Gives Taylor a bit of his own medicine. Taylor tried to do that a bit earlier today. Came down the pitch, just walked down the pitch and slapped it over mid-wicket for 4, that one. And it is ominous now, and the lead is building. The partnership is past 100,000 runs for the year for James Coles, I think. 1,000.
No.
I think. No?
Not yet.
Oh, what was the announcement then?
I think that might have been 100 partnership.
Oh, I beg your pardon, 100 partnership. Anyway, but James Coles will get to 1,000 at some point, Adrian says, but we're not sure when it will be, or whether it will be today or when he goes to Australia for the winter. Or anyway, here's Taylor, and he pushes this out on the offside. I'll give the ultimate to Nathan about players who know what they've got and all the rest of it. Richard Illingworth, the umpire. Richard Illingworth, the umpire, when he was here as a left-arm spinner, knew absolutely every stat about his bowling. Just absolutely everything. And I used to have a little commentary box at the other end of this stand here with a sort of hatch open, and he would often, and I remember clearly, for example, one time, just break off as Taylor bowls, and Coles sliced this one away, one bounce over backward point for 4, width from Taylor. Runs coming thick and fast now for Sussex. 173 for 4. I remember at the end of an innings once, Richard Illingworth walked down to the rope, climbed over the fence, and came up to my commentary box and said, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 65. And I said, no, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 67. And he said, no, 2 of those were leg byes. And he knew, he counted, he knew exactly what his figures were, which is amazing, isn't it? Some people have those sort of minds. Well, Taylor outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
Well, speaking of knowing milestones, James Coles did just acknowledge the balcony with not so much of the raise of the bat, but just a wave of the hand there, because that actually was the boundary he needed to go to 1,000 runs. So Adrian can sleep easy. He didn't jinx him by prematurely calling the 1,000 runs. He has gotten there. He was on 930 coming into this game, and now that he's 70 not out, the young man has passed.
And it's a great effort, isn't it, these days, I think. 1,000 in a season. It's a really good effort. Taylor bowls again, and it's 1,002 now, because he's punched this one through mid-wicket. And you could argue, couldn't you, that if you got 998 in a season, it's still a good season. But just something about those little milestones for batters and bowlers. These two have taken this game away from Worcestershire, I think, now. I mean, I really do. The lead looks as though it's going to be 150 plus, maybe even more. Highly significant. Excellent partnership by these two. After Worcestershire had started pretty well in the Sussex innings. Dot ball to end the over. 175 for 4. So the lead is now 52.
Yeah, so according to Adrian's maths, John Simpson needs one more run to pass the milestone of 1,000 for the season. And just it's worth looking at who else has got that mark this season. Dom Sibley is at Surrey is leading the way. He's on 1,230. Hasib Hamid, he's on around the 1,100 mark, as is Adam Lyth. Tom Abel and James Rue have also gone through to 1,000 runs this season, and now James Coles joins them there, and he will presumably, provided he gets one run, be joined by John Simpson. Ben Allison is coming into bowl. I'll just say what happens on this delivery here. There's a reshuffle in the commentary box that's defended into the offside, and I think that's going to be it from me for a while, as Frank and Adrian take over.
Thanks, Nathan. Yes, well done, James Coles. His first season in Division 1 cricket, and that's no mean achievement to go past 1,000 runs for the season. And he'll have his eyes on a 4th century of the season here. He's 72 not out. As Nathan and I were saying in commentary, I mean, Sussex are rattling along here, but they're in the main they've played proper cricket shots. I mean, these runs have come in 28 overs. As in comes Allison, bowls to Simpson. They're short, and the leg side Simpson ducks through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run.
Yeah, I was saying, Adrian, that I just felt in that last 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so before tea, Worcestershire were not really.
A bit ragged, weren't they?
Not at it, shall we say? And
yeah.
There was a bit of loose bowling from Gibbon and from Brooks, and they just got away, didn't they? And
they did.
They talk about sessions, and sometimes it's just an hour. The momentum can change, and well, they're staring down the barrel of a pretty big first innings deficit here, Worcestershire.
Allison round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who pulls successfully for 4 runs, and what a way to bring up your 1,000 runs for the season for John Simpson. Not only that, he goes through to his half century as well. John Simpson acknowledges the crowd, shakes hands with James Coles, and these two really throughout the season have dominated the batting for Sussex. Both now past 1,000 runs for the season, and they've both batted really nicely here as well.
Yeah, they have, and that's 100. Well, 100. What's the partnership now? Nearly 120 now. 112 now.
Yeah.
So
both through to half centuries.
In this game, in the context, 112 partnership when you only got 123 on the board in the first innings is really taking it away from Worcestershire.
Allison in again, around the wicket, bowls. Simpson defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. I mean, you know this pitch very well. I mean, it's just looked a different pitch to bat on. I'm not sure it's whether because these two are playing really well, or as you say, perhaps Worcestershire haven't bowled as well, or perhaps the pitch has just dried out a bit and it's a better pitch to bat on.
It's a bit of everything, I think. I've asked this question to the Worcestershire batters and bowlers in the past this season, and they say that it maybe does flatten out a little bit and nip a little bit less. It still nips, but it's mainly to do with the bowling, I think.
Allison in bowls. Simpson's hit around about the thigh pad. I think the ball bounced out onto the offside. There is no run. I don't know whether John Simpson's parents are listening over in Spain. They sent us a message earlier on, and if they are, yet again, John has been excellent for Sussex here today. Is that umpire Milnes at this end? He's having a chat away to James Coles.
Yeah, I think they. It'll look different when Robinson bowls again with a new ball. This pitch.
Allison in bowls to Simpson down the leg side. John Simpson going to whip that one away. Misses. He's annoyed with himself. The ball goes through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run. Sussex know that if they could get 3 batting bonus points, that regardless of what goes on elsewhere in the county championship in this round, that they will be safe from relegation. So they would need to get to 350 in order to do that. I mean, it's highly unlikely Sussex would need that many points, because it would mean all sorts of permutation in other matches, but at least Sussex would feel they've done it under their own steam, as it were.
Yeah, but they're not. I mean, the other thing is they're not going to lose this game, Adrian, so they're pretty much there.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
As Tom Taylor prepares to bowl again from the Diglis end, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 50 for him so far. He bowls, and Coles has lots of time just to push this out on the onside. He scored a runner ball, James Coles, and John Simpson not far behind. So as you say, they've scored quickly. The game's moved on quickly, and I don't think it'll reach the 4th day one way or another. I suspect that when Worcestershire bat again, we'll see that, particularly if Ollie Robinson bowls like he did this morning, the pitch won't be that much different. Taylor in, bowls, and room to Coles.
Shot.
Wow. It's a half volley outside off stump, but Coles has just dispatched it. I mean, you can't bowl that sort of delivery to a player of Coles' ability, even when he's just come in, but hammered that one away through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot. Oddly enough, when he came in, he batted like a man on a mission for a few minutes, didn't he? Just lost all shape and tried to whack it for a couple of deliveries, but since he's got in, he's been exemplary, really. Waits now as Taylor is in again, and he just pushes this down on the offside, and there's no run. Really good stuff from James Cole. 76 not out,
and he's got himself a. I'm sure he'll go on the Lions tour, but also he's got himself a place in the South African T20, which I didn't understand is quite such a big deal, but it really is. I mean, I think it's really rivaling the Big Bash.
It is, and extraordinarily, one of the Worcestershire players has got himself a place in that, and I say extraordinarily because it's Dan Latigan.
Has he?
Yeah, who's only been around for a few weeks, but got picked up in that, and obviously big moment for him. This one played away on the onside by Coles. So who knows what that could lead to. And that's the thing about modern cricket, isn't it? A young player can come in and you can suddenly find yourself mixing with the best players in the world and earning quite significant amounts of money.
Yes, I think James went for £1 million, which isn't £1 million. I think he might have pulled the bat at the last minute there. But he's done, there are an awful lot of players in the draft for that, and James Coles was in it, and he picked up a spot, so good for him. So he's going to have a busy winter. We were talking earlier on today, weren't we, about playing in all formats of cricket, and you were saying you've got to have the fundamentals really. And Grant Flower said that to me a couple of years ago. He's just standing down here watching the Sussex batting coach, and he was saying, the principles still apply, really. You've got to have a decent defence and block the good balls, hit the bad ones.
I think as Taylor bowls again and Coles plays defensively out on the offside end of the over, 183 for 4. I think that it's difficult, isn't it? I was talking to Michael Carberry about this at Trent Bridge on Saturday, actually, the former Hampshire and England opening batter, one or two other counties as well, and he said, there are players in white ball cricket who come in and whack it all over the place. And I'm not going to mention any names. We all know that there are players that do that left, right and centre now in leagues all over the world. But, if you stick them in a test match with a red ball against the best seam bowlers in the world, they're going to struggle.
Ben Allison around the wicket bowls to John Simpson, who just nudges this into the offside and goes through for a well judged single. Simpson goes to 52, 184 for 4.
And he said, if you haven't got a technique, if you haven't first of all got in place the ability to play the moving ball, to leave it when you need to, etc., then it's very difficult to play all formats successfully. But if you want to be a Joe Root or a Kane Williamson or someone like that, you've got to have the technique first and then build on it. Otherwise, you will be pigeonholed as somebody who can whack a white ball but can't handle a red ball when it's moving around.
Allison in bowls to Coles, who whips this away onto the leg side, foot at mid wicket, no run.
And I think the final part of that argument is, you could decide that that's where you want to be. You just want to be a white ball cricketer, and you can make a lot of money, and you could, you might never even play a game of red ball cricket. And there are cricketers now playing at the highest level in white ball franchises who've never played red ball cricket. They just don't want to. Too much trouble.
Yeah. Allison wheels around in front of us. Comes in bowls to James Coles, and Coles lets that go down the leg side. There is no run. Quite a lot of debate today from Sussex supporters regarding some of the players that have been released. One or two emails have come in very unhappy that Archie Lenham in particular has been released, but here's one with the other side of the story. It's always good to get two sides. This is from Min, who says, I understand some supporters are disappointed with some of the players released by Sussex. If the players like Bertie, Archie and Co were good enough, they'd be in the first team. Sussex, like all other clubs, I'll just break off as Allison Tallman in bowls. Coles advances down the wicket and absolutely hammers that one away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. There were cries of catch. It wasn't far away from the fielder at mid-wicket, but James Coles is on a mission here. Crashes the ball away over mid-wicket. 4 more. He goes to 80 off 80 balls. Sussex to 188 for 4. Sussex, like all clubs, are under pressure financially and cannot keep players on the playing roster if they do not play. Surely it's better to either release them or have them on loan. At least they have game time elsewhere. Surely this is better for their career. So thank you for your email. Lots of different views, or 2 sides of the coin, I should say. In comes Allison again, bowls to Coles, who defends solidly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The light is okay, but it's not great. We could do with a bit of blue sky really and some late afternoon sunshine. What's the time? Well, I guess it is 4:45. We've still got 26 overs. I'd be surprised.
Just about get them in. Right.
Do you think we will?
Just about,
maybe. That's good.
It's looking a bit brighter over to the southwest.
Right, okay.
I might be wrong, but I think we might just about make it.
Allison in again, bowls. James Coles hammers this away. It's gone for 6, I think. Oh, it just bounced inside the boundary rope. 4 more. Well, James Coles is taking a liking to this. He goes to 84, and Sussex to 192 for 4. And Sussex are rattling along here because we've only had 34 overs, so they're going best part of 6 and over here.
They are indeed, and they're taking the game away from Worcestershire. I think it's happened before. It's a pretty familiar scenario for Worcestershire. They trail by 69 already. 6 wickets remaining. Potential for this lead to go way into sort of past 3 figures, maybe even to past 200. And if that happens, with the irresistible Ollie Robinson, with his 20 wickets in the last 3 innings that he's bowled on this ground, chances are that it could be looking at a pretty heavy defeat. Worcestershire recognising they've got to break this partnership. Jake Libby and Tom Taylor having a chat. They've brought in a 3rd slip. No, he's gone out again, the 3rd slip. I think Libby wanted him in and Taylor has moved him out, but 2 slips still in. The only way they can stop this is to get a wicket, and these 2 at the moment are looking rock solid as Taylor is in and bowls, and Simpson squirts this one away on the offside. Rather than, didn't look entirely rock solid on that occasion. It was a kind of thickish outside edge really along the ground, but no run.
John Malone's in Bexhill, just along the sea from Brighton. He says, if John Simpson and James Coles are near the top of the red ball averages, why are they not in the Test squad for the Ashes? Should we not play form players? Well, we should. I mean, I think a lot of people, John Simpson's been very unlucky not to have played Test match cricket.
Yeah, it's Taylor bowls and Simpson is looking to turn this off his pad, take on the pad, runs away for a leg by. I think, well, there's a lot of talent around, isn't there? And clearly, under the current regime, once you get in, it's difficult to get out. I think
that seems to be the feeling, does it? Once you get into that England setup,
you get backed.
Yes, you do get backed, which hasn't been the case in the past, is it?
Yeah, it's a good thing.
You know, they do. You know, and we've seen that, haven't we? Probably the best example is probably Zach Crawley, to be honest. I think in years gone. When you think about Graham Hick here,
yeah, dropped about 7 times, I think. Oh, Edgton didn't quite carry to Rob Jones at 2nd slip. Dived away to his.
Did he get his hands to it, or
he got his hands to it? Whether it carried or not, we'll have to have a look at the replay to decide. But unlucky from Taylor's point of view, as Coles just reached for that one outside the off stump. Just have a look at the replay in a minute.
Yeah, it just looked like it was. My first feeling was it was probably just short.
Just landed by his toes, I think. I don't think we put that down as an actual chance. I'll have a look at the replay in a second. Taylor is in again, bowls, and that one's clipped away through mid-wicket for a single by Coles. Ben Gibbon is out there on the rope at deep mid-wicket. 194 for 4. Just here we come now with that edge. Oh, it did carry, I think. Just about carried. See what you think if they show it again, Adrian. I think it just about carried. Just watching it once more. Oh, no, maybe not. No, being a bit harsh. Just in front of him. Oh, another edge. Simpson looks to turn that on the leg side. Just when you think it's flattening out, Adrian,
all of a sudden,
all of a sudden, an edge drops just short, and Simpson gets turned round by one. Obviously, still a little bit of nip for Taylor from this pitch. Bear in mind, the ball is only 35 overs old.
Yes.
But it's received a fair bit of punishment off the bat. Men out, Hughes 14, Haynes 21, Carter 11 and Alsop 1. But this partnership, now worth 124, has changed the game. Simpson drives, misses, taken by the keeper, end of the over, 194 for 4, 127 I should say the partnership. And Sussex lead by 71 runs, still 6 wickets remaining, and still 24 overs left in the day.
Furious with himself there, John Simpson, wasn't he? The ball passed the outside edge, and you could just tell he was cross. He rehearsed the shot again. But these two have certainly put Sussex in a strong position. The lead now is 71. After Worcestershire were bowed out earlier today for 123. Adrian Harms, Frank Watson, Nathan Johns, your commentary team here at lovely New Road. There is a bit more blue sky around actually, so perhaps we'll get a good few of these overs in. Ben Gibbon is coming into the attack. He's going to bowl to the right-handed James Coles. He's coming around the wicket. It's Gibbon, who's expensive before tees in and bowls, and James Coles chases a really... Sussex are throwing the bat everything here, aren't they? This is going back to where we were before tea. Gibbon has bowled 3 overs for 25. And anything that's not on the stumps, these two are deciding to play their shots. Almost like they've got a bus to catch. James Coles 85 off 85. It's been a wonderful innings. I mean, as I say, he's played shots all around the ground. 3 centuries to his name this summer already, and looking for a 4th. Gibbon around the wicket, bowls, Coles drives, but doesn't time it. The ball came off the bottom of the bat, made a horrible sort of clunking sound, dribbles onto the onside, and there is no
run. It's an interesting situation here because Coles is going to go after Gibbon. He was expensive early on. They know he's a little bit fragile, lacking a bit of confidence. Only his 3rd championship game of the season. Gibbon, if he can keep his head and stay firm and sort of solid in his technique, just get the ball in the right area, because of the way Coles is playing, he's got a chance.
Yes, he has. Oh, totally. Gibbon in a game bowls. Coles bowl, beautiful shot. That really is a very classy shot by James Coles. It's over pitch and he just clipped that one away through straightish mid-wicket. For 4 runs, beautifully played. James Coles goes to 89 and Sussex to 198 for 4. That was a good shot.
It was a lovely shot. If he's got a trademark, as you said, it is the on drive, and that was a super shot. And yeah, he's putting the bowler under pressure. Gibbon, this is where you get really tested as an up and coming bowler.
Gibbon in again, bowls wide of the offside, and Coles absolutely hammers that away through the covers. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Coles goes to 90. I've seen James Coles play some very fine innings, but this is right up there, Frank. Really, he's really gone after the bowling here today.
Yeah, a couple of horrible shots at the start.
Yes, there were.
And then after that, he's been superb. And I just remember 2 or 3 of those on drives, and I talked about Damien Martin in that Ashes series of 2005, when you just remember that full face of the bat coming down the ground, and that's what I've seen from Coles a few times today.
Gibbon in again, bowls. Simpson's down the leg side. He's rather feels he misses out there, John Simpson. He's going to clip that one away. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. 199 for 4 Sussex. Take off 123 and you get the lead, which is 76. 24 overs remaining in the day, including this one. Frank is optimistic we'll get them.
Yeah.
If we do, and Sussex carry on like this, they could have quite a healthy lead. On the other hand, couple of Worcestershire wickets, you never know how things might turn out. Gibbon in bowls to Simpson, who caresses that one away through past Gully, and it's going to race away down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Considered,
200 up.
yeah, nice shot by Simpson. He goes to 56, and the 200 up for Sussex. 203 for 4. And Sussex needing another 147 runs to get to 350. Secure 3 batting bonus points, which would certainly secure their position in Division 1 for next season. But as we say, that with the way things are going in other games, they may not even need those. But nonetheless,
Ben Gibbon, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 34. And he looks a slightly downcast figure as he goes out to field on the boundary.
Yeah, not easy.
Somebody to get their arm around him and give him a bit of a support, I think, out there. Taylor, meanwhile, carries on from the Diglis end. Gibbon will be called into action in the field here as he comes in from the boundary to do the fielding. And they take a single, so Coles moves on to 91. And Simpson is 56. 204 for 4. Huge partnership in the context of the game, this.
Yeah,
it really is.
And it's come very
the highest partnership in the Worcestershire innings was, what was it, 30 odd, I think. 35. Down the leg side from Taylor. Simpson flicks at it, makes no contact.
Yeah, I mean, these two came together in the
12th over.
Right, okay. Yeah, 11.3, so 12th over, so they've been in for, how many overs have we had, Frank? 36.2, is that right?
Yeah, so 24 overs or so for this partnership. I mean, that's just crazy.
24 overs, and they've added, after the 33, 137.
Yeah. On a pitch, which up to the point when they came together,
yeah,
had been proving to be very difficult. Simpson drives up to mid-off, no run. That said, even up to that point, we had commented on the number of boundaries there had been, hadn't we, in both innings?
Yes.
Players have been able to play their shots.
Yeah.
But Sussex now, they're really pushing on, and if we have, as you say, if we have these remaining 23 overs, they continue to score at this sort of rate, the lead could be well past 150 by the end of the first day. It's game over, isn't it?
Well, Worcester would have to bat very well, wouldn't they, to...
Certainly would. Taylor bowls. Simpson defends out on the offside. And stranger things have happened, and we've all seen turnarounds
we have.
of all sorts of epic proportions. But it's been a good day for Sussex, not such a good day for Worcestershire. And there'll be all sorts of questions asked about the batting again. And, you know, it has happened repeatedly here. Worcestershire's batting has been blown away by good bowling, often exceptionally good bowling. Taylor bowls, Simpson defends out on the offside, again no run. In the last game it was a Worcestershire old boy, Josh Tongue, who did a lot of the damage along with Dylan Pennington. This time it was Ollie Robinson, who's done it before, as we keep saying, 14 wickets the last time he played here in the game 2 years ago, 6 for 68 this morning. But what disgruntled Worcestershire supporters are saying is, well, you know, how come when we bowl well they bat well, but when they bowl well we don't bat well? And I suppose there's no answer to that really, as Taylor bowls again and Simpson pushes out on the offside. Good over from Taylor, who is probably, to be fair, to be spared some of the criticism.
Yeah, he's got
14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 56. But basically, Waite has also bowled pretty well. 5 overs, no maidens for no run, wickets for 28. Allison 3 for 67. But Brooks 2 overs cost 13. Gibbon's been expensive. They just haven't had a grip on things in the same way that the Sussex bowlers did.
I read an email about Hastings Cricket Ground. You were talking about going there, Frank, and Andy's been in touch. Andy Thwaites. And I'll just read this email during the over from Ben Gibbon, who's running away from us, comes into bowl to James Coles, in and bowls, and Coles, who's looking to heave that one away over long on. He gets a bottom edge, the ball ends up in the slip cord, and there is no run. It was great to hear you talking about the old Central Cricket Ground in Hastings. It brought back some wonderful memories for me, having grown up there. It was where I played my very first competitive cricket match for my primary school, Blacklands. I even have a print of the ground on my living room wall to this day. These days, of course, it's a shopping centre, Priory Meadow. There is, however, a statue in the middle of the centre of a cricketer playing a flamboyant hook shot, which is a nice nod to its history. Gibbon again. Light's got a bit better, actually. In and bowls. Cole says, I can go outside the off stump, no run.
Well, I was 8 years old, Adrian. We checked into this bed and breakfast. We were there for 2 weeks. 1966. Mum had arranged the holiday to coincide with the Battle of Hastings' 900th anniversary, and I walked out onto the balcony of our little room, and it was overlooking the cricket ground, and I thought I'd walked into heaven.
Well, he goes on to say, it's a shame that Sussex rarely play at outgrounds anymore. One of the saddest things about losing the Central Cricket Ground is that it meant county cricket in Hastings all but disappeared. He says, thanks so much for the commentary throughout the season, as in comes Gibbon over the wicket bowls. Coles defends, there is no run. They've been a great way of keeping up with Sussex while I'm in exile up here in Cambridgeshire. All the very best for the winter. Well, thank you, Andy. It's good to hear your reminiscences about Hastings, which is somewhere that Frank has been on holiday. And Steve Tyres has been in touch. Says, good afternoon. A problem area for Sussex this season has been the number 3. Neither Tom Clark or Ollie Carter have cemented that spot. In comes Gibbon, bowls, Coles defends. Much better over this from Ben Gibbon. Coles plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. According to the Cricketer magazine, Sussex are on the lookout for another batsman this winter. I feel there is a player in Tom Clark, but unfortunately his numbers in Championship cricket have not been great. Tom Haynes doesn't play in T20. Is there a reason for this? Once again, thank you for the coverage. Well, thank you for listening, Steve. Yeah, I think Tom Haynes would like to play T20 cricket. I think he's tried to adapt his game, but at the minute, it's, you know, it's difficult to force your way into the side. But I know Tom has designs to play that format. In comes Gibbon, bowls to Coles, good delivery, beats Coles outside the off stump through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run.
Best delivery he's bowled, I think.
That one was a good delivery. And thank you everyone. Lots of emails and correspondence today, which has been great. Sussex Sports at bbc.co.uk. You were right, that heavier cloud has drifted away into the distance, and got a blue sky around the cathedral now, which is nice.
Trust the locals, Adrian.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Gibbon again. Runs in, bowls to James Coles, and Coles plays us away through into wicket, 4 more. Love. Oh no, it's not, so I apologize, it's not 4 more at all. I obviously don't know what I'm talking about. I didn't see that fielder. We have got a post in a way.
Yeah.
And the fielder emerged from behind the post and fielded the ball on the mid-wicket boundary and prevented anything more than a single. James Coles goes to 92 off 95 balls, and Sussex to 205 for 4. Ben Gibbon, 5 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 30.
They lead by 82.
I'll do a couple more overs and then I'll make way for
21
Nathan.
overs left in the day, and as we said, a high chance of a very, very significant lead by the end of the day, unless Worcestershire can strike once or twice fairly sharply. Taylor bowls, Coles lets that go outside the off stump. Really good innings from James Coles, really good innings from John Simpson, and these two have absolutely taken this game away from Worcestershire after those early wickets. Surrey against Hampshire at the Utility Bowl. Surrey 147 all out, Hampshire 89 for 2, so they're on top. Surrey's hopes of catching Nottinghamshire at the top of the table fading. Leicestershire going really well in their game as Coles defends this one against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Leicestershire 369 for 7 in their first innings. 143 not out for Stephen Eskenazi, having moved from Middlesex. Good signing for them, I think. Durham against Yorkshire. Durham 246 for 7. That's at Headingley. Somerset playing Essex at Chelmsford. Magnificent drive from Coles on the up through extra cover. Absolutely hammered that. Beautiful shot. Takes him on to 96. Just go through those scores. Somerset, Essex 279 for 5. Somerset. Middlesex 336 for 5 against Gloucestershire at Lords. Glamorgan 206 at Sophia Gardens. Lancashire 24 without loss in reply. Warwickshire against Notts at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 169 for 5 in 62 overs, and Derbyshire at Canterbury are 341 for 2 against Kent. As Taylor bowls, and that's left alone by Coles outside the off stump. And in that Derbyshire innings, wouldn't you know it, Wayne Madsen 106 not out, it was 100 as well for Lewis Rees. But Wayne Madsen, what a cricketer he has been for Derbyshire. Absolutely
well into his 40s, must be.
Unbelievable. Just, I think 40, yeah. And fit as a fiddle. International hockey player, consistent run scorer in all formats. Just a brilliant cricketer. Bit of a throwback, Adrian, in one way. I'll explain that after this ball from Taylor. It's defended by Coles. In that, he's an overseas player who's stayed with one county for a really considerable length of time. And you used to have that, didn't you? There are overseas players that you associated with counties for years and years, but much less so in recent seasons. 209 for 4. Do you want to do this in case he hits a 4?
Yes. Why not?
Or a 6?
Yeah. Beautiful sunshine across New Road as James Coles waits. 2 slips. The only close fielders as Taylor is in over the wicket bowls, and Coles, that's a good delivery. There's still a bit in the pitch, really.
This is it, isn't it?
And James, I don't think he played and missed that. I think he was. I think he pulled the bat at the very last minute out the line and rattled through into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. So there is no run. Ended the over 209 for 4. I'll just hopefully see James Coles to his 100, and then I'll disappear and bring Nathan back in.
Just when you think that it's flattened out a little bit, you get one like that, don't you? Which is encouraging for the bowlers, but in a way slightly discouraging for Worcestershire, because they think, well, if it's still doing that, why have we struggled so much?
Yeah, and the lead is 77 plus 9, 86. Significant lead for Sussex. And we've still got 20 overs left in the day, the first of which is going to be bowled by Ben Gibbon. Lovely sunshine, some heavy cloud around as well. I don't know how long the sunshine's going to last, but it's certainly a glorious evening so far as Gibbon is on his way to bowl to John Simpson, and Simpson again, it's given a little lucky to get away with. That was down the leg side, and John Simpson was looking to flick that one away, rather missed out.
Nathan will be interested. We've had a couple of responses to our leg by thing. We were asking when that one, Adrian, was padded up and it would have gone for 4.
Oh yeah,
chased down. The dead ball. The ball only becomes dead once a run has been completed. So that allows opportunity for a run out, or when the ball reaches the boundary. So it would have been no runs, it would have been a dead ball.
Gibbon is in. Bowls again down the leg side, taken by Roderick, and there is no run.
If a ball hits the striker but not the bat and runs are scored, they are called leg bys. However, leg bys cannot be scored if the striker is neither attempting a stroke nor trying to avoid being hit. Yeah, well, that's what we said. So we got it right. I did pass my umpiring exam a long time ago with a very high percentage.
Go on.
So I was told. No, I think I got 97 or something, and they said it was very high, but it was about 45 years ago, I think, probably.
Gibbon in bowls. Simpson clips this one away through mid-wicket, picks up a single which gets James Coles on strike. Simpson goes to 57, 210 for 4.
And then I did a refresher course about 10 years later. Tell you who wants to be an umpire, and he's doing quite a lot of umpiring now at league level, and I think with a view to the future and becoming an umpire, is Jake Libby, who is captaining Worcestershire in this game. Just the sort of temperament you need for an umpire, in my opinion, Jake Libby.
Gibbon to his mark. Coming Looking to hold James Coles on 96 within sight of what will be his 4th century of the season. Giving him bowls. Coles is down the wicket and he hammers that. There's a very good stop in there at short extra cover. That came right out of the middle of the bat.
Ben Allison.
That was a good stop, and he's wringing his hand, and I'm not surprised. That was going like a bullet, wasn't it? And that was belted by James Coles. That's a very good bit of fielding. See this again.
I think he thought he got his 100.
He absolutely slammed that, didn't he, to extra cover. And he did well, Allison, to get down quickly, because he's a big man as well. Gibbon probably owes him a pint after that, I think. Very good bit of fielding. Coles waits. Given in again. Bowls. Coles defends into the offside. There is no run. How many more balls remaining in the over?
2.
2, okay.
1 now.
1.
Yeah.
Be nice to see James Coles if he does get through to his 100. But I'm aware I'm keeping Nathan waiting. Coles surveys the field. You can see 3 men saving, 1 on the off. Sweep on the cover boundaries, a slip in place as well. 2 men on the onside, 2 men back on the leg side boundary as Gibbon is in. Over the wicket bowls, and Coles, well, he's looking at well, he's looking for it there. Wasn't looking to slam that one away over mid on. He got a big thick inside edge. The ball bounced out on the offside, and there is no run. So you better take this over with John Simpson facing Frank. 210 for 4. Been a long day. 57 to Simpson. 96 to go. I came down this morning actually. It was quite foggy.
Yeah.
Making my way down, and then I came over Birdlip Hill.
Yeah.
And there's some roadworks going on there, isn't there? Crumbs.
There are. And that pub's gone. Did you notice that?
The pub's gone.
The
air balloon has gone.
Yeah.
And then as you come down the hill, there's another pub on the left-hand side, and that's closed as well. And I noticed I was going along, I couldn't quite read the sign, but it said closed. I think it said due to roadworks. So I can't believe anyone's going in there.
Enormous amount of work going on. Did you get held up, or did you?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, we crawled along. It was single-file traffic, and it probably took about 20 minutes to get through there. But I'd imagine it's a bit of a
bottleneck.
Bottleneck, that's the word.
Early start for you this morning then. Taylor round the wicket, ball. Simpson beaten outside the offside. No ball called by umpire Graham Lloyd. So
yeah, it was.
2 runs onto the total.
Yeah, it was an early start, so I left home about 6:30. But I had my son-in-law went with him last night to watch Fulham play. They were playing Cambridge in the league, so we went there, and then I was coming back from Craven Cottage, and there's all sorts of works on the A3, which is irrelevant to anyone listening. And so
Fulham, Cambridge in the Carabao Cup. You're a dedicated supporter.
Well, that's not my team, but I went because it's near to where he lives.
Yeah. Taylor bowls left alone.
And it was
good game.
Wasn't a bad game. There was 5,000 Cambridge fans there, which was pretty good. But it's Fulham have got a new stand, and we decided to sit in there, and it was 25 quid.
That's not bad, is it?
Which I thought was pretty good.
Tell you, as a Cambridge United fan, you might not know this. Cricket context.
Go on.
Press box context. George DeBell.
Is he?
He's a Cambridge United supporter.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there was a lot of them there.
That's my surprise. He might well have been there.
Yeah. Well, funny you should say that.
Taylor again round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Ball. Simpson pushes out on the offside, ever watchful. He's played really well, John Simpson. Junior partner. Coles has raced on now to 96, but Simpson's just been a really steadying influence on this innings, and I think he's been a brilliant foil for Coles.
It's funny actually, because I was listening to a podcast the other day that George DeBell's on, and I think John Norman, who does some commentary for TalkSport as well, and they were talking, and I think they said, "I'll see you at Craven Cottage on Tuesday." So maybe the pair, I don't know, maybe the pair. But it was a good, and they were the terrific support they gave Cambridge. It was a good evening. 25 quid.
Yeah, not bad. Round the wicket, Taylor in. Bowls. Simpson plays defensively back up the pitch.
Been good this from Taylor.
No run. Yeah.
Really good. I think he's a very good cricketer.
He's done really well, hasn't he, this season. Top wicket taker in Division 1 coming into this game. Only one today, but plugged away. And his 16th over now, just 62 runs he's gone for, so 4 and over. Quite loose early on, and pitched the ball up, trying to give it a chance to do a little bit in the air, and maybe paid the price for that, driven to the boundary a few times, but kept going. And this spell in particular has been very tidy indeed, and And concedes 4 here because Simpson on his toes just steers this one down to third man. There is no third man, it goes down over the rope. So first boundary for a while, but Taylor has been pretty tidy, persevering, gone past the bat a good few times, and maybe has deserved more than the 1 wicket that he's got. But the game going away from Worcestershire now, 216 for 4. The lead is 93 runs now, and if that lead is 150 plus by the end of day 1, then you're well and truly on the back foot, aren't you? Taylor in, bowls, Simpson leaves, taken by Roderick.
Nice email from Mark, who used to drive the Sussex coach. Doesn't do anymore, but it's nice to hear from you, Mark. And he says, I'm missing my Sussex cricket family. I've been backing them through the season. You're at my favourite away ground, which is lovely in the late afternoon sun. It does indeed. And good to hear from you, Mark. And he says thanks to Frank and Nathan too. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
It's not all about this bloke Harms.
No, it's lovely.
Goodness sake.
Yeah.
His private fan club.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Taylor over the wicket this time to Simpson, and he lets it go outside the off stump. End of the over, 216 for 4. Simpson 61, Coles still on 96, and the lead, as we say, is 93 runs.
Well, hopefully James Coles goes through to his 100 and I can hand the microphone over to Nathan, who's very patiently waiting. It looks like it's going to be a change of... The umpires just having a chat. Do you think they're talking about the light?
Given. Well, they might be, but it'd have to be a bit darker than this.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I think at this time of year, good sense needs to prevail, really. I mean, it's not
dangerous.
No, it's not. I would agree. I mean, there's blue sky around as well. I just had a little chat there, didn't they? Is it going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to carry on?
Yeah, it is Gibbon, yeah.
They just had a conversation. I mean, I think the way it's going, Sussex will just want to stay out there, to be honest. If they're not losing wickets, they'll want to keep pressing on. Anyway, Ben Gibbon is running away from us to bowl to James Coles, who hits this one firmly through the covers. What a lovely shot, and what a lovely way to go to your 100 for James Coles. That's a super shot and a super 100 as well. 100 and 105 balls for James Coles. It's been full of excellent shots all around the wicket. It's his 4th 100 of the season. It's an innings in which he's also passed 1,000 runs for the season, and I have to say I think that was high class from James Coles. He's 100 not out, Sussex 220 for 4.
105 balls, 16 fours, 1 6. Brilliant innings from James Coles, and he's put Sussex absolutely on top in this game, along with John Simpson in this excellent partnership. Gibbon is in again and bowls, and he lets this one go outside the off stump. So just to repeat those stats: 100 for Coles, 105 balls, 16 fours and 1 6. And the partnership is absolutely flourishing now between these two. Came together at 67 for 4, so it's 143 now they've added. Gibbon moves in again and bowls, and Coles hammers this one again away on the offside. You just get 2 this time as it's fielded by Latigan out on the cover boundary. Good throw back from Latigan, but the game going away from Worcestershire at some pace now. Gibbon being put under pressure by the batters has conceded 42 runs now, halfway through his 7th over, and with the exception of Taylor, Allison and perhaps Waite, I suppose Worcester have lacked a bit of threat in the attack. That said, Gibbon bowls James Coles. I said earlier, if Gibbon can keep his nerve get the ball in the right place. The way Coles is playing, he'll have a chance. And Coles has, having gone to 100, gone for one big hit too many, and he's lost his off stump. Pat on the back for Coles from Simpson. The partnership is broken. Gibbon's got a first wicket. Double Nelson has struck. 222 for 4.
Yeah, end of a sensational innings.
222 for 5, I believe.
End of a sensational innings from James Coles as he acknowledges the applause of the New Road crowd. He takes his time walking off for good reason. You should enjoy this moment. He's probably put Sussex into a match-winning position alongside his skipper, John Simpson. It was a fascinating innings because he got caught up a little bit in that early innings flurry.
Yeah, he started a bit manically, didn't he?
Well, the whole top four just looked as if they wanted to try and overturn the 123-run deficit as quickly as possible, and there probably was a bit of a merit to that, given the way the new ball was nipping around. You might as well try and score while you can, because a lot of people had deliveries with their name on it. But after a while, I think once John Simpson joined Coles at the crease, obviously a conversation was had just about not being negative. I mean, he scored 102 off 108, so pretty much a run a ball at 100, which, given the bowler-friendly conditions, is a sensational effort. But you just wonder if his skipper had a word with him and said, look, you're too good a player to throw it away now, just stay with me for a couple of hours and you'll be in a very good position, as will the team. And that's exactly what happened. And Jack Carson, the off-spinning all-rounder, is the new man in at number 7.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, or certainly the way I read it as well. Simpson, just the perfect foil for Carson. The more extravagant Carson, the more meticulous, measured Simpson. But he perished trying to play one big shot too many. I thought when he let the next one go, having reached his 100, that he would kind of, it was a kind of statement that I'm going to get stuck in again, but fancied that one, missed it, off stump gone. 222 for 5. Gibbon, reward for perseverance, in again now to bowl to the new man, who digs out a Yorker. Well played.
Interesting to see how Simpson goes about this now. He's at the non-striker's end, and I suspect he'll be keen to hold on to the strike. I mean, Jack Carson's no mug with the bat whatsoever. He's got a first-class 111 50s to his name. Average is 23. I'm pretty sure he has. I remember seeing on a scorecard earlier this season he has a 50 to his name this year. Primarily off-spinner is his main skill set, but more than a capable all-rounder at this stage. But does Simpson just try and accelerate a little bit more? Does he keep going as he is? Does he let the new man take a few risks? We'll find out in due course.
Well, that one Carson is beaten by outside the off stump, so well done to Ben Gibbon. Picks up his first wicket, 7 overs, no mains, 1 for 42. And as Nathan says, it'd be interesting to see Simpson's approach. I mean, Danny Lamb's a decent batter as well. I would imagine that Simpson will just continue to play in the way that he has for a while. It is getting a bit darker now, and the skies away to the southwest looking a little bit grey. Not much blue sky in evidence in that direction. Don't think it's a threat to the light yet, but it might well become a threat in another half an hour or so.
Well, it's one of those situations where, based on what we can see behind the ladies' pavilion, which is where the weather comes from, there's no blue sky that we can see, which would suggest that perhaps it's the type of situation where if they do go off, they'll struggle to come back on, because it doesn't look like it's going to get any brighter. So I suspect the umpires will try and stay out there for as long as they can. Worcestershire probably have their medium pacers on at the minute in Waite and Gibbon, and Waite is now in from the Diglis end as that's pushed on the back foot by Simpson, and for a second it looked like he timed that perfectly through mid-off, but it's a good piece of fielding.
Adrian, you'll enjoy one of the comments on the live chat on the live stream. It says, Paul Hoey it is, I don't know who he is, I don't know anything about him, but he says no floodlights will mean weather updates every other ball from Harms, and by the end of the over he'll be predicting snow on Friday. Oh, brilliant.
Wade beats Simpson outside off there. Keeper up to the stumps. Roderick takes it well. Well, might as well. Based on the way this game is going, snow on Friday might not be any detriment. This game could be done before then, the way it's going.
I think it could be, yeah. It actually could be.
Yeah, you can hear the bells from the cathedral I'm assuming that's from the cathedral.
Yeah.
Over on the far side. In comes Waite. Oh, but attempted punch through the offside from Simpson. There is a gap there if he wants to take it on, but playing a miss. Again, always tidy work from Roderick when he takes it standing up on top of the bounce. What are those bells going off for? It started at 5:24.
Probably even song, I
Yeah,
imagine, at this time of year. I don't know. I got a good one the other day, and somebody said, "What are the bells?" I think it was midday, and
Playing a miss outside off. That wasn't far away from the off stump.
I dredged a memory from my Catholic upbringing and said, I think it's the Angelus, Angelus, and whoever I was commentating with Googled it and said, absolutely right, it is the Angelus.
Yeah, midday and 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know, back home, the flagship BBC equivalent news is the 6:1 news, because it's 6:01 every day, because at 6 o'clock it's the Angelus on TV
Right,
first.
there you go.
So there you go. Oh, that's hit Simpson on the pad. There's a stifled appeal. White wasn't initially interested, but I think Brooks at slip was very keen, which prompted White to turn around and ask the question, but it always looked a little bit high. I think they might have hit him on the thigh pad as opposed to the actual pad.
Just every now and again, as we've said, just when you think not much is happening, something just nips like that. It was actually a good shape to that, watching the replay. Bit of in-swing to the left-hander. Just a bit too much.
Final delivery then. Final of this over. Wait, this is his sixth, and it's punched straight back to him on the back foot by Simpson. Wait underarms the ball to Roderick with the gloves on, and that wraps up that over. 222 for 5. I make that. What's that lead? 99.
Yeah, maiden as well. Yeah, 99 the leader. Maiden from Wait. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 28. So good effort to bowl a maiden to Simpson at that point, and it probably tells us the answer to the question about the way that Simpson will go about it, because he didn't take any risks whatsoever in that over, and Waite was pretty much on the spot. Gibbon, having got a wicket, will continue from the New Road end. The light is not great, it's not bad enough to go off. The umpire's actually having a look, I think, at the light meter, and the lights on the scoreboard shining out quite brightly in the gloom as Gibbon moves away from us and bowls, and driven by Carson into the covers. No run, and score remains double Nelson. 222 for 5. If you're just joining us, earlier today Worcestershire bowled out for 123 after being put into bat. They were 1 for 2 in the first over, never really recovered. Latigan played pretty well for his 41. Waite a stolid 33 towards the end, but 6 for 68 from Ollie Robinson, and 4 wickets for an Adcat accounting for them. Dot ball here is given bowls, and Carson lets it go outside the off stump, and Sussex in reply fairly belligerent early on, but losing 4 wickets, 67 for 4 in the 12th over. It's almost like a T20 power play score. But thereafter, this partnership for the 5th wicket between Simpson and Coles, opening up a huge gap. Gibbon bowls short and wide. Carson cracks it off the back foot into the covers, and picks out a fielder at extra cover, and there's no run. So that partnership 145 for the 5th wicket, and I mean that's huge, isn't it, when you've only got 123 on the board in the first innings.
After everything we've seen today, yeah, sensational stuff from those two.
Gibbon in, bowls, Carson drives straight down the ground. That's 4. Lovely shot, well timed, well placed, and a lovely way to get off the mark. We have seen throughout the day a lot of boundaries, and don't know why. It's just been one of those days. There's just been lots of boundaries. Batsmen have been able to play shots. Maybe that speaks of indifferent bowling as much as anything else. But even when Ollie Robinson was bowling, and he didn't bowl indifferently, he bowled beautifully, 6 for 68, but he was hit to the ropes quite a few times. Gibbon again is in, bowls, and this one is whipped away by Carson down to long leg for a single. The light really is deteriorating now, isn't it?
And John Simpson was having a lengthy conversation with the umpire at the non-strikers end just a few deliveries ago, and dare I say the Sussex skipper was just pointing out the fact that it might be getting a bit dark. I think when James Coles was out there and playing his shots and having his fun, Sussex would have been more than happy to stay out there. Now with the new man in, and Simpson, look, he's just batting normally, and he's not looking to put his foot down on the accelerator or anything. I suspect if they were given the choice, they might prefer to call it a night.
Gibbon over the wicket, bowls, and Simpson is working this one away off his pads down to long leg, runs the first one quickly, won't come back for two. Thought about it, but Matthew Waite quickly to the ball. End of the over, Simpson keeps the strike, and it's 228 for 5. Simpson has 62.
Umpires are coming together now. We could be in a light conversation here, I suspect. Gareth Roderick, funnily enough, kind of looked at the umpires as they walked together, and he must have heard what they said, because he kind of threw his head back in frustration. I don't think Worcester would be too happy about going off either at this stage of the evening. This is the longest conversation we've had at this stage.
They're going, and
we are going off.
So there we are. They're going off for bad light. There are 15 overs left in the day. It's deteriorated a bit more quickly than I thought it would. I suspect it isn't going to get much better. I really don't think it will, but 15 overs is a long time, and it's only 5:30. We'll have to wait and see, but at the moment it looks pretty gloomy out there, and Sussex are leaving the field in an outstandingly good position at 106 runs ahead, 228 for 5. Simpson on 62, Carson on 5. Brilliant innings from Coles, 102. His 100 also bringing up his 1,000 runs for the season. Partnership of 145 for the 5th wicket with Simpson, who has been extraordinarily measured. A really excellent innings from the Sussex skipper. Sussex 228 for 5 then, and that means they lead by 105. They're in excellent position as the players leave the field for bad light. If play resumes tonight, we will be back to bring commentary on that to you. If it doesn't, we will be back tomorrow morning at 10:30 when this game will be getting underway again. Until one of those eventualities happens, thank you very much for being with us. This is Frank Watson saying goodbye on behalf of myself, Adrian Harms and Nathan Johns.
Larry was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry's condition
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Reverse sweep down again from Roderick. You pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point and right between them. That's raced away twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on field. They're in the heart of a county, in the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.